Chapter 87, End of Winter. Chapter text Thursday, 22nd of February 1996. The letter was written on something different than parchment. It could be very well made papyrus, almost of the smooth quality of good paper. But the material it was written on wasn't more puzzling than the words written. Greetings. I have thought long on how to start this letter and couldn't decide on a way to address you. It's hard to break habits of a lifetime, but I'm sure you won't appreciate my use of the name given to you by your mother. After deliberating, some more I decided simply avoiding any use of names probably would be the best. A few days ago I had an unexpected visitor. He seemed rather fixated on fighting evil and at the same time seeing it everywhere. I have sent letters like this to few individuals I feel need to know this and can be of assistance in getting the situation under control. As the visitor's grief over one killed by a death either seems to be the main cause for the fixation and questionable behavior, I thought it reasonable to send a warning to you. But at the same time, I'm not confident in my own ability to judge the situation, so I decided to leave the name out. Please take the necessary precautions for your family's safety. Regards, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The stork had left the moment Marvolo had collected the letter, and now the wizard was slumped in his chair, thinking quickly. Before he could try to decipher that letter, Marvolo had to put aside the ridiculous notion that had sprung to mind the moment he had seen a stork had delivered the letter. Considering the typical stereotypes, Marvolo had wondered for a single moment who had had the grand idea to use a stork to deliver news on an adoption. It certainly hadn't been that way when he had adopted Harry. Now that he had read the letter, it was clear as day that his thoughts had gotten away from him, even as he could see Mrs. Wispy deciding to add a bit of whimsy to the proceedings. He had heard that Dumbledore was now living in a specialized clinic in Egypt, and storks were known to flew back and forth between Africa and Northern Europe each year to spend summer and winter in the best climate they could find. It was curious that Dumbledore would select a stork to deliver his message, but not out of the realm of possibilities. It felt surreal that Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the professor in his ridiculous suit who had set Marvolo's cupboard on fire as a questionable attempt to discipline the young wizard he had found there in the orphanage, would send a warning. Not a warning to desist acting in a certain way, or to follow his dreams, or something other related to things Marvolo himself was doing. No, a warning of a danger, if real or not, wasn't really the point at the moment, to him and those he cared for. That the infuriating man had decided to keep the name to himself was only another irritating piece of the puzzle Marvolo was now determined to work out. Flim! Marvolo stood and called for the elf. He needed some tea to stay alert enough to comb the letter for any clues hidden in the text, and then make a plan on how to get more information. For instance, it should be easy enough to get information on who traveled to Egypt in the last 2 weeks, as most wizards and witches, and who else even knew enough to hate him, preferred to travel such long distances by portkey, and few had the ability to make one for themselves. So the ministry registry should have the information Marvolo needed. Flim popped into the room, his toga fashioned from a white linen tea towel. Marvolo didn't manage to pass out his request for tea and fruit tarts before the elf bowed and started to speak. Mr. Potion's master is here for Master Marvolo. Flim shall bring Mr. Potion's master in. Severus was here. Bring him here. And then bring tea and snacks for two, Flim. Before he could get out a few words of thanks, since he had learned what a loyal house elf was capable of doing, it had gotten a lot easier following Harry's example. The elf was gone. So Marvolo tidied up his desk before sitting down in his chair behind it. The moment he was finished, the door opened, and Severus stepped into the room, walking around the bowing elf, only to go down on one knee the moment he was clear of the door. My lord. Severus always had had a way to make this gesture of deference look so smooth and effortless, with his long dark robes pooling around his kneeling figure, his hair swinging gracefully with the motion. In the past, he had loved to see someone as knowledgeable bow to him, and how Severus did so more gracefully than some of the so pure wizards from old families. But now, even as the gracefulness remained, the joy was gone. Severus, come sit down with me. How do you like your tea? Barely showing a hint of confusion, Severus stood, took the few steps to the chair Marvolo had indicated, and answered with a polite incline of his head. "Heavy on the cream, and only one sugar, please. I hope to sleep tonight." Marvolo smiled and set about preparing the tea to Severus, specification, levitating cream pitcher and sugar cubes without touching his wand. Some of his classmates had sneered at the unworthy use of wandless magic, equating what Marvolo had been able to do with the lowly work of the house elves they had at home, but it had proven to be a remarkable tool to refine one's control over the magic, so Marvolo did use it as often as possible. "What brings you here on a school night, Severus?" Marvolo asked as the finished cup of pale tea floated, directed by his magic, over to his potions master. The moment Severus had accepted his cup, Marvolo started on preparing his own. "A stork delivered a piece of interesting mail to me this evening, my lord. I thought it wise to share it with you." The younger wizard was composed as always, sipping at his tea. "A stork?" Marvolo smirked, stirring his tea so the sugar would have an easier time dissolving. "That sounds familiar. What had Albus to tell you?" "That was interesting. Did Dumbledore send that letter to even more people? Or would the information differ?" Severus carefully placed his cup and saucer on the desk, getting out a rolled-up piece of papyrus from one pocket in his robes. "He wrote to me that Amos Diggory visited him and seemed not entirely stable. As he knows of my vow to protect your son, he thought it prudent to give me warning that there might be danger directed at the boy from Diggory's direction. He doesn't sound that confident in his observation, though." Severus held out the scroll for Marvolo to take, an offer he gladly accepted. The next few moments were spent in silence, Severus drinking his tea and Marvolo reading the letter, searching for hidden meaning and comparing it. The wording, handwriting length, offered information to the letter he himself had received. Aside from the name of the visitor, Severus, letter held a lot of "my boy S" and idle chatter that Marvolo really was glad were missing from his letter. It seemed to be true that Dumbledore wasn't capable of treating students he had seen go through the halls of Hogwarts in his tenure as professor and headmaster as adults once they had graduated. He certainly hadn't appreciated the task of being a spy close to that man as much as he should have. Being treated as a child for all this time would have driven him insane. Severus had a lot more patience than people gave him credit for. "Thank you, Severus. To my surprise, the letter he sent you only has one piece of information the shorter one he sent me lacked. So Amos Diggory is the one making Albus Dumbledore uneasy enough that he resorts to writing a letter to warn a man he regarded as a sworn enemy for so long." Furrowing his brow in thought, Marvolo re-rolled the letter and handed it back to Severus. If the man really was that unstable, it was a lot more likely that he really was the one who had supported Dolor's Umbridge in messing up the adoption process and posing opposition to all the law changes Marvolo had pushed for in regards to werewolves. "I have thought about the need to adjust security measures for your heir, my lord," Severus said, stashing away the letter in one of his hidden robe pockets. "And beside making sure he doesn't leave the castle alone and maybe resuming guards during outings to Hogsmeade, I feel he should be safe enough while at school. Diggory has good reason to work towards revenge and connections within the ministry. I'm not sure I feel all that comfortable letting Harry roam the school on his own." It was suspiciously easy to admit his worry to Severus. Madame Goyle's assurance that it was normal to feel worry over a human close to oneself, and the need to share that burden with others, came to mind briefly, but he dismissed it in favor of concentrating on the conversation at hand. "Since your son has been resorted, he is never truly on his own after classes. He's part of more than one study group, as far as I know, and spends a lot of his time studying in the common room or the library. It's his owl year, after all, and he seems more dedicated to his studies than I have ever seen before." Marvolo hummed. By all accounts, Harry hadn't really strived to gain academic knowledge before. It had been obvious that this had changed the moment there had been an adult caring about his grades. "So you think there's nothing more to do than let Harry know that there is danger and where it might come from?" Severus nodded, but Marvolo didn't let him go until they had discussed possible ways to harm Harry while at school or ways to get him out from the wards around the school. Severus looked worn by the time he rose to leave. "Please convey my sincere apology to your wife for keeping you so long." Severus left with a smirk on his face, slowly shaking his head. Ooh, Friday, 23rd of February 1996. It was Friday morning, the last workday of his week, and currently all there was to do was writing a few reports. It looked like he would be able to go home early. Kingsley really would like to do that. He loved his job, and the last weeks hadn't been all that stressful. But he had plans for this evening, a visit to a cinema and then a club, and could use the extra time. Setting down his fresh cup of coffee on his desk in his cubicle, next to the roll of parchment of the report he had finished before going to the restroom, he prepared to start on the next report and sat down. With a sigh, Kingsley cast a spell on the spoon to keep stirring the coffee so that the sugar would dissolve, and the coffee cool a little before he took a drink. "What do you want?" Kingsley said to the wizard suddenly standing next to him with less malice than the words implied. "Is there something important?" He turned to look up to where his more or less official partner was standing, a smirk on his face. Dawlish laughed. "Sorry to be a bother, but Scrimgeour wants to see us. I saw Madame Bones entering his office a short time before he came to ask me to get you and come into his office." Kingsley felt one of his brows creeping up his forehead. Madame Bones went to talk with the head of the Aura department, and just after that the two Auras suspected to be part of two opposing political organizations. If he was generous with the definition of that, working together were asked to speak with their boss. If this wasn't more than coincidence, Kingsley was a niffler. With a sigh, Kingsley placed his quill down, closed the inkwell, let the report fall closed, and stood. Any ideas what this is about? Could be about the real culprit behind the whole adoption mess, or something totally unrelated. I've no idea. Dawlish shook his head, and Kingsley nodded. As sure as he was, even though he still had no proof of any kind that would hold up in court, that the other was a Death Eater, Kingsley trusted his partner. When it came to work, they had found that they agreed on a lot of things, if not on all. If Dawlish had had any idea what this was about, he would have shared. Together they walked over to the head Aura's office, many of their colleagues looking up from their work or chatter to watch them walking by. It didn't take long for them to reach the office and to step through the door, closing it behind them, instantly muffling all sound from the bigger office floor. "Shacklebolt, Dawlish, thank you for being prompt. Madame Bones has received an interesting letter with a warning that we need to investigate, but please take a seat." The head Aura waved his hand towards the seating group near the fireplace, and they all moved to sit down. Madame Bones looked as if she were chewing on something, but sat down and left the explanations to Scrimgeour. Dumbledore claimed in his letter, one of a group he said, that Amos Diggory did visit him to complain over Dumbledore stopping his fight against evil. Kingsley had trouble believing this. Albus never had been someone to share information freely without need. It had been frustrating from time to time, while the Order still held meetings. While he himself wrote that he doesn't feel all that secure in his deduction, Dawlish snorted, and as much as Kingsley would have liked to disagree, he had to work hard not to roll his eyes in disbelief. The fact that Amos' son was killed at the end of the Triwizard tournament, and ever since then Amos has blamed Death Eaters, and later Lord Slytherin for his loss, lends some credence to the old headmaster's claims. That would be a good enough reason to at least investigate a bit. Kingsley nodded, because he knew fighting evil was a tricky business. It was really hard to see if someone was acting out of genuine fear, carelessness, ignorance, the need to defend, or actual evil intentions. It was too easy to define everything that one didn't like, for whatever reason, as evil. You have proven yourselves as a team capable of handling delicate political situations well. Madame Bones suddenly spoke up from where she was sitting, hands folded in her lap. "So I asked Rufus to assign you two as a team on this task. We need to make sure that Amos Diggory isn't readying himself to attack someone." Kingsley was pretty sure they all were thinking of the same probable target in that very moment, or acting in any other way against the law. "So he hasn't committed any crimes until now?" Dawlish wanted to know, leaning forward in his armchair. "Not that we know of," Madame Bones answered in a manner that seemed to indicate her suspecting something she either had no proof for, or that wasn't a crime in the true sense of the word. She might know of some political actions that Diggory had attempted that she didn't approve of. Good. So it's more an undercover operation. Dawlish seemed genuinely interested to take on this task, and Kingsley wasn't really reluctant either. The order might have disbanded once it had sunken in that there wasn't any opposition that they needed to fight behind the scenes, as it were, but Kingsley still was dedicated to protecting their world from another war. That's correct. Scrimgeour confirmed. After that, they got to read the letter Madame Bones had received before being sent off to plan their approach to monitoring Amos Diggory and his actions without setting off a political avalanche by accident. Uwu Saturday, 24th of February 1996. It was a sunny morning, and the students were all walking down from the castle to the Quidditch field. The air was filled with laughter and the sound of many people talking. It was even louder than when everyone was on the way to the village. After all, the younger years were here as well. Harry was walking next to Luna, a silly grin on his face, and her hand in his. She was almost skipping alongside him, outfitted with a hat and scarf in Ravenclaw team colors. Harry was wearing a similar getup, except that his hat and scarf were mostly green with snakes in silver. Today's game was between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, and everyone was anticipating an exciting time. Who will win? What do you think, Harry? Ron wanted to know. He and Hermione, as well as Neville, were walking with the mixed group of students. Harry turned so he could see Ron. I have no idea who will win, Ron. I know our team is good, but Ravenclaw is a good team as well. As far as I can see, we're looking forward to an exciting match. And where do you want to sit? Theo asked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Harry grinned in his friend's direction, rolling his eyes. It seemed that teasing your friends about their relationships was a universal pastime of teenagers. Harry had seen it happen up in Gryffindor Tower and down in the Slytherin dungeons. We've talked about it and decided to sit with the Gryffindors today, Luna answered in her dreamy voice, not turning to look at Theo or any of the others. There we can cheer for both teams without stepping on too many toes. That theory resulted in a lot of laughter, and Harry had to grin. Cheering for Slytherin while sitting among the students from Gryffindor would be stepping on a lot of toes. But he was sure Luna had known that before suggesting they sit with the Gryffindors. Sitting with one of the houses not participating only leaves Hufflepuff and Gryffindor to choose from, and I simply have more friends in Gryffindor. Harry once again rolled his eyes at his Slytherin friends, knowing exactly why some of them suddenly were so interested in where he was at all times. People out to get him always had been a bother, but with a protective and influential parent, the irritation caused by people coming after him had increased. Marvolo didn't brush off the danger, but made sure all his followers informed their children, or at least those still going to school at Hogwarts, to keep an eye out for Harry. It was nice, somehow, and infuriating at the same time. Harry was really capable of defending himself, and he certainly knew of the dangers of portkeys by now. He wouldn't just grab something handed to him by someone he didn't know, for instance. And the way the antagonistic seventh years acted around him now was proof that his dueling wasn't all that bad either. Theo nodded and grinned. A snake and an eagle among the lions. Any objections to me tagging along? Harry rolled his eyes again. I certainly won't curb your adventurous tendencies. You have too few of them anyway. Really, Theo didn't even try to hide his plan to protect Harry's back. Then Harry noticed Ron's surprised expression and had to concede that this plot may not be as noticeable at first glance as Harry had thought. They reached the stands and split. Daphne, her sister Astoria, Millicent, Pansy, all the little first years. They themselves hadn't been that small, surely, and the whole of seventh-year Slytherin split away to go up to their section of the stands. The Hufflepuffs went around the stadium to reach the stairs to their stands, as did the Ravenclaws. Harry had his hand tightly clasped around Luna's as they and his friends turned right and started ascending the stairs. The climb wasn't all that long, with them all traipsing up and down the many staircases of the castle on a daily basis, but it was still demanding enough that the chatter grew quieter for a while. They ended up with Harry seated next to Luna in the middle of the rows. Ginny sat down next to Theo, with a Slytherin in the Gryffindor stands. How interesting. Instantly questioning him on his favorite team outside of school Quidditch. Ron sat down next to Lavender and her friend, while Hermione sat down on the other side of Luna, getting out a book filled with notes. Hermione, Harry laughed incredulously. It was just like her to bring a book to Quidditch. What? She snapped back, blushing. The game hasn't started yet, and neither you nor the Gryffindor team are playing. I'll hazard a guess that you'll be more attentive in a game that Victor Crumb was playing. Harry laughed when his friend's blush got even darker. Oh, you, stop it, Hermione called out, trying for dignity but failing. Before they could talk more, the enhanced voice of Lee Jordan resounded around the whole Quidditch stadium. Welcome to the Ravenclaw Slytherin game of this season of the Inter-House Quidditch tournament. A cheer went up all around the pitch, and Harry joined the calls with glee. And there are the players, Lee went on in one of his usual tangents. When he went too far describing the female players in detail, he was chastised by Professor McGonagall, after which he returned to the usual sports commentary. The game was exciting and pretty balanced. For a while, the Slytherin team led, but Ravenclaw did get caught up quickly. When Draco made a sharp turn, as if he had spotted the snitch, which he hadn't, Harry murmured, "What are you doing?" under his breath. This wasn't part of the patterns he and Draco had practiced during the Slytherin Quidditch team training sessions. But as Cho seemed to be glued to Draco's side, it was possible that the blonde was trying to lead her on a merry chase in an attempt to adapt what they had practiced to the current situation. Why does she do that? Ginny suddenly asked from behind Harry. She does know that shadowing the other seeker is a shoddy tactic, doesn't she? If you're better than the other, there's no need to shadow them all the time. Seriously, just because you dislike that move doesn't make it shoddy, Theo argued, but Harry could hear the humor in his friend's voice. It might go against your Gryffindor sentiments, but as she has a slower broom, staying close to the opposing seeker can work out rather well. If she spots the snitch nearby, she won't have to try to catch up to a much faster broom. Ginny snorted. But if they both spot the snitch at a distance, Malfoy will outfly her before they reach it, even if she spots it first. I can't see any advantage. In the meantime, Draco used his tag-along to disrupt a few of the Ravenclaw chaser plays, eliciting a few boos from Luna and her fellow Ravens. Harry had taken to cheering for good moves played by either team, earning himself a few funny looks from those sitting around them. When a chaser managed to throw the quaffle through one of the hoops, Harry cheered. When one of the keepers managed to save an attempt, Harry cheered. When one of the beaters managed to keep one of the bludgers from knocking a player off their course, Harry cheered. It was a strangely freeing experience. There was outrage when Gregory managed to hit a Ravenclaw chaser over the head with his beater's bat. Harry wasn't sure that had been on purpose, but he hadn't had the best line of sight, so he shrugged and decided to accept whatever Madame Hooch said had happened. In the end, it was the referee who decided stuff like that. How did one get to be a Quidditch referee, anyway? Professional players were scouted off the school teams a lot of the time, or from smaller leagues all over the world, even from pickup games. Trainers often were former players getting too old to play, but now with lots of experience to pass on to the younger players. But how did one become a referee? Chambers managed to score the penalty shot, giving Ravenclaw the lead by a good 40 points, the biggest lead one of the teams had gained so far. Draco made a corkscrew dive in an attempt to draw Cho Chang along. At least Harry was pretty sure that was the case. When the other seeker flew over Draco and turned in direction of the Hufflepuff stands, Harry knew that Draco had outwitted himself. Cho had seen the snitch, and Draco hadn't even noticed yet. That didn't bode well for Slytherin. Just moments later, Cho had caught the snitch, and the game was over. 3/4 of the school broke out into frenetic cheering, and suddenly fireworks were flying through the air. Blue and copper sparks, small cartwheels, words spelling themselves in the middle of the air, figures of small ravens flying about. It was glorious. Harry turned in his seat and saw the twins, Fred and George, in the last row, shooting off more and more of their fireworks. Harry was about to turn around to watch the fireworks at work, as Luna suddenly leaned into his side, moved her face really close to his and kissed him. For a moment, Harry felt as if he had been hit by a petrificus totalis. He couldn't move. Then he kissed back, unsure of what he was doing, but enthusiastic. When Luna moved back, he felt light-headed. The moment he regained enough of his senses to notice what was happening around them, he blushed. All the boys and a few of the girls near enough to have seen were calling out for them to kiss again. He was surprised when Luna did follow those calls, initiating another kiss. Now he understood why people spend so much time kissing. It was great. Ooh-oh, and then she kissed me. In front of the whole school. Harry finished his retelling of the day's game, blushing again. Marvolo chuckled, but didn't say anything. Even those who hadn't seen it there knew by the time we all were back at the castle. Harry felt like burrowing his head in the pillow behind him or the one to his side. Maybe he would hide under his covers for the rest of the term. When Marvolo had the audacity to grin, Harry shot him a dark look. By all I know about Xenophilius Lovegood, he's a decent man. Providing a platform for conspiracy theorists has thrown a light of suspicion on his publication. But what I have seen among the quite amusing theories are interesting documentations of folklore and almost forgotten knowledge. Marvolo chuckled when Harry gave him an incredulous look. Did you send someone to gather information on the Lovegoods? Harry wanted to know. Did Marvolo just call the Quibbler an interesting publication? Of course I did. He was shuffled forward in priority due to the fact that you're interested in his daughter. Every lord and lady on the Wisengamot keeps close watch on people of interest, and every publisher is certainly on that list. Harry had known that. It had been part of the lessons he had had during the summer, both from his grandfather's portrait and Marvolo. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm surprised that you haven't heard of this already. I'm sure it'll be in the papers in the morning. Even if the children have sent mail directly afterwards. Owls need a while to fly that far. There aren't many families living near Hogwarts, and then their parents would have to contact me. Marvolo tilted his head and moved to sit a little bit straighter. But I agree with your assessment that it's likely for this to be the headline in tomorrow's paper. Are you unhappy about the kiss? Harry huffed. Was he unhappy? I don't know. I mean, I liked the kiss. In fact, it was great. But they're in front of the whole school. I'm not so sure if I'm happy with that. It didn't really think about it, but now, in hindsight, I think I would have preferred a more private place. Did you speak with your godfather? Marvolo asked, and Harry chuckled, seeing the uncertainty in the other's ruby-red eyes. We both know that I'm no expert in any kind of romantic interaction. Your godfather, on the other hand, could be named an expert, and certainly had a teenager's time nearer the norm than I, Harry nodded. Marvolo had a point. I spoke with Sirius before calling you. He said that it's nice to have a girlfriend who knows what she wants, and that it would be all over the papers anyway, so getting it over with quick is better. Not sure if I agree. And he really wasn't sure. Being a teenager was really confusing. Well, Madame Goyle tells me again and again that the teenage years are a time to explore. The world, interactions between people, one's own self, all that. Marvolo waved his hand to indicate a list of further options. Speak with Miss Lovegood if you want to avoid further displays like the one of today. I hear it's important to share and discuss such things to ensure a successful partnership. Now Harry had to chuckle. Mrs. Goyle really was a miracle worker with unending supplies of patience. I'll do that. Harry yawned. How goes the adoption process? Marvolo smirked, obviously pleased with himself. It's going well. I'll get information on when it can get finalized soon. I plan on having an adoption ritual similar to what we did for Nat's adopted son, Aiden. Are you willing to take part in that? I could arrange for you to have permission to leave the school grounds for the weekend. What do you think? Harry sat forward on his bed eagerly. Of course, I want to be part of the adoption. Marcus will be my little brother. I would be offended if you were to exclude me. Harry tried to mock glare, but had to yawn again. Go to bed, Harry. It's late. And even when you sleep in, you'll need all the rest you can get. Marvolo smiled. And I'll make sure you can be there for the adoption ritual. No need to worry. And now go to sleep. Sleep well, father, Harry said in agreement. He was rather tired and spoke the command to close the connection. He already had changed into his pajamas and only had to quickly visit the bathroom before he could slip between the sheets on his bed. It had been a good day, but he wasn't looking forward to the morning papers. Monday, 26th of February 1996. They all were mingling in the rooms and halls located near the Wisengamot's chamber in their usual finery, talking, or as Marvolo thought to himself, gossiping, about the session starting soon. Those who were not there yet, Quidditch results, social events, and other topics along those lines. Marvolo was pretty sure that people just out of his range of hearing were talking about this week's edition of Witch Weekly. As Harry had suspected, the kiss at the Quidditch game between him and Luna Lovegood had been interesting enough to warrant a whole 2-page article. There had been pictures from the Triwizard Tournament, and they had reused the rumors they had spread almost a year ago, about a love triangle between Miss Granger, Mr. Crumb, and Harry. About the families of them both, obviously. and if two unmarried wizards were capable of providing two young students with the necessary guidance, it had been useless drivel. But it had been expected drivel, and just this side of avoiding slander. The fact that Harry also had reported from school that the students really weren't reacting all that much had been enough in Marvolo's eyes not to take some steps against the magazine. While Marvolo listened in on Lucius and Severus discussing the ongoing dispute over cauldron thickness, material requirements, and how silly that squabble really was, as all high-quality equipment was bought outside of Britain more and more, he watched as a disturbance made its way through the crowd. It didn't take long to become clear that the disturbance was Mrs. Wispy fighting her way through, politely using her elbows where needed, in search of someone. "Ah, there you are, Lord Slytherin." She shouted cheerily across the room the moment she spotted Marvolo. Waving for his attention, her attempts to clear a way through the groups between them became more ruthless. That elbow looked pointy. "I thought I'd come down here and inform you myself. Why send an owl out to fly through the city when I know that you'll be here today anyway?" She was as sunny as always, and Marvolo felt himself starting to smile. There was only one message she would bring him with such an opening. "The papers are finished and the adoption approved. You can come up after the session is finished. After you've signed everything, you'll only need to arrange for a date when Marcus can move from the school to your home." Feeling a little out of touch, Marvolo wondered if she ever was anything but cheerful. Then what she had said sank in fully, and he used a clumsy to keep calm. "Can I expect you after the session, Lord Slytherin?" With long practice, Marvolo managed a smile which looked real enough to fool all but the best politicians. "If the session doesn't run too long, I'll come by your office before I leave for home." Thankfully, Harry already had decided that Marcus would get the room next to his, and Flim had cleaned it and outfitted it with all new comforter, pillows, curtains, and other things a young boy would need in his room. "That's good. Just drop me an owl if you need to make other arrangements." She patted his arm and was gone after a quick, "Have a nice session, Lord Slytherin," in his direction. "She is something else," Severus remarked dryly. "Such a sunny disposition even after years working at the ministry. Do you think she might have some pixie blood?" Lucius snorted. "And her friendly demeanor is nothing more than a front to lure us into her trap, or have I missed something about the nature of Cornish pixies?" Severus shook his head, smirking. "I don't think you have, Lucius. But for all that they cause humans harm for fun, I never heard of a pixie being glum. Have you?" Marvolo listened and watched as his two friends kept bantering all through the rest of the wait before the door opened and they all went into the hall. He wasn't paying that much attention, though, as he went through all that needed to be done if he wanted to bring Marcus home sometime this week. Maybe Friday would be best, and hold the adoption ceremony on Saturday. For one thing, he needed to make sure Harry could come home for the weekend. Then he needed to instruct Barty to write up and send out all the invitations. Flim would have to clean the room once more and prepare food for the adoption ceremony. Maybe they should hold that at the manor. It was possible that there would be a lot of people willing to come. He couldn't very well send people away. His thoughts were racing, even as he was occluding heavily to keep calm and maintain a clear head. He sat down on the silver bench with its snake legs, barely remembering the cushioning charm that was needed if he wanted to still feel his backside when the session finally would be over in a few hours. Pretty soon, the usual aimless shouting matches, bickering, and disagreements started. Some topics had been discussed again and again over decades by now, and if no one stepped in, they were brought up again and again. Today Marvolo had his mind elsewhere, as the impending adoption was of greater importance than whether there was a need to limit the number of Quidditch teams one individual, or family, could own. That drew him out of his mad planning for a moment. It seemed there were rumors that the owner of the Falmouth Falcons was contemplating buying the Chudley Cannons. The possible disturbance of the balance of the league seemed to be a big concern. Snorting, Marvolo returned to his inner musings. With Marcus moving in now, he would be there for the spring holidays, and therefore during the time Marvolo had planned to use for the next test of his ritual. He furrowed his brow. He should step up the security measures. A healer on hand was all well and good, but he probably should also include a curse breaker. Maybe Bill Weasley would be willing to assist. He clearly was competent enough to be of help. Maybe Harry's wish to visit with his godfather could be used to have both boys out of the house during that day. Marvolo would have to ask Lord Black if he was willing to take care of more than one boy, one of them just about to turn 6, for a few days while trying to get to know his own daughters. There was no other way to know than to ask. In the end, the meeting was over a lot quicker than Marvolo had anticipated. But that was the way of things when one was planning life-changing events. Deep in thought, and not in any danger here in the halls of the ministry, Marvolo only had distracted greetings for his follower friends, all of whom grinned knowingly and walked in the direction of the lifts. Before he could reach them, he was called. "Marvolo, a moment, please." Surprised, he turned. Not many women called him by his given name, and that voice had been from a woman, he was almost certain. Amelia Bones was quickly catching up to him, plum robes billowing around her legs. As it would be extremely rude to simply walk on, and he was curious, Marvolo waited where he stood for her to reach him. Once she was within arm's reach, Marvolo gave a bow from his neck. "Madame Bones." She smiled, bemused, and then waved her hand. "Please call me Amelia. Don't you think that's more than reasonable by now?" Well, that was a surprising move. But even though he might be the elder, technically, the fact that he had been declared newborn not even a year prior, and that when two people were close in age, it usually was the woman's decision to offer the use of first names, it was a socially acceptable move. He arched a brow. "Amelia, then, but I think we should consider that this could give credence to the rumors that we might be courting." Rolling her eyes, Amelia shook her head. "We can't prevent them from gossiping. But after we have fought together, on the same side, mind you, it would be odd to stand on formality. I don't have any reasonable objections. Amelia, but I doubt that this was the reason you wanted to speak with me." He really wanted to go up to Mrs. Wispy's office to sign the papers and then go home. He needed to inform Harry and start on all the preparations. She gave a short nod, and her demeanor changed from easygoing to serious. "I received an interesting letter from Egypt. The content is concerning, and I have decided to relay a few of the warnings given." So Albus had sent the letter to Amelia as well. For the fraction of a second Marvolo wondered idly if that was the extent of the letters the former headmaster had sent regarding his unexpected visitor. Considering that there were still people lingering, lords and ladies gossiping, or simply avoiding going home, Marvolo got his wand out and raised a quick silencing ward around them. Now it was Amelia's turn to give him a questioning look. Without waiting for her question, Marvolo started with his explanation. "I got a letter from the same place on Thursday evening. The warning inside was both pretty clear and explicit, as well as vague. He didn't mention any names. I guess your version was a little more informative." He had suspected that Severus had received a version with the name, because the potion's master was bound with a vow to protect Harry to the best of his abilities. It was only reasonable to assume that the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement rated even higher on the trust scale. She nodded, folding her arms in front of her chest. "He did, and I already set our best team of auras on this. I'm pretty sure you'll learn of it soon." Her smirk was tiny, but there. Marvolo gave an unapologetic shrug. "I can't control what people tell me, so I already spoke with Harry about why we need to increase security once again. He is a remarkably patient teenager, or so the parents I know assure me." Amelia chuckled. "I can't say that Susan is all that patient most of the time, but your son has more reason than most to accept guards." A solemn mood came over Marvolo. All those emotions were hard to get used to. He was, or had been, one of the reasons for Harry's acceptance of the need for guards and other forms of protection other teenagers didn't have to bother about. "When Marcus moves in at the end of the week, I'll need to find a way to make a young boy understand why he can't go wherever he wants without an adult at his side." He had to speak with Xerxes regarding arrangements at the school. Amelia had a gentle smile on her face, and it was reaching her eyes. "I don't think he's unaccustomed to the concept, Marvolo. He's young, and congratulations on the adoption going forward." Marvolo inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Thank you. I promised Mrs. Wispy to drop by her office on my way home. She said just before the beginning of the session that the papers were ready." His spirits lifted again. Hopefully, the feelings he constantly had to deal with would stabilize once he absorbed the next part of his soul. He didn't even dare to imagine what it might be like if the opposite were to happen. "As you already know to be more careful, I don't want to keep you any longer." Amelia said, moving to the side so he had a clear path to the lifts. At the moment, I plan to hold an adoption ceremony on next Saturday. I would feel honored if you would consider attending, Amelia. Some invitations should be delivered in person, and this was a prime opportunity to do just that. For a moment, the witch looked contemplative. I don't think that I have anything else planned for that day. Please send me an invitation by owl. Have a nice day. Chapter 88. Adopting Macros. Chapter text Monday, 26th of February 1996. Minerva sat in her office. She had started to consciously think of the circular office of the headmistress as her office at the end of the last week, going through all the mail she had gotten over the weekend. The temporary transfiguration teachers who had stepped in to fill the post she no longer had time to manage by herself were doing well, but they needed a permanent professor for the next school year. And there also still was the matter of head of Gryffindor, a position she still held at the moment. That needed to be remedied before the next school year as well. Maybe she shouldn't try to fill both spots with the same person. In fact, the arrangement with more than one teacher for a subject worked out rather well so far. If there wasn't the problem of funding more teacher salaries, she really would like to hire an instructor for the younger years, at least for each of the core subjects. And maybe there was a solution to the problems with funds without increasing the tuition fees. She sighed. Glancing over to the big ledgers she had spent a lot of time with since she had taken up the position of headmistress in earnest. It seemed that there were funds waiting that were tied to several conditions. After all the time, the conditions hadn't been met. They hadn't been met well before Dippet became headmaster. Interest and ongoing donations had grown the pile of untapped potential money to quite staggering amounts. Not all of the funds would be able to be released, as some of the conditions would require the school to break the current laws, which handily explained why Albus hadn't tried to tap into them. There simply wasn't a way they could legally offer an introductory course into blood-based magics. So funds set aside for that, and making interest, probably even getting a regular donation. But she would have to go to Gringotts to check if her suspicion was true, would stay untouched forever, or at least for a long time. Minerva suspected that those magically enforced conditions had been put in place quite some time ago to ensure a diverse education of the magical youth. And so it had happened that the money had been abandoned rather than rerouted to other subjects once something had to be dropped from the curriculum. She would need an advisor with more cunning and more experience with magically binding contracts to see if there was a way to unlock a few of those budgets. Maybe Severus would find some time over summer. Before Minerva could get lost, again, in ruminations over how an introductory course in the performance of seasonal rituals would or should look like, a shimmering patroness slithered through the wall of her office, paused before her desk, and started to speak. "Good evening, headmistress. I just arrived at the school's gates and hope that you have some time to speak with me. I'll make my way up to your office." The patroness dispersed, and Minerva unconsciously sat up straighter. Tom Marvolo Riddle, or Lord Slytherin, as he was called now, wanted to speak with her on a Monday evening. How curious. She knew there wasn't anything wrong with Mr. Slytherin. In fact, this year, the son of Lily and James had flourished despite all the upheavals the poor boy had had to go through. His marks were better than ever. Not one of his teachers had complained about his class performance. Not even Severus, and the potions master had a tendency to find fault in the smallest of things if he wanted to. The boy had widened his circle of friends considerably, and even though his resorting had ended with him no longer on one of the Quidditch teams, he hadn't stopped entirely. Minerva wasn't sure if all those positive changes had their roots in the fact that Harry had been adopted, and she was reluctant to attribute any of them to Lord Slytherin. But at the same time, she couldn't deny that he at least had been the small pebble causing the avalanche. He had been the one changing around Mr. Slytherin's classes, organizing mind-healing sessions for the child, providing a steady adult interest in the boy's school performance and accomplishments. The Dursleys certainly had been lacking in that respect, and the changes in Severus since the summer. She had been worried when the young man had agreed to go back to his duties as a spy. Now it seemed that there really was no reason to fear a war with Lord Voldemort as the leader of the opposing side. Before she could sink further into her musings, the wards alerted her to someone making their way up the stairs. That probably was Lord Slytherin. With a few precise motions of her wand Minerva cleared her desk of anything that might be of interest to a visitor, but wasn't any of his business. She was just finished when a clear sound in her mind from the wards on her door. She would get used to thinking of this office as hers, and a knock on the same door alerted her to the visitor standing before it. "Come in." And it was indeed Lord Slytherin, wearing his elaborate Wisengamot robes with the family crest under a heavy woolen cloak which was open to accommodate the change in temperature between the outside and the castle. He came in, his hair a little windswept, closed the door and gave a polite nod of his head in greeting. "Headmistress, thank you for giving me time to speak with you on such short notice." Minerva stayed seated, but nodded back in return, indicating one of the visitor chairs for her unexpected guest to sit in. "Call it feline curiosity and take a seat. You look hassled. I hope all is well. Do I need to call for your son?" It still felt strange to refer to Lily and James' son that way, but she let that thought drop in favor of inspecting the young-looking wizard taking a seat in the leftmost chair, draping his cloak over the backrest. He truly looked as if he had had a long day. Severus looked remarkably like this after a day teaching the younger years, or any of the Gryffindor Slytherin classes. "No, if you'll allow it, I want to visit with him in the common room after I have spoken to you. My news is better delivered in person." The smile that looked so genuine on the handsome face told the story of happy news, and not those tragic ones she had had to bring too many times to one of her students. "Then what has brought you here this evening, Lord Slytherin?" Despite the fact that travel wasn't all that hard for magical folk, most parents restrained themselves to only communicate via letter. That a parent came to the school was not a common occurrence. "You may have heard that Harry and I have been working on getting approval to adopt a boy named Marcus, who shares our family gift, into our family. Today, rather unexpectedly, the adoption went through. So I'm here to inform Harry about the fact that he's now an older brother. And I have come here to you specifically, headmistress, to gain permission to take Harry out of school this coming weekend. I plan to make the adoption more officially than merely parchment forms filed with the ministry. There will be a party, and Harry has expressed his desire to be there when this happens, whenever that might be. Of course, Minerva understood the implication of those plans. There would be a ritual held during or before that party, and she also agreed that Mr. Slytherin should be able to be there for the boy who would be his younger brother from now on. What shocked her, though, was the small smile on the face of Lord Slytherin. It even reached his dark blue eyes. The man was pleased, and not in the smug way she had so often seen on former Slytherins, but more like someone who had worked hard and finally reached the goal that had proven to be elusive before. As there were no rules prohibiting parents from taking their children from school grounds on weekends for family celebrations, and the arrival, or maybe addition, would work better in this instance, of a new child to a family certainly qualified, Minerva nodded. "I see no reason to deny your request, Lord Slytherin. Please organize a way of travel and the time he is to be back at school with your son's head of house." She smiled and stood. "And please accept my congratulations on the growing of your family." The wizard across from her stood as well and firmly grasped her hand, shaking it. "Thank you, headmistress. You should receive an invitation to the party in a few days. I'll take my leave now to talk to my son and Professor Snape to make all the necessary arrangements. Good evening." With a flourish of putting his cloak back on, Lord Slytherin was gone, and the door shut behind him. Bemused, Minerva stared at the closed door for a moment longer, before shaking herself like a cat drenched by rain and returning to her work, searching for new members of staff. She was dreading the search for another defense instructor. "Ooh, I need to get my broom checked over the spring holidays. There simply has something to be wrong with it. She never should have been able to fly faster than I." Harry snorted at Draco's whiny tone and tilted his head sideways to get another angle on his drawing. Currently, he was working on the drawing of a flitter bloom that he planned to animate to move like the plant regularly did. "Stuff it, Harry," Draco complained. "She only has a Comet 260. I have no idea what happened to my broom that she was faster." Harry looked up and ignored Draco, who was unusually flushed, in favor of turning towards Theo, who was playing a game of chess against Daphne. "Is he always like this, when something doesn't go the way he thinks it should?" Draco gave an indignant shout, that was almost drowned out by the laughter from Theo, Daphne, and a few others in hearing range. He tends to be this way. But he's at least better than he was in first year, when he almost constantly complained that you got to be on the team and he wasn't allowed to. Theo told with the air of someone sharing a big secret, but loud enough that everyone near the central fireplace could hear him. More laughter followed, and Draco flopped down on the two-seater next to Harry with a groan. "You're a cruel bunch of evil teenagers. Why do I put up with you again?" When no one answered to that, and the room suddenly fell silent, Harry returned his attention to the room and looked around to the door as everyone was staring at it. There, just inside the door into the common room that was closing again, that very moment stood Marvolo, open cloak around his shoulders and a look of amusement on his face. "Good evening, everyone." Quickly closing his drawing pad, placing it in his book on sketch animating spells, and placing them on the near-end table, Harry stood and quickly walked over to his father. There wasn't much that would bring the man to Hogwarts on a school evening. The mirrors Marvolo had enchanted for them were simply working too well to make visits or even owls a necessity. "It worked?" Harry asked, when he was almost at his father's side, eyes wide in hope. "I signed the papers after the session this afternoon." Marvolo nodded in answer, a big grin on his face. Not thinking of what this would look like for the others, and too happy to even care, Harry took a last hasty step and enveloped the wizard before him in a big hug. They had managed it. Marcus wouldn't grow up feeling a burden or unwanted. He would have a family, a bigger brother and a father who both cared. Harry was sure they would manage to give Marcus what they both had lacked for too long. They both knew what it was like to not have family or reliable adults of any kind to care for them. Now they had a chance to make a difference for someone else. After a few moments, arms came up and around Harry, Marvolo returning the embrace. And so they stayed a moment until Harry's senses caught up with him. Fighting a blush, Harry let his arms fall to his sides, feeling Marvolo do the same. He was painfully aware that everyone who had been staying at the common room was now looking at two of them, and that there were a few more students here, probably fetched from the dorms by their friends. "Can you tell me more?" Harry asked in Parseltongue, leading Marvolo to a more secluded corner for a conversation. They settled comfortably in two adjacent armchairs of dark green velvet. "Just before the session started today, Mrs. Wispy came to tell me that the papers were ready. I went up as soon as the session was over." Marvolo started, the happiness not vanishing from his face. "I went to see the headmistress before coming here. She agreed to let you leave school this coming weekend. I'll have to hash out details with Severus, but that should be easy enough." Harry couldn't stop himself from snorting, earning himself an eye roll from Marvolo. Harry shrugged unapologetically. Severus Snape was a sworn follower of Marvolo's. There was no reason to assume that there would be any problem with Marvolo's getting exactly what he wanted from the man in situations just like this. "Barty is writing invitations to the party that will be sent out tomorrow. There will be an announcement in the important newspapers about the adoption, of course, and I'll have to search for a ritual I vaguely remember. Not like the one we did for Aiden, but something similar enough. Would you be willing to lay the rune circle if it's not too complicated?" Harry nodded with a silly grin on his face. Certainly, he would be happy to have such a big role in the adoption. With an announcement in the papers, the news would be all over the school in no time. "Can I tell Sirius?" Harry asked, certain that his godfather would wish to know of such a big change in Harry's life from Harry himself. "Will Marcus get godparents?" For a moment, Marvolo just sat there blinking, and with an expression on his face that reminded Harry of the time Dudley had run into the glass wall of the snake enclosure after the glass had reappeared behind him. Before Harry could inquire if Marvolo was feeling well, the man quickly shook his head and nodded slowly. "You may tell your godfather. Everyone will know tomorrow anyway. And thanks for bringing a point to my attention I hadn't thought about until now. He should get godparents, shouldn't he?" "I'll have to think on that." Marvolo smiled again and rose, picking up his cloak as he did so. "Have a nice evening, Harry. I'm sure Severus will inform you of the arrangements for Saturday morning once we have sorted them out." They now were moving back towards the main fireplace and the door to the common room, passing all the students trying and failing to act normal and not show how nervous they were in the presence of Lord Slytherin and his heir. "I'll be sure to keep in touch," Harry said, following his father right up to the door, a little as if he was escorting a visitor back to the door of his own house, and that picture might not even be that far off from reality. "Have a nice evening, father." And he was gone, probably to speak with Professor Snape and think about possible godparents. The moment Harry turned back to the common room, he was faced with a silent crowd of Slytherins, all visibly curious, and only the students of fifth year and up even attempting to hide their true feelings. Knowing that there was no way he would get even a moment of calm if he didn't address the hippogriff in the room, Harry took a few steps back to his usual seat in front of the main fireplace. "Because I know you're all dying of curiosity." Harry grinned at his friends and Theo, rolling his eyes. "Father finished the paperwork on the adoption of Marcus, a young boy who is a distant relative. It'll be in the Prophet tomorrow, and there will be a party on Saturday. To get the questions out of the way, I'm happy that I'll be a big brother. Marcus is an intelligent kid. He loves snakes. Currently he attends the new school Lord Lestrange has founded. I don't think that you need to know more." Murmurs started up again, and the common room returned to its normal state on a Monday evening. The studious were finishing off homework given on that very day. The lazy were rushing to finish work given to them the week before and do the next day. Harry collected his drawing supplies and his book, smiled to his friends, and explained in a much lower voice. "Father just went to the professor to sort out the details of me leaving for home over the weekend. And because I don't want my godfather to read about this in the mail, I'll contact him now. I'll be back later." Theo nodded, Daphne smiled, the others gave only short sounds of acknowledgement, and Harry already was planning how best to present the facts and developments with Sirius. Tuesday, 27th of February 1996. As expected, the news of the adoption had made the front page of the Daily Prophet. Sighing in resignation, there simply was no way he could stop the press if he was going to use mostly legal means. Marvolo folded the newspaper, placed it to the side of the table, and turned towards the honey-sweetened pancakes on his plate. Harry had brought up an important point yesterday that Marvolo hadn't even considered until then: the need to name godparents for Marcus during, shortly before, or after the adoption ceremony on Saturday. It simply was too important a tradition to name a set of responsible adults as possible guardians in dire circumstances, and as more people to have a guiding influence on the child growing up. Usually, friends of the parents were chosen. There just was no other explanation how Sirius Black ever could have been made godfather to Harry any other way. And more often than not, it was a witch and wizard who were not married or part of the same family. Marcus didn't have that, as far as they knew, because his mother hadn't been able to choose, and the foster child system employed by the British government at this time didn't choose either. Marvolo briefly wondered if it would have made a difference for him if there had been a steady adult presence in his life, beside the rather overworked and disinterested people at Wool's. Shaking his head to get back on track, it didn't matter as it was much too late now. Marvolo cut a piece from his breakfast and explored his possibilities in this while he carefully chewed. There were a lot of Death Eaters he could appoint to this position. Whoever he picked would be pleased and see this honor as a big sign of his favor. Marvolo furrowed his brow in displeasure. That wouldn't work well. He couldn't deny that this position was one only given to those trusted to care for the child, but it shouldn't be seen as a reward. So everyone who might interpret it that way was out of the running from the start. But it still left a few Death Eaters. Among them Lucius, Benjamin, Xerxes, and Severus. Could he get away with asking one of them in the eyes of the public? The fact that at least some of them had serious troubles with him, even if only in pretense, or had when he had come back, might stick out as odd to some people. So maybe not Lucius, who still maintained a rather overly polite, if no longer frosty relationship with Marvolo in public. The others were options, though. A bigger problem was to find a witch he knew well enough and who could fill the position of godmother. He didn't really know many witches. There was Augusta Longbottom, whom he had to work with on and off, as she was Harry's regent for the Potter seat, and a member of the Wisengamot herself. Then there was Amelia Bones, who seemed determined to befriend him despite the past they shared. If he was to select her, there would be no one in the whole of Wizarding Britain who could claim he was trying to push his adopted son towards dark magic. The same was probably true if he were to ask Madame Longbottom, but she was older, and albeit she had been friendly enough, Amelia's efforts at moving on were less strained. Picking up another pancake and floating over the pot of honey, Marvolo decided that he wasn't going to ask one of the wives of his Death Eaters to be Marcus' godmother. He didn't really know them well, so why should he ask one of them? Finishing up his breakfast, Marvolo tried to come to a decision as he was short on time with the invitations sent out the evening before, Barty having worked nearly in accord to get all the letters written, addressed, and attached to owls. Ooh-oh, like most days in the morning, Xerxes was at the school in his office, going through his mail. There constantly were more children found that had magic but were living with muggles, so they had to send out representatives to introduce their families to magic and invite the children to their school constantly too. But most of the letters were from magical families all over the country asking for information on the school. They wanted to know if the school cost anything to send their children there, what the curriculum was, and if they truly offered schooling for squibs. It seemed that their society really had been in need of a school for younger kids, even as he had learned why there hadn't been one before. Just as Marvolo had predicted, there had manifested a kind of poltergeist, not unlike Peeves, who existed in Hogwarts, only looking younger than Peeves and behaving more childishly. The poltergeist didn't have a name yet, and all any adult had ever seen were flashes of a giggling, half-transparent floating child vanishing around corners. As the number of missing or damaged supplies hadn't increased and no child had come to harm, Xerxes wasn't too concerned over this development. They would deal with the manifestation of juvenile magic gathered in such quantities in one place, just as Hogwarts had done for centuries. Thinking of the Dementor, at that moment, there was the sound of a flue activating in the room where his secretary was sitting at her own desk. A squib he had hired to help with all the administrative stuff that came with running a school and home for children, likely announcing the arrival of his lord, who just the day before had adopted one of the children under Xerxes' care. Signing the letter he just had written, assuring a mother that they did in fact offer a course in tailoring for squib teenagers, Xerxes looked up in time to see Marvolo enter his office behind a slightly intimidated-looking young secretary. "Lord Slytherin for you, headmaster." Xerxes stood and nodded to his young aide. "Thank you, Miss Hopkins. Please ensure that we'll not be interrupted." With a murmured affirmative, Miss Hopkins was gone, leaving Xerxes alone with Marvolo, who had a pensive look about him. "Sit down, Marvolo. I guess you're here because the adoption finally came through." Doing as he had asked his friend to do as well, Xerxes sat down, folding his hands on his desktop on top of the letter he just had finished. Marvolo sat down in the leather armchair in front of Xerxes' desk and nodded. "Indeed." Yesterday was spent getting everything ready at Griffin House, sorting out the adoption ceremony and party on Saturday, ensuring that Harry would be able to come as well. And now that that's done, I wanted to talk with you about when would be the best time for Marcus to move to his new home. "You say everything is prepared at your home." Xerxes got a nod in answer, without even the slightest delay. "Then I see no reason to wait any longer. Marcus can come home with you right after school lets out today. The bus will change its route slightly to pick him up tomorrow morning and bring him back again after school is done. And I would suggest that you come to pick him up today." Marvolo looked a little as if someone had dared to smack him over the head, and Xerxes had to work on maintaining his professional expression. "You can send an elf to pick up his things right away, of course. Maybe you'd like to inform him yourself over lunch." "We haven't spoken with him yet, as we didn't know how long setting up a room for him would take you." They had been informed of the change in guardianship the moment Marvolo had signed the papers the day before. "That's not what you expected to happen." It was more a statement than a question, as Marvolo's face gave the man's surprise away in a way that Xerxes hadn't seen all that often. Even back when they all had been just over 11 years old, Marvolo had had a rather uncanny control over his features. "You're right. That wasn't even near what I had expected. But I guess you're right, Xerxes. There really is no reason to keep Marcus waiting. It might even work in our favor if he gets to live with me for a few days before the adoption ritual." And there, the amusing expression of stunned disbelief and surprise was gone again. "Regarding that ritual." I need to have a look at a few books in your library. I remember dimly that I read about a ritual to accept a distant relative into the more immediate family. That would fit nicely with our situation, and I hope that you can help me sort out the question of godparents. Xerxes was sure that his own face briefly revealed his surprise. That wasn't something he had thought about, which only showed how thorough his lord was in his planning. I think I can't ask you, as I'm supposedly responsible for your loss of your sons, but I need someone to discuss my available choices. Xerxes nodded, agreeing readily. Soon they were discussing the merits and possible problems of all the people Marvolo considered candidates for the important position of godparent for Marcus. Ooh, he had been excited the whole day. His new dad had rolled his eyes when Marcus had started bouncing as they had waited in the flu room at school for their turn to use the flu to travel home. And before Marcus had been allowed to run up to his room, he had had to put away his cloak and change his shoes. But after that, only the explanation that his room was on the second floor and had his name on the door had been enough to send him running up the stairs. And now he was here. There was only one bed in the room, a big bed with curtains that could be drawn around it, carvings of guardian dragons at all four posts, a number of rugs that had different patterns lay on the floor. Marcus especially liked the one with cats chasing each other around the edge. There was a shelf with a few books, the figurine of a unicorn prancing, and a box with a few board games. Marcus ran from one end of the room to the other. He looked into his drawers and the wardrobe, inspected his desk with the neat chair in front of it and his small bag for school next to it, ran to the window which looked out on a dreary London day, turned to run back to the bed, and saw his new dad standing in the door, smiling. There is a room with games down the hall. Harry's and my room are on this floor as well. Flim attached plates with our names to the doors there too. You can enter my room when I'm in there and you need me. Otherwise, please respect my privacy. After dinner, the tailor will be here. He needs to take your measurements for the robes you'll be wearing to your party. Flim will inform you when it's time for dinner. Do you need anything? Too overwhelmed for words, Marcus simply ran the few steps to where Dad was standing and enveloped the other's legs with his arms. A hand settled on his head, smoothing down his hair. It was wonderful, and he would never have to leave. Something heavy slid over his foot, and Marcus looked down to see a section of Nagini slithering by on the floor. He giggled. "Tell me a story, little one," Nagini demanded, and Marcus let go of his dad's legs to run over to the shelves to take a look at the books. There was his copy of the fairy tales Dad could read so well, and a few picture books he enjoyed at school, as well as some he never had seen before. He got one out and had a good look at the picture on the front. An owl blinked up at him from the branch she had been painted on. "Sure, sit on the bed." Taking Nagini's change in direction, as agreement Marcus climbed onto the bed and made himself comfortable against the headboard, settling the book in his lap, waiting for Nagini to curl around him, her head positioned so that she had a good view of the pictures. "I'll leave the two of you to it. Flim will be fetching you for dinner." The door closed softly as Dad left, but Marcus was engrossed in a story he was telling that explained how the Krupp and the Kneasel on the 2 pages currently opened had managed to nick the pudding from the kitchen and got to eat it before dinner. Wednesday, 28th of February 1996. The cutlery and plates were splashing around more water than usual while washing themselves under direction of Marley's spell. She even had spelled a bucket and mop to gather the water from the floor to reduce the risk of her slipping on the wet floor. Once again, she felt conflicted over Lord Slytherin and the man's actions. All she had heard from Ron and Ginny about how Harry was doing at school indicated that the boy was better off now than he ever had been while staying with his other family. In fact, what little she had learned about them from her twins and Arthur, from when they had picked Harry up for the visit to the Quidditch World Cup, hadn't painted the most friendly of pictures. And still, she had trouble trusting the evidence before her eyes and disregarding her gut, feeling that there simply had to be something fishy about the wizard. He had killed so many in the past. How could it be that he had changed so drastically? They had gotten an invitation to the adoption party that was to be held on Saturday at Potter Manor, she and Arthur, while the letter had said that all other members of the family no longer at school or living at the Burrow also had been invited. Short flu calls to Bill and Percy had confirmed that, just Charlie hadn't received any owls yet. But that hadn't been all that surprising. Maybe she could have saved the money it had cost her to use the international flu calling system from the post office in Diagon Alley. Arthur thought that they should go and gift the child a nice little toy, or maybe a sweater. Marley still had doubts. With another angry flick of her wand, she sent the chimney sweep up through the chimney to clean it out. Before all this had started with Harry's adoption, the world had been easier. That much was certain. Ooh, another letter from your father. Picking up the letter that had been delivered during their midday meal, Enora rolled her eyes, while Noel muttered not exactly polite descriptors of the girl, marking them under her breath. A few girls had picked up on the fact that they were receiving letters from the former convict Sirius Black, and that the man, probably, was their father, and not married to their mother. A few people still had problems with something like that. Enora had a suspicion that there was envy speaking. The girls acting that way all followed one ringleader, who already was set to marry a wizard almost 10 years her senior. She always tried to tell everyone how much money she would have access to, how good that match was for her family assets. It didn't feel as if she really believed it, more like she was repeating it as often as she could in an effort to convince herself. So she ignored her. There wasn't anything they could do to help her anyway, and her cronies, and tried to help Noel do the same. Stop muttering and read. Enora admonished her sister, breaking the seal on the letter and folding the letter open. Once again it was written in English, with just the greeting at the beginning and at the end in stilted French. It was a nice gesture, but also rather awkward. It was just that bad. The letter answered a few questions from their last letter. Sirius never had been to Namibia, and he rather liked spicy food, and asked a few more of his own. This exchange of questions that seemed a little disjointed and without context had started a few letters ago and was intended to make it easier for them to get to know each other a little before they met in person. But this letter contained a question that had a lot of context. He asked them if they would be all right if he brought his godson and another boy with him to the house for a few days over the holidays. What do you think? Noel asked in a rather low voice, making reading her opinion on the matter from tone alone all but impossible. Enora shrugged. It might help if we and Mother aren't the only ones there with him. His godson might also be another source for information. Watching them interact might help us get a better picture of who he really is. The idea of a week of only them, their mother, and a relative stranger who most likely was their father in a house in the countryside had something daunting about it. Adding another teenager and a younger kid into that mix might make it easier to bear. Let's make a list of all the reasons that's a good idea, and all those why it wouldn't be a good idea. Noel groaned playfully, her dark brown eyes sparking with amusement at teasing her sister. If we must. Yes, we have to. Ooh, it was funny how the Daily Prophet managed to ship as far as Egypt the same day as it came out. It probably had something to do with magic. Albus snorted and unfolded his third example of the newspaper he had received. His healers had decided that he was stable enough to read unfiltered news information again. Albus was pretty sure that was a good sign for his mental health and stability. He wasn't so sure it was a good idea to read the Daily Prophet if he wanted to improve more. But sadly, it was the only publication from home that brought a good mixture of actual news from Quidditch, over politics, to society news. All the other publications he could pick that came from Britain were specific magazines, like Transfiguration Monthly, and others mostly publishing studies, papers, and other research pertaining to their field. When he spotted the article detailing how Marvolo Slytherin had adopted another child without a proper family, Albus contemplated what might have happened to the boy he had found in that orphanage so long ago if he had been adopted by a magical family. Would they have been able to curb the dangerous tendencies Albus still believed he had seen? There was no way to be sure. And as his healers insisted, there was no real benefit in speculating about past events and how they might have turned out if he himself had made a different decision. He wasn't responsible for everything that happened, and it wasn't his duty to prevent bad things from happening. And most importantly, as the healers reiterated constantly, it wasn't his place to decide what bad even was. Deciding to be happy for a little boy by the name of Marcus that he was getting an older brother as caring as Harry, Albus moved on to the small advertisement section. The most curious things could be found there. Uo, with narrowed eyes, he read the morning paper and the announcement in it. Of course, he already had heard about it through the ministry grapevine the day before, but seeing it written drove the blade in deeper. Once again, the ministry had let itself be led by Slytherin like a Krupp on a leash. Most of them were just too happy to avoid conflict, bow to those seemingly more powerful, and simply do whatever promised to bring the most profit for them. Crushing the paper in his hands, sending the sound of tearing paper into the otherwise silent kitchen, his wife once again in bed dosed with potions to ward off the grief, he took deep breaths. He would win nothing if he acted out of anger. He would work patiently, methodically, and without rest towards his goal, following the plan he had made. There was no other way he could possibly rid the world of the evil that went by the name of Slytherin. Uhu Saturday, 2nd of March 1996, before they would go over to the manor for a party. They had gathered around the fireplace in the kitchen at Griffin House, or rather they would gather there. The adults currently were milling about in the formal dining room, and only Harry and Marcus were currently in the kitchen. Harry was crouching on the floor, a piece of chalk in hand, carefully drawing the circle of the ritual blessing Marvolo had handed to him. It wasn't the same circle they had used when Theo had gotten a younger brother. Aidan hadn't been part of the Nut family magic before the ritual, but Marcus already had access. His ability to speak with snakes was proof of that. So Marvolo had spent many hours in various libraries, family libraries of different old families, searching for an old ritual blessing he vaguely remembered to once have seen. In the end, he had been able to find it. The ritual was similar to the one used for Aidan with lots of runes for family-related terms, but it was different in many ways as well. For one, there weren't any of the smaller circles with different family crests. Only 3 small ones, one with a rune for brother, one for father, and one for child. Marcus was sitting on the big table, swinging his legs, watching with interest what Harry was doing. "Do you learn that at school? Mrs. Moores told us about runes and what they can be used for last week, but she said it's dangerous if you don't know what you're doing." Harry hummed and finished one rune with a resolute stroke. If you combine the wrong runes in the wrong way, it can get dangerous. "That's why Father will have a look over what I have drawn before we begin." Harry looked up and smiled over to his little brother. It felt strange, he had a little brother. "Why is that circle green?" Marcus pointed to the one Marvolo would stand in later, the one with the rune for Father. "Because I used green chalk for it." Harry laughed when Marcus stuck his tongue out at him. "The instructions Father gave me say to draw that part in green. It doesn't have an explanation. We'll have to ask him." Marcus hummed, fiddling with the hems of his silken robes. Harry had draped his own robe, the one he had that represented the Slytherin family, over one of the chairs, so it wouldn't get in the way while he was crawling over the floor. The embroidery was delicate, and Harry wasn't about to risk it catching on anything. Marcus' robes were of similar make, as he was just as much of the ancient and noble house of Slytherin as Harry and Marvolo. It was obvious that Marcus was accustomed to wearing robes each day at school, but robes made of silk were something different still. "Are you excited?" Harry picked up the parchment Marvolo had handed him before sending him to lay the circle to check what was the next part to be drawn. Marcus hummed. "Dad said there will be cake and ice cream later. I look forward to that." At the tone, the younger boy used Harry looked up in surprise. Marcus scowled at the circle, making Harry smile. He was pretty sure he knew what the problem was. "No reason to worry, Marcus. Father is an expert in this, and if he wasn't sure I'm good enough to do this right, he wouldn't let me attempt this, and he'll check before we begin. I have participated in a few different rituals by now. It's safe." And just as the weather could change within minutes in April, Marcus' mood changed again. What kind of rituals were they? Suddenly, he sounded eager again. Harry sat back on the floor, paying attention not to smudge any of the lines in the rune circle, and looked up to his little brother. One was the adoption ritual when Aidan was adopted into the family of my friend Theo. The other one was one healer Greengrass performed, a diagnostic ritual. They both went fine, and this will as well. Marcus scrunched his face up. "Dia what?" Harry smiled. That might have been a little big of a word. "Diagnostic." The ritual checked if there was anything wrong with me, like broken bones or a cold or something like that. It's quicker than checking everything with charms. and everything was all right. Marcus seemed content with the explanation and looked on as Harry finished the circle with a few markings selected to represent their family. Snakes were prominent among that group. Harry felt content and elated over the prospect that this ritual would finish the process of Marcus becoming his younger brother, and that he would have had a significant part in the ritual preparation. Uo Nagini was resting near her human and one of the contained fires that spread nice heat around it. There were a lot of other humans around, bringing with them an interesting plethora of smells. Marvolo had explained earlier that his family was about to gain a new member. He had shortly spoken with both little ones this morning before they had gone off to the room where the food was prepared and she wasn't allowed to hunt. The elf was most insistent on that and even had set some magic around the access points hindering Nagini from entering the room. But for today that magic had been lifted. Nagini was to be part of the ceremony. That was bound to be interesting, even though it was quite boring at the moment. Humans had such an odd way of communicating. Nagini. Marvolo caught her attention. She turned her head so that she had her human in her line of sight. Can you please check on the boys and see if Harry has finished the ritual circle? I'll check on the little one and the even littler one. Nagini agreed and then started to slither over the wooden, smooth floor towards the opening in the wall everyone was using to get in and out of the room. She would need better names for her human's hatchlings. Maybe the one she had called Little One before had a point. The new one was so much more fitting to the description. Nagini chuckled to herself when the humans scattered before her, making room for her magnificent form to move. She really missed the skittish, fat man who had smelled so interestingly of rodents. It had always been fun to chase him around a room or get him to jump by slithering by just a little nearer than needed. When she made it to the room smelling of cooked meats and plants, Nagini took in the position of her small humans, raising the front of her body a little off the floor. Master wants to know if the circle is finished. She stayed away from where the bigger one of her small humans was sitting on the floor. Marvolo had taught her the dangers of disturbing a painted circle on the floor. Before her human didn't tell her it was safe to slither over the ground covered in funny-smelling markings, she would stay clear of it. I'm finished, Nagini. So father can come in to check my work. The bigger hatchling, she really needed better names for them, answered, turning a little so he could see her. Are you excited as well? I'm really excited. The small hatchling hissed, sending jittery vibrations from where he was sitting towards the floor and all over the room. I'm happy to have another human here at home, and you being here makes my human happy. I'm happy about that. Nagini hissed at the small one with amusement. She found the concept of caring for the young slightly puzzling. Snakes usually only protected their young until they hatched, if even that long. Marvolo once had explained that human hatchlings couldn't look after themselves from the start, that they even needed to be carried around. Nagini wasn't all that sure Marvolo was serious with that, but she could see that the small one they had visited at that place for human hatchlings wasn't yet skilled enough to hunt for his own food. I'll let Marvolo know. With that, she turned around and slithered over her own body to return to the room filled with grown humans talking. Nagini watched all that followed with interest. First, her human went to where the little one had drawn on the floor, checking the markings, and then doing some magic to make sure she couldn't smudge the markings when she moved over them. After that, the humans moved from where they had gathered before to where Nagini normally wasn't allowed to go. A human took control of the situation, telling everyone where they should stand, arranging her two small humans in certain spots, taking another inside the marking, while everyone else gathered to form a circle of warm bodies around the circle of chalk. Nagini, please move so that you are a circle between me and my two sons. Marvolo asked her at one point, and Nagini readily followed the directions. This would bring her into the middle of everything. She moved so her head was resting near the feet of the smallest human, who had the man smelling of dried plants and fire, and a woman smelling of soap, beeswax, and parchment at his shoulders, hissing friendly words to him. The small one was so nervous, his heart sounded like a bird in a cage trying to get out. People started to speak at the outer edges of the circle, each lighting a white candle when they said something, usually short. Then the two grown humans next to the small hatchling spoke before it was the turn of her humans, her family. and the air started to fill with the feeling of something almost like lightning crackling along her scales. Marcus, son of distant family, I do not know, I welcome you into my house and under my protection. I promise to be your protector, guardian, and father for as long as you need me to be, and to hold you close as family for as long as I life. A human hissed first. Marcus, child of distant family, I do not know, I welcome you to be my little brother, to grow up by my side, to play with me, and quarrel as brothers do. I promise to be your protector, friend, and older brother for as long as we both life. The little one added, filling the air with more of that delicious and curious feeling. Together, we'll be from now on a family of 3. Hissing got really loud at the end when they all hissed the words together, and Nagini felt the energy charging forward and sideways into the humans around her, binding them all together in their smells, even more than they already had been. That had been nice, especially the warmth now filling her. Maybe they would find another hatchling they could claim for their family so they could repeat this. She really would like that. Uwo children were running around, chased by Harry, who was the only teenager present at the party. He had been pressed into darning wings fashioned after a Hungarian horntail, spreading his arms and flapping them to make it seem as if he was flying, and was sporting a silly headdress as well. But Marvolo had to admit that his older son, and wasn't that a truly glorious and frightening feeling, to have 2 sons, managed an impressive imitation of an angry dragon chasing away knights who were trying to steal from the dragon's nest. He makes a convincing dragon, Amelia unknowingly affirmed Marvolo's own musings. I fear that it might be the result of first-hand experience, Marvolo stated dryly, grinning despite himself. Amelia snorted, shifting a little so she had a better view of the children now turning and launching a coordinated attack on the dragon. How much do you bet that the prophet will have at least one article tomorrow, wondering how it came to be that I'm Marcus, godmother? I won't take that bet, Marvolo snorted. That was a certainty. But I'm happy to provide more gossip for the mills. If I'm honest, I'm rather curious to read what they make of me choosing the newly named Lord Prince and the head of the department for magical law enforcement. The little knights had managed to drag the dragon down to the ground, freed from snow and under warming charms set by the elves, and now Harry was calling for mercy between helpless laughter as he was being tickled. Children could be cruel was the saying, and considering that a tickling curse was a rather effective tool in torture, that right there was proof of that saying. Well, I fear that they won't go with common sense, Amelia said, sipping from her cup of warmed punch. They probably will once again claim that we are courting and will play up the angle of dark wizard with the professor. Marvolo nodded, giving in to temptation and morphing his expression to one more grave than he ever would truly show. It can't be that I searched for 2 strong individuals, of clear moral convictions, old enough to care for a child should it come to that, with assets and skills, insights and experience that could benefit my son. No, it has to be that I want to sway a witch to marry me, and that another only agreed to the position to corrupt a young innocent boy towards darkness. Amelia laughed, covering her mouth with one hand. When she had regained her composure, she gestured towards where Xerxes stood with the parents of his heiress, as well as a few others who obviously were muggles. It seemed that inviting all of Marcus, classmates, including siblings and parents, had been a good idea. Would you be so kind as to introduce me to some of the non-magical guests of your party? She asked. Marvolo gave her a look. This is Marcus' party, but of course I'll introduce you to some of the parents of muggle-born witches and wizards. The 2 objectives that he had had when he had given Barty the list of people to invite seemed to have been met. Make it a memorable party for Marcus, and provide networking opportunities to promote the inclusion of families with dormant magical blood into their society. It was really working out rather well. Chapter 89, Time Flies. Chapter text March 1996, settling into life with a small child in the house had its upsides and downsides, but Marvolo felt that the downsides were more numerous. It was nice to eat dinner in the company of Marcus, listening to the boy telling about his day and what he had learned in school, with Nagini hissing commentary now and again. They often spoke Parseltongue at home nowadays, but days like this one were trying, to say the least. A door closed with a bang, angry, quick steps running along the hall on the family floor, before Marvolo heard the door open again, heavier steps following. "Master Marcus, come back here. You're not finished with setting the room to rights yet." That was the voice of the nanny Marvolo had hired to help him care for Marcus in the evenings and on weekends when school was closed and there were no lessons for the day. Mrs. Peters was another squib he had found through his Death Eaters. She was a born greengrass, but no one had volunteered more information on her parents, had married a muggle who was now dead, never had a child of her own, and had worked many years caring for the children of other people. She seemed competent, but today had been a bad day from the start. Marcus hadn't wanted the porridge Flim had made them, and had rejected most vehemently every alternative the house, Elf, had offered. It seemed the bad weather, a storm with heavy rain, had caused the teachers to have the children stay indoors for their playtime usually spent outside. Additionally, Marcus had complained that all the snow was gone. All in all, this had been a really trying day for all of them. With a sigh, Marvolo stood from his desk and made his way upstairs where he could hear the nanny knocking on the door to Marcus' room. They had been tidying up the playroom then. "Can I help?" Marvolo asked, and the nanny turned from the door to face her employer. "The door is stuck. I don't think that's usually something this door does." Marvolo shook his head, indicating that indeed this door wasn't one to get stuck. "Thought so. Then it probably was blocked using magic. Marcus is most unhappy today. He wasn't able or willing to concentrate on any of the games and started to throw toy blocks around. When I told him that we would stop and clean up the room, he helped at first." She gave a sigh. "I think he's more than a little frustrated with how this day went." Marvolo nodded. "I'll have a look at the door and a talk with my son. Maybe you want to take a cup of tea and a piece of cake down in the kitchen. Flim certainly will be happy to provide you with both. My paperwork can wait." He wasn't too keen on bookkeeping and report reading anyway. Spending time with his son, even if he was cranky, was a better use of his time. With a grateful nod, Mrs. Peters made room in front of the door. "That sounds like a wonderful idea. I'll be back later. I guess we most likely will need help getting ready for bed again." If he had to, Marvolo was pretty sure he and Marcus would manage, but it was easier with her help. When she was gone, Marvolo took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and then cast a silent unlocking spell at the door. Alohomora was enough, and went in. Marcus was on his bed, face down, legs hanging over the side, listlessly punching a pillow with his tiny fist. The boy certainly had had a bad day judging by the picture he made. Marvolo felt a little bad for smiling and quickly schooled his face in a friendly one, showing that he could feel Marcus' frustration. "Wasn't a good day?" Marvolo asked as he sat down next to Marcus on the bed, smoothing down his casual robes as he did so. "No," was the muffled reply. "Want to help me clean up the playroom with magic?" The trick had worked before, and maybe watching some harmless magic being done would help Marcus to get out of his bad mood. Hesitantly, Marcus rolled over onto his back, looking up to where Marvolo was sitting and smiling at him. His efforts gained Marvolo a hesitant nod. With a hand stretched out for his son, Marvolo stood up, hoping to lure his son up from the bed. It worked like a charm, and together they raced through the hall and into the playroom, Marcus laughing and Marvolo smiling. When they entered the room, Marvolo got to see a mess of toys spread out all over the room, colorful carpet and rugs covered with equally colorful blocks of wood, figurines of different animals as well as magical creatures, and the pieces of at least 2 jigsaw puzzles. "Let's clean up here. You tell me where the pieces go, and I'll levitate them there." Of course, Marvolo knew that this was kind of a cheat, and some would argue that he was going too easy on Marcus. But he felt that forcing the child to work on cleaning the room on his own, the tedious way, even as he was frustrated for some reason, would be detrimental. It always had made him more angry and less likely to cooperate and listen. After many hours with Madame Goyle, he guessed that those harsh methods were one of the reasons he always had treated emotions and emotional responses as weaknesses. Better avoid creating the same environment for his young son. Placing everything back where it belonged was quick work with this method, and Marcus was a little less hard to handle once that chore was out of the way. When Marvolo later went into his son's bedroom to say good night, the boy sat against the headboard, his favorite stuffed snake clutched in his hand and a pleading look on his face. "Can you make it snow?" With a twirl of his wand, Marvolo conjured up some dry, never-melt snow that started to fall from the ceiling and soon created small banks against objects and furniture in the room. And real snow, the kind that melts when it gets inside. I want to build another snowman. So that had been the reason for Marcus' bad mood after school. It's spring now. There won't be snow until the next winter, but soon it'll be warm enough to go swimming and broom riding outside. Marvolo knew how to change the weather in an area to get snow, and he even would be able to do it. But this kind of magic was one that was illegal for very good reasons. It had been banned once because people had blamed all kinds of weather mishaps on magical folk. New knowledge on how the weather worked on a global level made it quite clear that manipulation in one area, even just a small one, could have devastating effects somewhere else, and even bad long-term effects for the whole planet. In short, it really wasn't worth the hassle. But I want to build a snowman, Marcus pouted, folding his arms over his chest, strangling the stuffed snake in the process. How about I read you a story about a snowman? Marvolo asked in an attempt to derail a possible temper tantrum. They had just recently added a book on the seasons, and what changed between them to the child-appropriate library, which held several short stories about things one could see, experience, or expect in any given season. And so the day ended with Marvolo imitating the voices of a snowman, a robin, and a squirrel. Marcus had fun and finally went to sleep, and Marvolo successfully had avoided doing the most boring paperwork ever invented for another evening. Ooh, with each day that passed, the final exams were drawing nearer, and for Harry and his year mates, the Big Owl exams were coming up. Even students who normally weren't prone to care much about exams until the very last minute could be seen studying in the library quite regularly. These weren't the normal exams they were used to. They would have to answer questions about everything they had learned since they had started at Hogwarts, not only what they had covered in the past year. Knowing his weak points, Harry had managed to jump over his own shadow, leave his pride behind, and ask Draco for help with his practical potions work. Between those regular sessions, at least weekly to build up muscle memory on how to prepare ingredients, homework, practice with the Slytherin Quidditch team, lessons with Professor Snape for occlumency, meetings with Madame Goyle every other week, and preparations for the Defense Club, there wasn't much time left. When Hermione had offered, and in Ron's case insisted, to create study plans for them all once again, Harry had accepted and made sure that she counted the time spent preparing the Defense Club meetings and the club meetings themselves as study time for defense against the dark arts. One aspect of those plans was that their circle of friends regularly met in the library for study sessions. Where's that information? Theo grumbled under his breath, quickly paging through the potions book they had been using since first year and which he had picked up from one of the shelves nearby. What are you searching for? Hermione asked, without looking up from the text she was scanning for something. The different uses of snake fangs in potions. I thought it would be in here, as I had references about this in my study notes from third year, but I can't find it. Theo looked up and over to where Hermione was sitting, frustration clearly on his face. The stress was getting to all of them. Have you looked in the theory section to the cure for boils? I think it's hidden between some more interesting tidbits of information near the end of the page. Easily overlooked, Hermione said, after only a short moment of hesitation, seemingly not really paying attention to the people around her. Theo threw Harry an incredulous look, and Harry only shrugged. He didn't know how she was doing it, but when it came to books and what to find where inside them, he wouldn't second-guess her without very good reason. A chuckle went around the table when Theo looked up from the book only a moment later, wide-eyed and surprised. Thank you, Hermione. Some time later, Harry quickly lost track of time when he lost himself in magical theory nowadays. Integrating what he now knew about puzzle magic made it that much more interesting. Quiet footfalls neared their table in an out-of-the-way corner, and all of them looked up. Hello, Ginny. Daphne greeted the younger redhead, who slid in next to Luna, who was sitting right next to Harry, and smiled. I hope you lot aren't against me sitting with you. Ginny asked, setting her book bag down next to her chair. Alois and Vicky are reading Witch Weekly up in our dorm and are giggling like mad, and I still have to finish my essay for defense. Why it's important to know the habitats of potentially dangerous creatures. She managed to imitate Professor Slinkard's voice and demeanor quite well, getting a few snickers from the mix of Gryffindor and Slytherin students sitting around the table. Luna seemed oblivious and lost in her own head, while Hermione gave a stern, disapproving look but refrained from saying anything. I just know he wants us to write some drivel on how it's easier to avoid such places when one knows what to look for. For a while, they worked in concentrated silence, passing around books, asking quiet questions of their neighbors. It was so much easier to learn here than in the common room, especially as Harry could sit with Luna, close enough to feel the warmth of her body next to his, and spend time with her this way. When Theo swapped places with Daphne to sit at the corner of the table with Ginny, Harry had to hide a grin by looking down at his own notes for herbology. He was taking notes on learning cards on different plants with drawings of leaves, flowers, stem sections, and fruits or seeds if the plant had them. One of the sixth-year Slytherins had seen the cards in the common room and offered money in exchange for a copy once Harry was finished. When Ron came over to them, no book bag in sight, but his robes in disarray and his face flushed, Harry knew that this wasn't going to end well. "What are you doing here, Ginny?" Ron seemed really angry, but somehow managed to whisper-scream at his sister, his face blotchy red in anger. "Lavender said that you were on your way to the library to meet with Nart." Harry was thinking fast to find a way to avoid a conflict in the library. This had the potential to get really loud and maybe even violent pretty fast. "What is it to you?" Ginny furiously whispered back. "Are you angry because he's a Slytherin, or because of the rumors told about his father?" Theo carefully moved himself in his chair to face Ron, his body between Ginny and her brother. Harry placed his quill down and reached for his wand slowly, trying to decide if he should do something and get problems with all three later, or if he simply would stay at the sideline waiting to see if his intervention would be needed. Maybe he should be ready to cast a shield charm over the books. For a moment, Ron seemed thrown for a loop, as if he hadn't thought about that particular angle of the problem yet. "No," was Ron's final conclusion, while he was shaking his head, still furiously glaring at Ginny. "Why should I have something against Slytherins?" Harry felt his eyebrows crawl up towards his hairline at that proclamation. That development was recent, and a little startling that Ron seemed unaware of how this had been different not really all that long ago. But if Harry himself could come to call Marvolo father in that time, Ron could come to see that Slytherin didn't equate evil. They all were growing up, some faster than others. But Ron wasn't finished. "You're too young. You can't start dating just yet. My little sister can't start snogging an older boy. That's simply not right." Now Hermione was paying more attention to the whispered shouting match than the direction from where she obviously feared Madame Pince would appear any moment. Harry watched, wand in hand but carefully concealed, as Ginny's face turned red in her anger. "How dare you? I'm plenty old enough to decide such things for myself." Suddenly Ginny and Ron both held their wands in hand, several people, precious books, and a table in the way. It didn't take long, and they all were standing, wand in hand, a wary Theo clearly unsure what to do, a pair of siblings sending silent death glares at each other, and the rest of their study group worried about how this would develop, or dissolve. This could turn bad so very quickly, and no one was about to do anything. Harry felt the need to act, to prevent the disaster he could see coming. Spells flying, damaging the books, maybe even injuring one of them, earning them all a ban from the library for the rest of their days. That wouldn't do. With much more authority and conviction than he felt, Harry took a step forward to draw the attention of all present to himself. "Let's move this somewhere else. The library clearly isn't the right place for this discussion." He could see the moment both Ron and Ginny wanted to direct their ire at him for seemingly taking the other's side. Harry held up his hands, silently casting a silencing charm first on Ginny. Her hexes were much more vicious than those of her brother, and then on Ron. "Don't be silly, both of you. Get a move on." To Harry's surprise, the others started packing up their materials, seemingly all eager to see this play out to the end. He felt like rolling his eyes. Why were people so willing to watch drama unfold between others? Quickly they managed to return books to the shelves they had taken them from, gather their stuff back into their bags, and march out of the library a few doors down into one of the many unused rooms around the castle. Ginny and Ron were still glaring at each other, but Theo and Daphne managed to keep them apart on their short way to prevent any violent outbursts. Meanwhile, Harry tried to come up with a way to clear the air. Just a few days back, Ron had wanted to know how far Harry and Luna had gone. That he now had declared Ginny too young to do the same made him look like a hypocrite in Harry's eyes. When Theo moved to stand with Ginny, Ron exploded and Harry's spell ceased to work. "Get away from my little sister. She's not old enough for a boyfriend. Keep your hands off her." Resigned, Harry lifted the spell, still affecting Ginny, and watched her storm at her brother, dust rising from the floor under her angry steps. "I have no boyfriend. And what would you say if I was with Harry?" "Would that be all right then?" Ron managed an impressive imitation of a fish, clearly uncomfortable with that accusation, but he did glance towards where Harry was standing, Luna at his side. Ginny saw that motion and turned on Harry. "And you're together with Luna, who is in the same year as me. You can't really be of the opinion that I'm too young to have a boyfriend or have one a year older than me." Holding up his hands, wand held between two fingers in his right, Harry shook his head. "Of course not. I just wanted to get us out of there before we all earned a ban from the library for the near future. I, for one, feel that you're capable of defending yourself quite well and are mature enough to have a boyfriend. And I know Theo to be a good bloke. He'll respect a witch's wishes. Sort it out between the two of you, Ron, Ginny. I, for one, agree with Ginny that she's the one to decide here." Taking Luna's hand, Harry turned to leave. This clearly was something that Ginny had to sort out with her brother by herself. The hurt on Ron's face as Harry so openly took the girl's side in this was hard to witness. That Hermione smiled at him approvingly didn't really improve the situation. Most of the others followed Harry out of the room, and they could hear the screaming before they had reached the doors to the library again. They still had studying to do. Uwu now and then Severus enjoyed a leisurely stroll along the halls of Hogwarts just before curfew. Knowing that he would return to his wife, a nice cup of warm herbal tea, too late to drink anything stimulating, and find a sound sleep, made the silent march into a welcome exercise. The possibility to catch a few students out of bounds only made the whole much sweeter. It always was fun seeing teenagers scramble and blush because they had thought to have found the best spot for hiding out. But much to each of the professors' amusement, the same places had been in use by generations of students, probably since the founders' time. As always, when spring was just around the corner, the number of students he found in compromising positions during his regularly scheduled evening strolls had increased in the recent weeks. Luckily, Madame Pomfrey was diligent in answering all questions a student might come to her with. She regularly advocated for a mandatory health class to be added to the curriculum, because only a fraction of the boys ever asked her anything, and handed out contraceptive potions without asking too many questions, keeping the students' confidence. Severus himself made sure each year's new prefects were able to answer questions for their peers. But when he had learned that a certain book was making the rounds of the dorms, originating with Mr. Slytherin, he had been glad. There never was too much information on offer to prevent mishaps between students. Only informed teenagers could make informed decisions. Today, he already had sent Mr. Nott down to the dungeons, a few corridors away from the Gryffindor Tower entrance. At least the young man had managed to set up a perimeter ward-like spell to warn him and whoever he had been with if someone was approaching. As a result, only Mr. Nott had had to listen to a short but stern scolding before being sent down. The guilty look on the boy's face had Severus suspicious, though, that there might be someone else around still, which was why he currently was walking up the stairs to the astronomy tower. It was a clear night, and even as Severus never had participated in such activities as a teenager himself, he knew for a fact that stargazing was a pastime that was considered romantic by many. The need to huddle together to stay warm only added to the appeal. The moment Severus reached the top of the tower where lessons were held, the cold night air hit him in the face, stealing his breath for a moment. There was still quite a bit of bite to the air, but the view of the stars was spectacular. As usual, the lesson of the day in astronomy would only start at a later point, but there was whispering in the air, and the distinct wet sound of lips moving against each other in a kiss. A few steps out from the staircase gave Severus a much better view, which allowed him to spot a pair of students seated near the inner wall, not paying the stars any mind as they had wrapped their arms around each other, and their faces were attached at the lips. Taking a few more silent steps, Severus positioned himself for maximum effect before he cleared his throat to get the couple's attention. A blonde head and one with dark hair turned to look at the sudden noise, making Severus smirk. "Mr. Slytherin, Miss Lovegood, you might need the reminder that it's almost curfew, and you both are too far from your common rooms to make it back in time. Shall I deduct points now, or wait until the time truly is up?" The boy blushed, but the girl only smiled serenely, her face naturally flushed from the snogging Severus had interrupted. "No answer. I gladly would add a detention for the both of you, naturally on different evenings." As Severus had come to expect, Miss Lovegood seemed unaffected, but Mr. Slytherin quickly made to stand, putting his clothes back to order as he did so. "No need for that, Professor. We set a timer so we would be back in the common room on time." The boy trailed off, blushing even more and taking on a most sheepish look. Severus' statement seemingly had only now reached the boy's brain. "Indeed," Severus drawled. "Go on, I'll make sure you won't get lost on your way down." He waved for the students to precede him and watched in amusement as they did so, Potter, no, Slytherin, quickly picking up a blanket from the ground as he did so. "I'm sorry, Professor," Mr. Slytherin started as the three of them were descending the stairs. "We must have missed the timer. Please don't punish Luna for my error." Ever the self-sacrificing idiot. But maybe this was done in an effort to impress the young lady, and could therefore be called a Slytherin tactic. Unwilling to get too deep into that line of thought, Severus moved to another problem he had with Mr. Slytherin being so far from the common room that late in the evening, only with a younger girl as company, clearly not paying attention to his surroundings. "I thought that you had strict instructions from your father, Mr. Slytherin, to not move along the halls of Hogwarts on your own. Or have I missed some significant development that cancelled these orders?" What Severus would have given to be able to see the boy's face in that moment. His shoulders stiffened as if he was preparing to say something or to take a blow, but nothing was said, and the posture corrected to be more elegant and projecting confidence. What had the boy wanted to say? And why had he decided to keep his silence? It only took a moment for the nut to fall. "I see. Nonetheless, I would prefer for you not to wander the halls close to curfew. Am I understood, Mr. Slytherin?" "Yes, sir," was the only response the boy gave, still holding hands with the girl from Ravenclaw. They handed over Miss Lovegood to a Ravenclaw prefect they encountered on the way to Ravenclaw Tower, and then walked on in silence towards the Slytherin common room. After having lectured the boy on not going anywhere alone, Severus couldn't simply let the boy go down there on his own now. "Make sure to meet with your girlfriend during the day, Mr. Slytherin. Do I need to explain sensible precautionary measures to you?" It always was better to ask after such things than simply assume that one of the students under his care already knew what they needed. The blush that had vanished on their way down made a sudden reappearance. "That's all right. Sir Father made sure I learned everything I needed to know about that over the summer. So no need for any further explanations, sir." As Severus was pretty sure his lord would indeed make sure his heir would know everything he needed to avoid being an embarrassment to the family, he let the boy go without making him sit through an explanation that would be awkward for them both. If there was one thing, besides soiled nappies, that he wasn't looking forward to about being a father, it was the need to explain everything related to procreation to his child. Maybe Sonia would volunteer for that particular task. Ooh, it didn't take long after she had knocked for the door to open. "Cousin Nymphadora," Sirius called out, standing just inside the door. Come in, come in. Remus is in the kitchen, if you're here to see him." Sirius waggled with his eyebrows, and Dora rolled her eyes, drawing her wand. "Don't call me Nymphadora, cousin. Or next time I come over I'll get you a nice chewing toy, cousin." Most of the time Dora liked Sirius. He was fun. But his insistence on calling her by the silly name her mother had given her to rile her up was getting on her nerves. They both entered the house, so much cleaner than when it had been used as Order headquarters, and Dora cast around for a topic to bring up that would capture Sirius' interest. Better talk about something than let his mind wander and come up with pranks or something. "How is renovating at the summer house going? Do you think I could go there for a vacation sometime?" "It's going well. Bill tells me that there aren't that many curses or cursed objects there. The most problems he had were with spells disintegrating and all kinds of pests, from rats to doxies to boggarts. He'll be finished soon. He said there's someone who helps from time to time, and I can get the elf to clean and renovate there. Sirius sounded happy about the progress he described. Dora could hardly imagine how it must be to prepare to meet your own children for the first time, and they were already teenagers. The way to the kitchen wasn't long, and before they could delve deeper into the renovation, they already had arrived. Remus sat at the table with a scroll before him, a well with red ink next to his hand, a steaming cup of what probably was tea near at hand. Remus! Dora felt butterflies in her stomach as the wizard turned around, pausing in whatever he was working on. Dora, what a surprise. Come sit down. Do you want to have a cup of tea? Remus, ever the gentleman, stood from his chair, moving one facing his out so she could sit, and then went over to the stove. What are you working on, Remus? And why red ink? Dora tilted her head in an attempt to read the scroll, or at least get a glimpse of the writing. She morphed her hair into a shorter cut, spikes on her head, so it didn't fall into her eyes again. I'm marking a copy of Harry's latest history homework. As most know, Binns isn't exactly the best professor, so I've had the job as Harry's history tutor since the summer. I still mark his essays and answer any questions he has. He waved his hand, smiling a little self-consciously. I get paid, but it still feels like helping Prong's little son like a friend should do. He'll have a much better chance at a good owl result in history than many other students since Binns died. Dora called out, grinning. Remus laughed and walked back to the table, carefully balancing a cup of tea in his hand. I'm pretty sure Harry's friend, Miss Granger, will have no problem either, and probably quite a few others as well. Remus proclaimed, placing the cup in front of Dora on the worn table. Do you want lemon, sugar, cream? Sugar is fine, Dora said, accepting the small dish Remus handed her. There aren't that many students in each year willing and able to self-study to such an extent. Taking a sip from her now sweetened tea, Dora morphed her hair back into the style she had noticed drawing Remus' attention a few times. Have you read The Prophet yet? Remus sighed, leaning back in his chair. I have. You're referencing the article on this month's Weisengamot session. He didn't look as hopeful as Dora had expected he would be. Yes. Dora felt like shaking the wizard before her. Why wasn't he happier? They have decided to move the responsibility for monitoring from the Department for Magical Creatures to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Isn't that a big step in the right direction? Remus gave another sigh. Maybe. Dora, you have to see that this change is like a single stick trying to stop a flood. Even this doesn't change much. There is still a registry. We still will be treated as dangerous beasts, still watched with suspicion. And do you think, just because the department handling all the demeaning oversight no longer is named creatures, that will change the fact that people still think it? He leaned forward, placing his head in his hands, and Dora felt out of her depth. She had thought this was a good development, and it surely was, but she hadn't realized how hollow this had to feel for someone faced with the prejudice day in, day out. She scooted her chair over so she was sitting next to Remus, carefully placing her arm around him. She certainly didn't have his insight, but she wanted to learn. It'll take time, you're right. Hopefully a lot of changes like this one will, in time, result in a bigger change. Ooh, Bill was on his way to get some lunch in a nearby pub when he spotted a now familiar figure in the entrance hall, leaving one of the teller stations. Without a thought, Bill quickened his steps and called out to the wizard he had gotten to know better over the last weeks. Marvolo, the man in his well-made robes and cloak, wool with intricate embroidery of different abstract designs, turned and stopped to wait for Bill. Bill, on your way to a lunch break? Marvolo asked as he fell into step with him as he caught up. Yes, Bill agreed, looking the other over. He seemed tired. What brought you to the bank today? Setting up a trust fund for Marcus. And amending my will. I didn't find the time before today, and to do it now I had to shift quite a lot of tasks around. Shaking his head, Marvolo carded his hand through his painstakingly styled hair, destroying its careful order. My respect for each witch and wizard caring for a child on their own has grown tremendously. Really. Marcus is in school most of the day, 5 days a week, and still my time seems to have shrunk almost by 3 parts. He laughed, and Bill once again noticed how much more human Marvolo had become since the first time they had met the last summer. I can't claim to really know. Even as the big brother to 6 siblings, I never paid much attention to what Mum did. But I know that she's struggling with serious empty nest syndrome since Ginny went to Hogwarts. It's different having to care for such a young child, isn't it? Bill asked, really curious. Fleur had started talking about plans for the future, marriage, children. It was all still pretty abstract for Bill. Until he had met Fleur, his career and the challenges of curse breaking had been his main focus. Thinking about a future family of his own was baffling. They stepped through the doors out onto the stairs and slowly walked down to the street. People were hurrying up and down from one shop to the other. It wasn't exactly freezing cold anymore, but still not pleasant enough to linger. At least it didn't rain today. Bill turned towards the entrance of Nocturne Alley, where a small pub was located that was frequently visited by the human employees of Gringotts. The meals were simple, but tasty and affordable, and the pub was only a short walk away and still near enough to Diagon Alley that the clientele wasn't too dubious. Harry certainly was different. Older, for one. Able to entertain himself, Marvolo answered at last, a scarf slung around his neck against the chill. And he had learned with his previous guardians to not draw attention to himself. That he feared for his safety, not without cause, certainly added to his reluctance to interact with me. They were silent while they turned into Nocturne Alley and walked down the uneven cobblestone paving. The note you sent me was short and unexpected. Bill changed the topic when they entered the pub, and he looked around for an empty table, spotting one in a corner near the back exit. He moved to sit there. I'm sorry that I cancelled the date so suddenly, but it really is hard to find enough time to prepare everything properly. They shed their outer layers and sat down at the table, and I was thinking rituals are performed on those specific dates for several reasons. Bill nodded. That was common knowledge even after all the time the ministry and society had shunned rituals. One is that the days help boost the power of those performing the rituals, making big workings easier for everyone. But I don't need a power boost to perform this specific ritual. The boost might even have been part of the troubles I had. Marvolo shrugged and looked over to the blackboard listing the menu choices of the day. How is the chicken broth? I had it a few times. It's well made but simple, Bill answered, while his mind worked on all the reasons the quarter points of the year were considered good times to perform rituals. And what of the stabilization? I've seen the circle you've created. That's rather complex. It can't hurt to have a little help for the stability. I'm not really sure what might happen if the ritual was to go wrong. Marvolo only hummed. What can I bring you two lads today? A witch in old-fashioned, threadbare, and revealing robes asked. She was of middle age, probably, and always here when Bill came in for lunch. The chicken broth and bread for me, please, Marvolo answered, giving her a charming smile, looking totally out of place in the shabby pub in his fine robes. His everyday robes, nonetheless. I'll take the curry, Bill decided. It usually wasn't as spicy as he preferred, but it was a big portion and he was hungry. They talked about unimportant things until the food was brought, only too aware that even in Nocturne Alley there were people listening in and listening more closely when the word ritual was used. Once the food was there, a wave of the iconic pale wand under the worn table erected a one-way silencing ward around them. I want to test the theory if a less powerful day might be of benefit for this ritual. Marvolo started to explain his reasoning between two spoonfuls of soup. This is good. You know that testing too many variables at the same time is prone to give mixed results? Bill asked, breaking a piece of bread off from the chunk they had been given. You've changed a lot in the ritual itself, changing the point in time this significantly as well, that might change too much for you to be able to draw significant conclusions. If further changes come up, you may go in the wrong direction. Marvolo nodded, taking a piece of bread himself. It's not as if I had unlimited tries free, Bill, and the only negative repercussions of the ritual not working as it is designed will be the peace returning uncontrolled. I already endured that a few times now. I think I can do so again. The older wizard tried to dismiss the real impact of those occurrences, but Bill remembered. He remembered what Marvolo had told him he wanted to avoid with the redesign of the ritual, how he had feared the debilitating pain might cause him to mess up dangerously. Maybe the fact that there are still more pieces around. Bill didn't know how many exactly, but he knew that the one to be used in the next ritual wasn't the last, is the reason you could withstand and survive the pain. What if that changes, the fewer there are? Bill wasn't sure if he should mention it, but with two children dependent on Marvolo, it was more important for him to stay alive. A sigh was, for a moment, the only answer. A few minutes later, their meals half eaten, Marvolo finally spoke again. I have arranged for Harry and Marcus to spend a part of the spring holidays with Harry's godfather, Black. I hope to find the time needed for the ritual then. With both of them cared for, I can dedicate time to preparation and to recovering. I had hoped you'd still be willing to help with the ritual. Bill nodded and swallowed quickly. Of course I'm still willing to help. Harry is happier than ever, my siblings tell me. And Marcus needs his family. He didn't need to voice his interest in the mechanics of the ritual itself, or the concept of Horcruxes. As repulsed as he was by the creation of them, he still was curious as to how and why they worked. Marvolo knew about Bill's academic interests anyway. I realize that. It's one of the reasons why I have decided to get more help than just a healer. Which day would suit you? They arranged a date and parted ways just outside the white marble building of Gringotts. Bill was deep in thought as he returned to his workplace, opting to fetch himself a mug of coffee before starting to lift curses from more heirlooms. Working on curses while distracted was a receipt for disaster. Were his mother's fears founded on something else than prejudice? Bill couldn't deny his interest in curses, ancient and dangerous magic. Others had been consumed by the darkness, had lost themselves. While Bill was confident that his family and friends, and the fact that he didn't like to see others in pain, would keep him safe, there still lingered a trace of doubt. Maybe talking with Fleur would help. Chapter 90, Sly. Chapter text Monday, 1st of April 1996, the moment Harry spotted the twins already sitting at the Gryffindor table as he walked in unusually early on this Monday morning. Dreams with Luna and himself in starring roles had woken him too early, but close enough to his normal time that he just had known getting back to sleep would result in his being tired and irritable all day. Why were Fred and George already here? On his way to the Slytherin table, still rather empty, Harry was spotted by one of the twins, who elbowed the other to get his attention. With big grins, the twins saluted in Harry's direction, making him feel even more wary. Today was the 1st of April. There was no way that the twins hadn't planned something. Sitting down at the table so he could keep an eye on the two, Harry took a good look at all the food already on the table. If the twins had managed to be here at the start of breakfast, they would have had enough time to contaminate all tables with whatever prank they had planned to execute. He had to concede that it was a good idea to use this day for promotion of their products. But he really wasn't sure if he wanted to sample whatever product they had put in the food, or into one of the many different drinks. Maybe into the pumpkin juice, the milk, one of the tea blends, or the coffee which usually stood near where the older students were likely to sit. With a sigh, Harry started to fill his plate, following the rumbling prompting of his stomach. He was too hungry to forgo food in the hope of avoiding being pranked, especially as the prank might be on the bench and triggered by a certain event or time delay. He rolled his eyes as he got a thumbs up from the twins. Really, why hadn't they told him beforehand? They should know by now that he wouldn't tell on them, and as their silent partner, he felt they could have given him a heads up. Slowly, the great hall filled with sleepy students, hyperactive first years, and the members of the faculty. Harry ate his breakfast slowly, keeping an eye out for possible signs on all the others now starting their morning meal. Sipping on his cold milk, he had learned to like it during the time he had been more or less forced to consume it regularly. Harry witnessed how Professor Sinistra suddenly reached with her arm across the whole table, exclaiming in surprise. In fact, a lot of the people seeing this exclaimed in surprise, right along with Professor Flitwick, who vanished a wave of hot tea spilling from the teapot the astronomy professor had knocked over. After that, more and more people developed a tendency for extra elastic arms and legs. A few of the more experimentally inclined Ravenclaws, incidentally those who tended to be down for breakfast early, started to walk through the hall, their legs lengthening and shrinking in a way that made their way from one end to the other a sight to see. The changes only held a few minutes, and by the time Harry's arm shot out towards the ceiling as he stretched out his back, Professor Sinistra was watching, amused, as Professor Flitwick used his newfound flexibility to prance around the front of the hall, gleefully changing his height. Harry was pretty sure that he saw the moment the effects kicked in for Professor Snape, because the man suddenly stopped all movement for several moments. Harry chuckled and nudged Theo, who was sitting next to him, eagerly awaiting the time the effect would kick in for him to get his friend's attention. "Do you think we could stage a small incident that would draw the professor here? I would love to see him deal with flexible limbs." Theo chuckled as well, flexing his arm almost absent-mindedly. "I'm pretty sure that would land us in detention. Not worth it, especially as I'm sure he would manage to move even more menacingly than usual." Harry nodded, carefully testing to see if his arms were back to normal. He wanted to take another drink from his goblet, but didn't dare risk spilling it all. True enough, this is pretty funny. His arm reached for the goblet and instead shot out to Draco, who was talking with Pansy. On a whim, Harry ruffled the other's hair, eliciting an indignant "Hey!" from the blonde and laughter from the rest of the Slytherins sitting near enough to see. Once the start of the first lesson for the day drew nearer, students started to leave the Great Hall. Harry and his friends were in an excellent mood, the others going on without their friend when the twins came up to their group from the Lion's table. "Fred, George, well done," Harry praised, a big grin on his face. "I would bow if I had any idea what you're talking about, favorite Slytherin," the twin on the right said, grinning from one ear to the other. Of course they wouldn't openly admit to what they had done. Harry shook his head in amusement. "Can we look forward to more of such situations?" "Maybe, little Slytherin, maybe," the other twin answered, clapping his hand on Harry's shoulder as they moved him along into the entrance hall. "Where do you need to go?" Harry rolled his eyes at them, wondering how they had learned of his father's decree that Harry wasn't to go anywhere in the school on his own. "The Owlery. I want to send a drawing of the common room to Marcus. He made me promise. And Hedwig certainly will be happy to get something to do. Then we'll make sure that you reach your destination safely, little Slytherin." Harry huffed, but didn't protest. Even though there hadn't been anything resembling an attack, he just knew that it was only a matter of time. There would probably always be someone around who saw him as an easy way to get at Marvolo, to hurt him, or take revenge. That Mr. Diggory seemed to wait, for what Harry just didn't know, somehow reminded Harry of all the other years he had been here at Hogwarts. Whatever mystery they had tried to puzzle out each year, the culmination of it had taken place near the exam season. Hopefully, Mr. Diggory would find another way to deal with his grief than attacking a teenager, and the stressful situation Harry would have to face this year would only be his owl exams. One could do nothing but hope. Phileas was still chuckling to himself over the prank the Weasley twins had played on them all this morning. They certainly had a flair for the dramatic and an ingenious, inventive spirit. As a teacher, he was proud that they had taken what he had taught them and worked to make something all their own from it. From what he had seen so far of all the products the boys had spread all through the school, they had applied lots of potions and charms, knowledge to their inventions. He stepped from his office over to the classroom, mentally going through the lesson he was to teach today in the first period of the day. It didn't take long for the students to arrive before his classroom door, talking animatedly about their experience with the super elastic arms and legs they had had for a few minutes. Then the first student stepped through the door into the room and turned green. Their hair was green, their clothes were green, their skin was green. Not all the same shade, but certainly not natural. Phileas was out of his chair and halfway across the room before the girl who had stepped into the room first noticed what had happened. With a flick of his wand, Phileas cast a quick diagnostic at the girl and learned that she had been turned green by a simple color-changing charm. Nothing harmful. His next spell was aimed at the door and highlighted a small line of what looked a lot like spello tape sticking to both sides and the top of the door frame. Once again, the ability of the twins to apply original concepts to long-known spells was surprising. Come in, and please ignore the change in color you'll undergo. No reason to get worked up over a little April Fool's prank." It took longer than usual to get the children to calm down enough so that he could start his lesson. Maybe he should try to remove the tape after this lesson was done. But he had to concede that the fact that each student turned a different color, or at least a distinctly different shade. There was a raspberry red boy, a fire red girl, and another student in a more strawberry red, as well as a student turned moss green, one leaf green, and several students in shades of blue, was impressive, and he would love to see when the colors would start repeating. while he watched the students practicing their charms, making sure none of them would cause some trouble out of boredom, teenage thoughtlessness, or lack of practice. Phileas wondered if the other professors would have the same interesting day, with pranks laid out at their doors. Ooh, the weather was nicer here than in London, which made Sirius hopeful that their stay wouldn't be confined to the insides of the house by rain or something. He feared that he or his guests might go crazy if they had no convenient way to avoid each other if necessary. Remus certainly would call him overly pessimistic, but even though his correspondence with the twins had been regular and friendly, the letters he had exchanged with the girl's mother had been less so. The woman had a serious issue with men, or maybe just with Sirius. He wasn't really all that sure. But she certainly seemed to see a threat or challenge to her authority behind everything Sirius wrote. Even a question about what they might want to do while staying together at the Black Summer cottage had somehow sparked a rant about his trying to con her into something. The fact that she insisted on writing in French, even though he knew perfectly well that she was able to write and speak English just as well as he did, was just another hint that she was less than happy with him. But she still seemed to want her daughters to get to know their father as long as the twins wished for it. A veritable conundrum. "I think you should reset the ward sometime soon," Bill said right next to Sirius, interrupting the older wizard's line of thought. "They're fine for now, but time and the lack of upkeep haven't been good for their integrity. That there's no real ward stone anywhere on the grounds only adds to the problem." Sirius turned to the young curse-breaker, who had rolled up his robe sleeves as a concession to the much warmer weather here in France, and nodded. Another thing for his list of things to do soon. "Sounds like a good idea, but not before the planned stay. It's only days away now." Bill nodded, and Sirius looked over the garden, which looked a lot less like an overgrown jungle. "Any dangerous plants left out here? I think the children might want to fly a little during our stay." Sirius had already bought enough new brooms for everyone just for that purpose. "I removed everything poisonous or aggressive. There's only harmless stuff left." As a result, the little garden near the back door is bare now, as is most of the rest. But I'm sure you can put in some nicer plants easily enough," Bill explained, waving a hand in the general direction of where there had been some kind of potions-related bed. "Shall I show you the inside?" Sirius nodded his assent and followed the red-headed wizard into the cottage, a silent creature following in their wake. The smell of fresh greens and sun was replaced by one slightly lemony mixed with beeswax. Much better than the dust and mold permeating the whole place before the cleaning had started. The spiderwebs and dust were gone too. A fresh coat of paint covered the wall where it wasn't decorated with carved wood panels. "Looks so much better already," Sirius exclaimed, almost feeling like praising his elderly elf. The little thing had done a good job. But even after all the changes in the elf's behavior, Sirius had a hard time accepting that all the malicious actions of the past had been ordered by Wahlberger. He really didn't think she had earned the title of mother, and not done out of the elf's own free will. They toured all the rooms on all the floors, Bill showing where he had removed charms work that might be worth redoing again, like the cooling charm on a few of the cupboards in the kitchen, or the charm on the windows facing south that darkened the glass on especially hot and bright days. And then they reached the bedrooms. "Creature, prepare that room over there." Sirius pointed out a room with a mostly blue color scheme and two beds, "for my godson and his little brother." He turned so he could point out a room across the hall from the one he had just assigned. "That room will be for my daughters. Make sure to put enough towels into both bathrooms." There was a lovely painting of a scene from the Pyrenees on the wall over the desk in that room. "I'll take the master suite at the end of the hall." It was far enough from the rooms he had just selected for the children that the kids shouldn't feel too closely monitored, and on top of that held what passed for ward controls in this house. "I'll contact someone to plant the garden to look a little nicer. Make sure to fill the pantry, creature, and maybe prepare another room for a guest. I haven't heard back from Olivian, but it's possible that she will want to be here as well. Once you're finished with that, please take care of upkeep," and so on. Sirius waved his hand in the air. He really had no idea what was needed to keep a house clean and in working order. There always had been someone caring for that stuff around him, or it hadn't been taken care of at all. When the elf had popped out, presumably to clean something, Sirius turned to Bill. "You did a great job." Let's go down to the dining room and sort out the payment for all your work." They walked down the stairs, with a new carpet put down on them, and into the dining room, where Sirius got out a small inkwell and a quill and took the payment slip attached to an invoice copy from Bill. He felt his hands shaking, not because it was a high sum that had built up over the cleaning effort. He had expected that, and the price was more than fair, but because this meant that it wasn't long until he would meet with his daughters for the first time. He knew they still had to conduct a more conclusive test than looking at an ancient, just recently repaired family tapestry to make sure the two girls really were his daughters, and he feared the result, which was silly, but still true. Not even taking into account that this might all go to hell in a handbasket anyway because the girls didn't like him, or their mother suddenly decided to not allow them contact. There was so much that could go wrong. Serious, you all right? Bill asked, concerned, stuffing the signed invoice into one of his pockets. "You look like you just walked through a ghost." Sirius took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. "I will be. This is all pretty nerve-wracking, to be honest, but I'll be fine." And maybe if he repeated that enough times, he would start believing it. Bill took the step separating them and clapped his hand, a surprisingly large one, on Sirius' shoulder in a show of support. "I imagine it would be, if I can help in any way." Bill let his offer trail off, shrugging and obviously not sure what he could do to help, but willing to try if Sirius knew of something. "Thanks to you, I have a place to meet the girls that isn't Grimold Place. You already helped a lot." Sirius returned the gesture of a hand placed on the shoulder, getting to feel the well-developed musculature under those robes. The Cursebreaker certainly was not bad-looking. Before Sirius managed to ask the question lingering on the tip of his tongue, it had been a while since Sirius had been in one of the London clubs. Bill laughed and shook his head. "I'm claimed, and happy to be." Now it was Sirius' turn to grin. That really wasn't much of a surprise, but there was nothing to gain if one didn't take a risk now and then. "She's a lucky woman. Thanks again for your help, and now go." He gave Bill a little shove, and already started to plan what else he could do while he was here before he had to return to London. "If you have more dangerous places to clean, let me know," Bill cried on his way out of the house, eliciting another round of laughter from Sirius. The biggest part of the preparations were done. Now on to the myriad of small tasks still to be done before he could welcome his guests here. Amos stood in the door to his office, watching with impotent rage as boxes of files and furniture were levitated out of the room that until now had housed the werewolf registration office. After the idiotic decision by the Wisengamot, now was the day that the office was moved. Fitting that this was the day of April's Fools. Moving the office over to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was there a more useless way to organize the monitoring of dangerous wizard killers? Through the bustle of auras levitating the inventory of the office, Amos could see Lord Slytherin standing next to Madame Bones, talking. It seemed the dark wizard had managed to corrupt the witch Amos had thought of as fair and staunchly light before now. But somehow she now was on friendly terms with the evil who had caused his beloved son's death. She even had accepted the position as godmother to the poor child that had been adopted by he who must not be named. But considering that the boy spoke to snakes as well, all the help he had tried to provide had been in vain anyway. Curious as to what the evil wizard and Madame Bones were talking about, Amos tried to find a way to listen in. He was pretty sure casting a charm that would help him hear over the distance between them would gain their attention, as would moving to stand closer to them if he had no good reason to do so. And even if he spotted someone he could talk to near them, they probably would change their topic if they spotted him. Should he try to disillusion himself? Before Amos could come to a decision on how to proceed, the minister and several auras stepped into the main area of the department, looking around as if in search for something or someone. Amos watched from his office as the minister, spineless, coward that he was, jovially greeted the evil bastard of a dark wizard and Bones. How he longed to get his wand out and cast a few choice curses at the lot of them. But as he was seriously outnumbered, and sadly not ruthless enough to match the willingness to use dark magic that Slytherin possessed, he knew better than to risk it. "Look at this." A parchment was pushed into Amos' hand, and he briefly flicked his gaze over to Neil, who was scowling in a way that probably could curdle milk if he wanted to. One look at the official-looking letter in its standard ministry script, obviously written by one of the many enchanted quills used for form letters, and Amos had a bad feeling. A few moments later, he had finished the appallingly short missive and found his bad feeling confirmed. In polite but cold words, the letter said that with the shift in administration of the werewolf registry, his position had been cut and he was basically fired. Of course, he was offered another position, paying less and not at all related to his previous position, but he only had the rest of the week to decide and would only receive pay until the end of the month if he declined. "That's a disgrace," Amos exclaimed, keeping his voice low enough that the hustle and bustle of the move covered his shout. "Do you know who'll take over your position now?" Neil shook his head. "Number haven't talked with any of the auras yet. But I guess one of the older auras no longer able to do work in the field, or maybe a trainee." Neil obviously was bitter, and probably worried where he should find work with enough pay to keep up the lifestyle he and his wife had become accustomed to. "I'll see what I can do," Amos promised, folding the letter back up so Neil could store it in his robe pocket. He had no idea how he would do so, or where to start, but he couldn't leave one of his closest allies out in the cold in a situation as dire as this. Amos looked up and around, searching in his mind for a good place to start looking for a better position for Neil. While he surveyed the room, he suddenly made eye contact with Slytherin across the room. There was a deep calm on that face, and a smirk so faint that Amos wasn't sure he hadn't imagined it. But he suddenly was very sure that this firing had been the man's doing. How the evil wizard had known to target Neil in the first place, Amos didn't know, nor had he any evidence. But he would have bet all his galleons that this was somehow Slytherin's doing. "We're looking for Albert Thomas." One of the auras who had come in together with the minister called out, getting everyone's attention, which led to everyone stopping what they had been doing, looking around in search of Albert. The dread in the pit of Amos' stomach was getting stronger. "How may I help you?" Albert asked, stepping out from behind one of the tall filing cabinets, a folder of parchment scraps under one arm. Suddenly, several wands were trained on Albert, and Amos felt himself tense. "What was that about?" "You're under investigation for accepting bribes. You'll come with us quietly and are suspended from your duties for the time being, Mr. Thomas," the aura who had spoken first stated with authority. All around the room chatter and murmurs rose, and Amos just knew that they had started to gossip, and this would make the rounds of the ministry by evening, if not earlier. Another plot to undermine his base. Amos was sure of it. He had to concede that Slytherin knew what he was doing here. Amos was pretty sure he wouldn't find any traces back to Slytherin, and he hadn't even caused anything that would be considered illegal. After all, Albert had taken money, goods, and favors in exchange for speeding up the process of gaining a license, or even for avoiding the regulation checks that theoretically were needed before one was allowed to start a crop breeding program. And so Amos watched with growing anger and desperation as Albert set down the folder of documents on the filing cabinet and handed over his wand to the auras, then followed behind them out of the department. Just a moment later, Amos saw one of the biggest gossips of the department slip out through the door, probably to be one of the first to inform others of what had happened here today. "I'll have to inform my wife of this," Neil murmured next to Amos, not really paying attention to anything outside his own misery, barely waiting for an acknowledgement by Amos before he walked away. Watching in impotent rage as a laughing minister walked out after the last levitated boxes, speaking with Madame Bones and Slytherin, Amos started serious plotting. He needed to find a way to get rid of the evil wizard, but he needed to be careful. Dolores hadn't been able to keep herself safe, and now was as good as dead, her empty shell just withering away after she had received the Dementor's kiss. Even the great Albus Dumbledore somehow had fallen from his position of power through an evil scheme Amos hadn't been able to uncover yet. No, he had to be extra careful. It was only too possible that he already had managed to get himself onto the list of people Slytherin was determined to get rid of, even if he couldn't quite fathom how that might have happened. Even though his political goals had been countered, both in the adoption procedures and the werewolf laws, Amos was sure he had covered his tracks adequately. Retreating back into his office to pretend to fill out some paperwork, Amos searched for a way to sway the public opinion against Slytherin and his foolish law changes. Ooh, Severus sat down in his favorite chair in the staff room, once again wishing he could instead be down in their quarters working on the test protocols for their ancestry potion and preparations for two more couples who wish to have a biological child together with help of the Two Fathers potion. But the Weasley twins had managed to cause a staff meeting once again with their penchant for pranks. While he waited for all the others to arrive, Severus thought back to all the other instances of excessive pranking the horror twins had brought over the school. If there was one redeeming quality to the twins' pranks, it was, beside the effort and knowledge that had gone into creating the newest ones, that they targeted everyone the same and usually had pranks that were funny in a non-humiliating way. They had retaliated in the past and poked too much fun of Mr. Filch in general, but they were worlds better than other so-called pranksters Severus could name. Minerva finally arrived as the last member of staff, looking harried and out of breath. Please excuse my tardiness. I ran into Peeves putting bubble gum into door locks. She sighed, made her way over to the chair previously used by Albus, and sat down. I gather from the lack of actual complaints from any of you that the different. Let's call them surprises, weren't that disruptive? She looked around the room and all of them sitting there, clearly tired after a long day of teaching, a question clear on her face. Most just gave a shake of their head, or a murmur of some indifferent agreement that it hadn't been as bad as it could have been, which didn't seem to satisfy Minerva, who turned a little so she could spear Severus with a mild glare. You were suspiciously calm during breakfast. And I expected to hear a complaint from you. See Gryffindor with a heavy points loss, or the Messrs. Weasley in detention. Why did nothing of that sort happen, Severus? Severus snorted. We were informed this morning, via Elf, that there would be a potion and spell-based prank during breakfast, and that it had been ensured that Sanya would remain unaffected. A murmur went through his colleagues. It seemed that they still thought him a humorless man. They really weren't paying enough attention. And the prank placed on my classroom involved everyone only being able to speak in a whisper or in rhymes, which did nothing to disrupt my class. There was no need to report the prank as it wasn't disruptive. In fact, I feel I might ask for that prank to apply it permanently to my classroom door. And he wasn't really joking. It had been a rather pleasant day with all the students either speaking too low to be heard or speaking in rhymes. One after the other, the professors talked about what their doors had done to students on their entering each of the classrooms, just to reverse the effects on their way out of the classroom. Phileas, in particular, was gushing over the charms work he had seen this day. In the end, Minerva closed the discussion with a faint frown on her face. It seems as if no one was harmed by any of the pranks today. There were safety measures in place. The pranks were not really disruptive to any of the lessons, and not one of them was permanent. She took her glasses from her nose, carefully rubbing with one hand over her closed eyes. I'm not sure if and when, or what we should do to punish the perpetrators. Severus cleared his throat. Everyone turned around to look at him. Not sure if everyone is aware of this, but I have no conclusive evidence on who exactly is the perpetrator behind the pranks we have seen today. Or did I miss something? Stunned silence fell over the room, and then Phileas laughed out loud, slapping his hand on the table in an expression of glee and approval. Severus has a point. I'm pretty sure I know who did it, but I have no proof, and not one of you has provided anything that I would deem enough to put a punishment on a student. Do you disagree? For a moment there was silence again, and then some of the newer, temporary members of staff tried to find arguments to punish the Weasley twins. But in the end, based on a severe lack of evidence, no one was punished for the day of pranks Hogwarts had gone through today. Wednesday, 3rd of April 1996, Dora sat at her desk in the big office space of the Aura department, just finishing off a report on a break-in into a tea shop on Diagon Alley the previous day, when one of the younger aides led a wizard of middle age and in expensive robes of a modern cut to her desk. Aura Tonks, Mr. Cuff here wants to report an incident. The young aide pointed at the wizard at his side before nodding to both of them, then leave again. Please take a seat, Mr. Cuff, Dora said, giving the man a formal nod while moving her current work to the side. How may I help the chief editor of the Daily Prophet today? More often than not, A case involving the Daily Prophet had its roots in someone coming in to complain about something the newspaper had written. Had someone taken out their frustration with the most widespread publication in their society by vandalizing the building? Thank you, Aura Tonks. The wizard accepted her offer of a seat and made himself comfortable in the chair next to her desk. I'm not sure if I'm here to report on a curious anomaly or file a report on attempted murder, if I'm being honest. That proclamation had Dora sitting forward in her chair, getting a new blank form for a report and her quill to take notes. What a curious statement. What happened that you're not sure what it was? Mr. Cuff got a piece of parchment out of his pocket and smoothed it out before answering Dora's question. It's pretty normal for howlers to arrive in our post room. That's why it's specifically warded to prevent fires from starting, other mail from being destroyed by them, or other nasty things from happening. He waved the hand, not holding the parchment lazily from side to side. But today, hundreds of howlers arrived at the same time. Dora felt one brow creep up towards her curly pink hair in surprise. There hadn't been anything that controversial in the newspaper today. Here's a write-up of the statistics for the whole last week. He offered her the slightly wrinkled parchment, which Dora accepted to look at and add to the report. You keep statistics of the number of howlers. It seemed rather pointless. As if embarrassed, Mr. Cuff chuckled. There is a betting pool going almost constantly in the office. You know which day will be the one with the most or least howlers, that kind of thing. We even have recording spells linked to enchanted quills set up so that we can read what was sent without all the noise. It was interesting to see how widespread the betting on seemingly silly stuff was, but that really was only a side note. So you can tell me what had someone, or more than one person, sending you that many howlers. But before Dora had finished her question, Mr. Cuff already was shaking his head in denial. Sadly, no, Aura Tonks. The recordings are illegible, partially because the parchment was rendered to mere particles by the force of the quills. The charms clearly weren't set up to take that much input at one time. He sighed. So far, that's a curious incident, especially as we had to put the results of a bakery competition on the front page this morning. He spread his hands out as if to indicate that he couldn't see who would take exception to something as harmless as that. But if someone had been there in that room when all those howlers went off, they might have been seriously harmed. And if we didn't have such a room in the first place, they would have been delivered to me. And no one dared speculate what that number of howlers would have done outside of a warded room. Dora nodded. It seemed reasonable to assume that the prophet kept track of the addressees of mail coming into the building. So you say this might have been a plot to murder you through the excessive use of explosive letters? Mr. Cuff nodded. I'm not sure what to think, but that particular thought did cross my mind. Dora started to take all the information down that the form required, name of the one reporting the incident, what happened, where, when, etc., while thinking through the possible motives to send so many howlers. Besides objecting to something that had been reported, and how it had been reported, there also was the possibility that someone thought the prophet should have reported something that they had ignored. Sadly, that opened up a plethora of possibilities, including happenings that could be imaginary or of such insignificance that Dora had no way of knowing of them. Please keep an eye out for more howler avalanches. Maybe a warding expert or charms master can help you adjust the charms work, so we can get a bit more information on the content of the howler if this should happen again. Dora advised the chief editor after they had finished the paperwork. He nodded in agreement. We've already contacted some of the experts. We had set up the wards and charms in the first place. In fact, Dora wasn't surprised by that, so she only nodded before continuing. In the meantime, I'll investigate what's needed to record and deliver that many howlers. At the moment, I'm unsure if one person can even create that many howlers without leaving a trace. Dora herself never had sent any howlers and hadn't really received any up till now. She thought there was some specific parchment needed, as well as a charm, if she wasn't mistaken, but she would have to look it up. Maybe she could get a lead on the perpetrator by checking who had bought lots of the needed supplies in the last few days. Could one make the special parchment at home? She went to inform the head of the Auras about the new case and that she would take it up, all the while thinking about ways to locate, hopefully, the one sending too many howlers. Ooh, Friday. 5th of April 1996, the compartment they had settled down in was filled completely. All of the places were occupied. Harry felt kind of bubbly and excited where he sat next to the window, Luna leaning close to him, her head resting on his shoulder, book held in her hand. Daphne and Pansy sat next to the sliding door, a game of chess going on. It was their third one, chess pieces smashing each other to bits quite regularly. Harry had a feeling the two girls were playing with the intention to capture as many pieces as they could, even if there was a better path to actually win the game. Crabbe and Goyle were both deeply entrenched in Quidditch magazines, not paying any of them any mind, which left Theo and Harry to listen to Draco, who was talking almost without pause by now. It's almost surreal that I might be an older brother by the time we return for the rest of the school year after the holidays. It was not the first time that Draco had said something along those lines since he had returned from patrolling the train, and it probably wouldn't be the last time. Theo rolled his eyes, and Harry had trouble keeping the laughter from bubbling out of himself. That he looked forward to a holiday with his own little brother visiting his godfather in France didn't exactly help matters. I have to say, though, that I'm not really happy that my parents haven't told me before now that Mother had to stay on bed rest for these last weeks. Weeks? Can you imagine that? I think I would get restless after just one day on bed rest. Once again, Theo rolled his eyes. Do you know if you'll get a brother or a sister? In an attempt to get Draco to talk about things less dangerous, neither Harry nor Theo really wanted to know the medical reasons behind the need for bed rest, and potentially more interesting. Draco shook his head, not a hair on it moving out of place. If my parents know, they haven't told me. But seeing as I'm that much older, it doesn't really make a difference. I'll be grown and of age long before my little sibling starts at Hogwarts or gets interested in Quidditch or gobstones or whatever. Marcus told me yesterday that he wants to learn to swim. I had a hard time trying to explain that the water might not be warm enough this time of year, even in France. I don't think I managed to convince him. He kept bringing up warming charms. Harry grinned. Maybe they actually would get to swim in a lake or something if Sirius was willing to cast warming charms on them. Father wrote me that he bought a broom for Aiden. It might seem silly, but I really look forward to showing him how to fly. Theo smiled a little wider than he usually would. Maybe we can arrange to meet. I mean all of us, little brothers included, to go flying. We could do that. Draco said, nodding, and then a gleam entered his pale eyes, setting Harry a little on edge. And Theo, any plans to meet up with that little red head of yours? Theo gave Draco an unimpressed glare to that pretty transparent jab at the slowly developing relationship between him and Ginny. If you had paid at least a bit of attention to what was going on the last few days, you would know that Ginny and all her brothers have opted to stay at the castle during the holidays, as has Hermione, revising. I'm sure most of us would have done something similar if not for family obligations. Harry nodded. I certainly would have thought about staying at Hogwarts. He didn't want to contemplate that it wouldn't really have been a topic of contemplation before Marvolo had adopted him this past summer. But with Sirius meeting his daughters and Marcus now living with us, there wasn't a chance I would stay behind willingly. I hope to get enough revision in with the many events Mother and Father have planned for me to attend, Daphne said from where she watched, with glee one of her knights pulverizing one of Pansy's bishops on the hovering board between them. I'm sure you'll manage, Harry said, trying to sound reassuring. All of the older Slytherins knew that Daphne's parents were insisting that she find a suitable match soon. Not that Harry felt it was necessarily a good idea to force her to pick someone this early, and narrowed down to old magical families. Maybe they should consider the possibility of Daphne falling in love with and marrying a muggle-born wizard. It would certainly make it easier to find someone not in line to inherit some old magical estate. We'll see, Daphne answered, pretty distracted, now watching in dismay one of Pansy's pieces cleaving one of hers in half. The rest of the ride, Draco, Theo, and Harry, filled with plans and ideas for things they might do together during the holidays. It worked rather well in keeping Draco away from speculating over the fact his mother was currently bound to stay in bed, and that he would be a big brother soon. It was getting dark by the time they reached London. Uo Marvolo stood on the platform waiting for the Hogwarts Express, carefully controlling his face. He had to work harder than he was used to not grin like a loon, because next to him stood Marcus, and he was hyped up, and almost vibrating with excitement at the prospect of seeing Harry again. "Stay near, Marcus," Marvolo reminded his son again, because he really didn't want to have to search for him among all the other children and parents waiting to pick up their children from the train. There were people everywhere, and they all, or at least most of them, were tall enough that a child, which just had started school, easily could vanish between them all. Marcus made a sound in reply that could be interpreted as one of agreement if Marvolo was generous in his interpretation. But as his son was staying close, just as Marvolo had asked him to, he didn't press for a more clear answer. And then there was a whistle. The train arrived, slowing down, and Marvolo had to snatch out his arm to keep Marcus from running towards the train by catching the little boy by his shoulder. "Stay, Marcus. We don't know where Harry is sitting on the train, and he'll have an easier time finding us if we stay where we said we would stand." Marcus didn't protest or struggle. He just started to jump up and down in place, clearly unable to find a place or purpose for all the energy coursing through him. Somehow it was adorable rather than irritating. The train stopped. The doors opened and students poured out onto the platform. Marcus jumped even faster and higher, chanting something like, "Can you see Harry? Where is Harry? Harry is almost here," the whole time. And then there was a group of teenagers striding towards them, trunks being dragged behind them. It looked like someone had spelled them with a feather-light charm, smiling and laughing. Marvolo wasn't able to keep Marcus from running towards Harry, impacting with his older brother, enveloping him in a hug. Another short boy was running towards the group, clearly aiming for Benjamin Nart's boy. Together, the small children effectively stopped the group of Slytherin students, forcing the others to move around the group. Marvolo felt himself smiling and looked around while Marcus and Harry greeted each other. There was Lucius talking with his son, already almost on their way home, Benjamin waiting for his two sons, just like Marvolo was, smiling slightly with a sad undertone. Lots of other parents and guardians greeting their children, and students talking to their friends as if it would be ages before they would speak again. Marvolo himself never had gone back on the train for any holidays but the summers, and the Yule holiday was the first time he had seen the platform other than at the beginning or end of summer. "Hallo, father." Harry's grin and happy attitude startled Marvolo out of his reminiscence, which was very welcome. "Hallo, Harry." He smiled and cautiously accepted the hug Harry only hesitantly offered. With Marcus around all the time, Marvolo had become accustomed to getting hugs at all times of the day. But even though he and Harry spoke every night, they only had shared hugs on a few occasions. "Let's get home. Flynn was planning a veritable feast to celebrate your return this morning, and Marcus has been wanting to test his broom with you ever since he spotted it." Harry nodded happily and took a step back. "I'll just quickly say goodbye to Luna and be right back." And he was gone the few steps over to where Luna Lovegood stood with her father, the editor of the Quibbler. It really was quite the change they all had undergone since the last summer. A few minutes later, much quicker than Marvolo had thought, Harry was back beside them, and Marvolo extracted the portkey they were to take to get home. It was so much easier to take a portkey than to apparate with two passengers and a trunk. They vanished in a swirl of colors towards their home, Griffin House. Chapter 91, New Experiences. Chapter text, Saturday, 6th of April 1996. Harry felt like he was floating on a soft, warm cloud. His pillow had the best shape to cradle his head while he was on his stomach in his bed, not really asleep anymore, but not really awake yet, either. That was how a cat in front of the fire had to be feeling, totally content in the knowledge that there was no reason to get up and disturb this peaceful state. Harry snuggled into his covers and pillow a little more, relishing the warmth under his blankets. Even with his own room at Hogwarts, Harry didn't get many opportunities to just enjoy the calm of mind and the relaxed feeling in his body. And back when he had lived at Privet Drive, there never had been an opportunity to sleep in. Even the borough, with its many inhabitants, had made such an occurrence, sleeping in, impossible. Slowly, the delicious scent of warm pancakes filtered into Harry's half-sleeping brain, as well as an odd mix of muted sounds, steadily getting louder. The next moment the door was opened, and the odd sounds were easily identified as the steps of a small child and a large and heavy snake slithering over sturdy woolen rugs. Harry really didn't want to wake up, But he wasn't able to simply ignore the hissing going on in the room, coming ever nearer. Dad says we'll have to wait until Harry wakes up before we can go play, Marcus hissed, carefully tiptoeing over to Harry's bed. So if I wake him, we can play earlier. There was a smug undertone to the hissing as Marcus laid his plan out. I'm sure that wasn't what Master wanted to say, bubbly hatchling. Another, more female voice answered. Then why didn't he say so? There was a pout in that question, and suddenly a not insubstantial weight was added to Harry's legs. The teenager grumbled unhappily, now a little more awake, turning away from the light streaming in through the door, burrowing his head in his pillow. Maybe he could get that blissfully calm state of being half asleep back. You just choose to ignore what you did understand, bubbly hatchling. That statement was followed by a hissy laugh and movement from Harry's legs upwards towards his head. Some pointy bit of Marcus' body, an elbow, or knee most likely, managed to hit Harry's ribs, managing to drag Harry just a bit closer to a state of being awake. He didn't want to wake up yet. Harry grumbled again, trying to turn under his blankets, dislodging the smaller person from his perch half on Harry's side, causing a giggle. A small, much too cold hand caressed Harry's cheek, and then moved to carefully pry open one of Harry's eyes. One green eye quickly morphed from sleepily looking up to the much too close grinning face into one glaring at the grinning face. I want to sleep. It's too early to get up. Harry hadn't really decided to start out in English, but he really wasn't completely awake yet. No, it's not, Marcus insisted, poking Harry when the teenager closed the one eye again. I've been up for ages already. It's early still. Nagini contradicted Marcus' claim. Let the little hatchling rest, bubbly hatchling. He's soon shedding a skin. He needs his rest. Nagini might have had good intentions, but the discussion starting now over what it meant to shed a skin and why one would need more rest before something like that only worked to wake Harry further. Pretty soon, he was awake enough to notice the rumbling of his empty stomach and follow the discussion between Nagini and Marcus more easily. It seemed as if Marcus hadn't been up all that long. We're all children, that. Bubbly, it certainly was an interesting choice in nickname Nagini had made there. Get off me, Marcus. If I'm to get up and go to have breakfast, I need to get out of bed first. Marcus squealed and Harry flinched when another elbow or foot made contact with his back as Marcus made haste to leave Harry's bed. I want to play gobstones with you, an exploding snap, and after that we can build a castle. Maybe you can help me build Hogwarts. I'm not sure we've enough blocks to build Hogsmeade too, but we could ask Dad to make us more. Have you seen him wave his wand and blocks falling down out of nowhere? It's so impressive. Marcus was talking a mile a minute, barely stopping to breathe. Harry crawled out of bed and only listened with half an ear to his little brother prattling on and on and on. He really would have loved to sleep a bit longer, but somehow he had a feeling that behavior like this was not that unusual. What had life been like for Bill and Charlie with as many younger siblings as they had? He certainly felt like he might understand Ron's resentment towards his little sister back in their first 2 years at Hogwarts better after the holidays were over. While there was nothing malicious in Marcus and his behavior, it certainly had the potential to get very annoying very soon, if it hadn't already crossed the line. Harry gathered the clothes he wanted to wear today, getting a new pair of socks from his drawer, while Marcus described the small garden they had planned with the other children in his class, and moved out of his room in the direction of the bathroom. When Marcus tried to follow Harry into the bathroom, the older boy put his foot down. You'll not follow me into the bathroom. Go tell Flim that I'll be down for breakfast soon, or clean up the playroom so we can attempt to build a castle. I'll take my shower on my own. He closed the door and leaned against it, taking deep breaths, in the pattern learned under Professor Snape's instruction for meditation, to calm down. While he listened for the sound of Marcus moving away from the door, Harry contemplated the possibility that these holidays wouldn't be as relaxing as he had hoped they would be. Shaking himself to get rid of the gloomy thoughts, Harry started with his morning routine. Once he stood under the warm spray of the shower, he tried to see the situation from different angles, one of the methods Madame Goyle had taught to him that supposedly made seeing a situation clearly easier. This all was new for Marcus too, and he was a small child still. Of course he would be excited. Better, he was excited in a happy way, demanding Harry's attention and interaction, than being nervous and hiding away from them all. Once they were with Sirius in his godfather's house in France, There would be a lot of other new things for Marcus to explore and be excited about. Hopefully. While working in the hair potion, not much of an improvement for his stubborn hair, but it didn't sting in the eyes and smelled nice. Harry mused that if he had stayed at Hogwarts, he would have been forced to study by Hermione, and would have had to watch the slowly rising panic in all the other students who were preparing for their big exams this year. Experiencing being a big brother was something new, slightly scary, but certainly more fun than even more study sessions. And wasn't relaxing, doing something different than usual, one reason to have holidays in the first place. Still not quite rid of his grumpy mood, Harry went down for breakfast, where Marcus was asking questions about all the different foods from Flim. And the marmalade is made how? With a smile, Harry sat down, murmuring a short greeting to Marvolo, exchanging a small grin with the red-eyed wizard, who currently was reading the newspaper and drinking another cup of tea at his usual place at the table. Flim's enthusiasm in explaining how he worked to create all that they regularly got offered for their various meals shed a new light on the whole situation. Maybe reminding himself that they all were still learning how to do this whole family thing would help with any annoyed thoughts that certainly would come up now and then during these holidays. "Please pass the butter," Harry asked of Marvolo, catching the butter dish once it had been levitated to where he was sitting. "Did you have any plans for us today?" "No," Marvolo answered. "I thought we would enjoy a nice day at home before you two need to prepare for your short visit to France." Spreading the butter onto a crispy and hot piece of toast, magic was great for keeping them at the ideal just moments ago toasted state. Harry nodded slowly. "So there'll be ample time to build Hogwarts and the village out of wooden blocks." Marcus didn't notice the topic, as he was grilling Flim on the process of making chips and why they weren't served more often, replacing the boring potatoes, which he didn't like very much. "Can you show me how to change the colors and shapes of the blocks?" Before the questioning glance Marvolo gave him could make it to actual words, Harry hastened to add an explanation. "Marcus wants us to build a model of Hogwarts, but if I remember correctly, the blocks aren't shaped or colored in a way that would make it believable." "You know," Marvolo smirked. "It's a pretty easy transfiguration. You just need to know what the shape should be like and hold a clear picture of your desired result firmly in your mind. I think you already should know the color-changing charm." "And what about the rule of no magic during holidays?" Harry scoffed. "You were the one to tell me that the wards around the house and the fact that you're here as well disturbs the trace enough that it will not be picked up if I cast anything. So will you show me?" Marvolo chuckled, but nodded. "After you have finished breakfast." With Marcus happily engaged in his discussion with Flim, Marvolo reading, and Nagini napping by the fire, Harry had time for a leisurely and delicious breakfast, adding waffles, pancakes, an apple and an orange, as well as a few cups of tea to the toast he had started out with. Marcus was squealing in delight, running up the stairs, once breakfast had been declared over and the construction of Hogwarts declared the activity of the day. "Ooh, do you need a hand up?" Severus asked with a smile in his voice, which he still wasn't really accustomed to, but resigned to hear. Sonia's glare was more playful than intimidating. "I'm still capable of moving on my own, love," she admonished him, carefully gripping the handhold next to the door. A few steps took her up the steps to the door in the side of the train they were about to take. Severus was left to handle their luggage, which was harder without the ability to levitate them, but not as hard as it would have been had he not charmed them before they had left the castle. Walking behind his wife, Severus enjoyed the view, as Sonia already had shed her warm cloak, carrying it over one arm, and he had a good view of her behind. They both were dressed in the latest Muggle fashion. Really nice maternity wear for Sonia, trousers, and a blouse with a soft knit pullover on top, and a suit of the finest wool for Severus. Once they had decided to travel the Muggle way, this change in clothes had become necessary. But as far along as Sonia was by now, portkeys really weren't an ideal mode of travel, and their destination was too far away from Hogwarts for apparition. "Here's our compartment," Sonia said a moment later. She opened the sliding door and walked in. Severus followed her just a moment later, nodding in greeting to the older lady already sitting near the window. He effortlessly hoisted their luggage into the rack above the seats before carefully sitting down next to his wife. The whole time, he felt the judging eyes of the older lady on them. He had learned to feel those gazes early on when he had run around in old, faded clothes, unwashed and underfed, seen as a troublemaker by everyone casting those judging glances. The watery blue eyes took in Sonia's obvious state of pregnancy, their expensive clothes, the wedding bands, and Severus' long hair, which today was carefully braided to be out of his face. He was sure she wasn't happy with his long hair, but chalked it up to the eccentricities rich people often had. On your way to Paris? She finally asked them before either Severus or Sonia could get out their books and start reading, as they had planned earlier that day. No, Sonia answered with a smile. We're traveling to Brussels. And you? Severus successfully repressed a sigh. He really had no intention of holding a longer conversation with a muggle he didn't know. He would have preferred to talk with Sonia, discussing their plans for the meeting in Brussels or how to improve their testing plans. But it seemed his lovely wife had other plans. I'm visiting with my son and his wife. They recently became parents for the third time. The conversation quickly drifted from congratulations towards babies and all that entailed. Severus looked out of the window, noticing that the train started to move, leaving the train station of Folkestone in Kent behind, only listening with one ear to the conversation, convinced that the old lady wouldn't think him capable of adding anything worthwhile to the discussion about the best clothes for newborn babies. And what's your husband's occupation? He asked finally, when her curiosity won out over her need to talk about herself. I'm a professor of chemistry and work in the field of pharmaceutics. Currently, we are traveling to meet with a peer so my lovely wife and I can discuss the next steps in a research project we have started together with him. Potions certainly was a kind of pharmaceutic discipline and linked to chemistry as well, so this was his usual go-to cover story if he had to talk with a muggle for any length of time. Oh, the old lady exclaimed, obviously delighted to have met someone so interesting on a long, mostly boring journey. May I ask what you're working on? A cure for cancer, or maybe something for those pesky allergies? Sonia laughed, making Severus smile almost involuntarily. Oh, number nothing like that. We work on fertility treatments and other related fields. She blindly searched for Severus' hand, grasping it firmly in her own once she had found it. We could have taken a plane, but I wanted to travel through the Channel Tunnel. She turned to look out through the window, just seeing the occasional flickers of emergency lights speeding by and the reflection of light from the other compartments. It's such a great feat of engineering. After a while, Severus gave up on pretending to listen in on their conversation out of interest and got out a book he had charmed before he had packed it to look like a novel. The tunnel wasn't all that long, and soon they had a view of the French countryside near Calais. Severus really was excited to meet with the Dutch potions master and pitch their idea for the family connection potion to him. Hopefully, he would agree to work together with them on tests on a much bigger scale than they would be able to conduct by themselves. Blocking out the chatter of Sonia and the still unnamed lady, Severus concentrated on the theory behind various shielding techniques laid down in eloquent detail in the book Sonia had found for him. Ooh, Sunday, 7th of April 1996, Easter, sit down and breathe, Sirius. Remus almost shouted in an attempt to get his friend's attention. Tomorrow was the day that Harry and the little boy Marcus would arrive, and Sirius had been panicking since waking up in the morning. Said man only turned in a huff, shaking his head. But how can I, Remus? There's still so much to do. Everything needs to be perfect. Can you imagine what might happen to us if anything went wrong? Remus closed his eyes and sighed. Maybe accepting the invitation he had declined for Easter lunch would have been the smarter decision. Sirius not sneering over Lord Slytherin may be hurting him over nothing, but seemingly agreeing he might deserve a punishment dished out by a powerful wizard was so out of character that Remus really started to worry. Come over here and sit down. Remus did his best to imitate Doria Potter's tone when she no longer was joking. It had worked on all of them rather well back when they had been teenagers, and actually broke through the panicked haze Sirius had vanished into earlier. Getting out a small phial of calming draught from his pocket, Remus handed the potion to his pale friend. Drink, and then you'll sit there just breathing for a few moments. Sirius accepted the phial, but gave the milky pale lavender liquid a dubious look. Really, Remus, drugs, Remus huffed. Used under the right circumstances and in the right dosage, it's medicine, you dunce. Chuckling weakly, Sirius toasted his friend with the file before knocking back the contents, shuddering at the taste in an exaggerated manner. Remus rolled his eyes at his friend and took a seat opposite of Sirius in the kitchen of Grimold Place. It didn't take long until Remus witnessed the relaxing effect of the potion, as the tension slowly bled out of Sirius' shoulders, the worry lines on his face easing and his breath slowing down. Only then did he start to speak, confident that his friend now would actually be able to listen. "You told me that Bill did a great job making the house safe, and that creature and the firm you hired for the job were finished as well. You have your stuff packed. The portkey that will take us both over to the house is here." Remus pointed at the small, shiny disc sitting on the kitchen table. "All your possible guests have confirmed that they will come and when they will arrive. I have agreed to help you with the last preparations and entertaining your guests. There really is no reason for you to get so worked up over the whole thing." Sirius didn't open his eyes, still breathing evenly. "You know that my head never really was the one doing most of the thinking, Remus. And quite frankly, I'm terrified that something might go wrong with the twins. Writing letters with them lets me feel as if I know them already, but I don't. And what if they don't like me, are disappointed? Their mother clearly has a problem with me. What if she's influenced them against me?" With the last question, Sirius opened his eyes, fixing grey orbs on his friend, pleading to be told that he was imagining things. Remus felt for his friend, happy that he had declined the invitation for Easter in favor of staying with him. "Judging by what you've told me, their mother has raised them to be independent. And if you think back to how we were at that age—" Sirius chuckled at that. "I don't think you need to fear them being easily influenced by anyone without a grounding in fact. I'm happy that I'll have you at my side, Mooney," Sirius finally said before getting up from his chair. "Creature will bring our trunks, and I think we should use the portkey so you'll get to see the cottage in the best possible light." And just like that, Sirius once more was the confident wizard Remus knew him as. But moments just like this were a clear reminder that this, more often than not, at least Remus suspected that was the case, was a front and not reality. "Sure, I'm quite curious to see what the Black family considered a small vacation home. Will the others arrive by portkey as well?" Even though he knew on which days the two groups of guests would arrive, Remus hadn't been told about the mode of transportation. Enora, Noll, and their mother, yes. But Lord Slytherin wrote that he knows where the cottage is and will apparate Harry and Marcus there tomorrow. An elf will bring the boys' luggage. Once again, Sirius took a deep breath and straightened his posture. Remus walked around the table to stand beside his friend, once again marveling about how easy it was to move this close to the last full moon. Having a stretch of woods to run in as well as the wolfsbane potion, each month was making a world of difference. That he had had a job paying good money for months now that wasn't as taxing as teaching a whole school of teenagers certainly was having an effect as well. If his healer was to be believed, his health had improved markedly since he had accepted the position as history tutor this last summer. He took hold of the disc Sirius had summoned to his hand with a flick of his wand, and after the activation phrase had been spoken, the two of them were whisked off in a flash of dizzying colors towards France. "Ooh, Mom, Dad, I'm here." Almost toppling over while trying to take off her boots, her mom wasn't happy with everyone tracking in dirt. Dora called out to announce her arrival to the inhabitants of the house. Only moments later, she was hopping on one foot trying to keep her balance. Her father came into the hall smiling and happy. "Dora, how glad you could make it. No last-minute orders from your boss." Giving her dad a one-armed hug while dropping her second boot near the other, Dora grinned into his shoulder. "No last-minute assignments, luckily. But there's not really all that much to do anyway. Many auras are tasked with the more menial, everyday stuff. A delightful scent of roast, and various side dishes Dora had trouble identifying by scent alone, was filling the air, making her smile. Mom's in the kitchen." "She is." Her father nodded in confirmation, releasing her from his strong embrace. "In fact, she threw me out, claiming that the kitchen always looks more like something exploded if I try to help." They both shared a laugh, and Dora picked up the chocolate egg filled with various other chocolate figures. Spring-themed, the note on the shelf had claimed, She had brought as a gift for Easter from where she had put it before following her father into the living room that had been rearranged to accommodate the dining table. The sitting room looked cozy. There was a big vase sitting near one of the windows, filled with different young branches just starting to bloom or to sprout leaves. The branches were adorned with little ornaments, quite a few of which Dora had created herself in Muggle kindergarten and school before she had started Hogwarts. Little birds, horribly brightly painted eggs, and glass flowers were hanging next to charmed miniature snitches and bunnies moving their ears around. The table was set out for three, and for a moment Dora was a little sad. She had asked Remus if he would like to come with her to the traditional Easter meal at her parents' house, but he had declined, citing the need to help Sirius with a last check of the summer home in France. She suspected that it had been a diversion tactic, simply a way to get out of formally attending a family event as her guest. She had known that it would have been a big thing, almost like calling them a couple. Or even more than calling them a couple. Maybe she had been a little too bold, asking him. They hadn't even been on one simply date yet. But all her attempts had been thwarted with the simple argument that she, as an aura, she couldn't be seen with a known werewolf in a way that could be interpreted as a romantic situation. Maybe she should simply invite him to the cinema. Where did you vanish now, Dora? Her dad suddenly broke her musing, curiosity, and a hint of concern in his eyes. His hair, still rather fair and hiding any possible grey ones rather well, was almost falling into his eyes, prompting him to repeatedly push it to the sides. Mom would most likely make him cut it again soon. Darling, she shook her head to clear it of those distracting thoughts, concentrating back at the here and now. I had asked someone to accompany me today. He declined. She shrugged, unable to clearly frame her state of mind and emotion in words. So have you been with him for a longer time yet, and didn't tell us? The raised brow clearly communicated her dad's skepticism, and Dora couldn't keep herself from pulling a grimace. Jump the wand again, Dora. No wonder he declined your invitation to Easter lunch with your parents. He laughed at her sour expression and bent over double when she transformed her face and hair to more closely resemble an elderly witch, sticking her tongue out. What has you two this amused? Came her mother's cultured voice from the doorway, where she just had entered, the food floating in after her on the fine china Ted, and Andromeda had gotten as a present from Ted's parents at their wedding. Dora had asked someone to come too. He declined, and judging by her face, she hasn't really been together with him for long. Dora was so glad she could control her complexion as her father gave a summary to her mother. Otherwise, she would have been blushing furiously by now. Gently placing down the dishes, Andromeda snorted and gave her daughter a knowing look. Give the poor bloke a chance, dear. Invite him over for a more ordinary Sunday lunch rather than Easter. Giving an eye roll, Dora morphed back into her most comfortable form, sitting back in the chair so she wouldn't accidentally dip her robes into the food. Maybe I'll try that. Thanks, Mom. The sarcasm was rather thick and brought grins to both her parents' faces. For a few moments the conversation revolved around the food, how good it smelled, what all had been used in its preparation, and that there was more in the kitchen from almost all the dishes. Once they all had filled their plates with slices of roast, young boiled potatoes, young green beans, caramelized onions, and gravy, conversation turned to other topics. Have you heard from your sister in the last few days, Dromda? Ted asked between a sip from his red wine and a bite from the beans. No. But I guess I'll hear from her soon enough. She has tried to get me to convince you to ask for an ancestry test at the bank. I fear that's the reason she has been trying to mend the bridges between us so consistently. And now that she has to stay abed, writing letters is one of the few ways to distract herself. I would have died from boredom if I had had to stay in bed for the last weeks of my pregnancy. Dora decided not to comment on that statement, but was curious why her aunt, little that she knew her, was confined to bed. Were there any serious complications? No, nothing too serious. Bed rest isn't all that unusual for the later weeks of a pregnancy. Even with magic, the strain of carrying all that additional weight can get to be too much. Dora only nodded, feeling a little better, knowing that it wasn't anything really dangerous causing the healer's order to stay in bed. How has work been treating you, Dora? Her father changed the subject, putting more of the beans onto his plate. Quite well. I guess you've heard about the massive amount of howlers that were sent to the Daily Prophet a while ago, Dora asked, waiting for her parents to nod before continuing. I was tasked with investigating who might have done that and why. Currently, I only know that no one has bought the necessary supplies anywhere in Great Britain in the last year. It's quite the conundrum. Ted shook his head, sending his hair flying. Aren't the Auras some dark wizard hunting special group? Why were you sent to investigate a prank? Dora sighed. Not again. Dad, the amount of explosive force that was generated that day would have leveled the whole building if not for the special wards. It could be considered a terrorist attack. That certainly should warrant the investigation being conducted by the best, don't you think? Her father was too easily assuming that she was being slighted by her colleagues and superiors just because she was a witch. And then there is the fact that the editor himself, Barnabas Cuff, came into the office to report the incident. You know how it is. The important people get the preferential treatment. She shrugged, not really comfortable with that part of their society and its mechanics. Ted huffed, but nodded. Andromeda tilted her head in thought. I guess you already took into account that someone might have brewed the needed materials themselves. Dora nodded, taking a sip from her wine. Yes, but they don't really contain anything that couldn't have been grown in a garden or is so widely used that bulk purchases are the norm. Haven't gotten far searching for a motive either. Hopefully my requests to possible supply sources overseas will be answered soon. Sounds like a reasonable plan, her mother agreed. Little desperate to change the topic to something not related to her, Dora turned to her father and asked him a question. How is your work going, Dad? He launched into describing all the troubles his patients had had. He was working as a neighborhood healer and potions provider for a community of mostly muggle-born witches and wizards and others living at the edges of society, while Dora contemplated how best to snare Remus into a date with her. Going muggle would probably be her best bet. Besides the age difference between them, the fact that he had been infected with lycanthropy was the other reason he frequently brought up when he tried to convince her that there was someone better waiting for her out there somewhere. She wasn't convinced, though. There weren't many men as scholarly, genuinely kind, and at the same time mischievous out there. Considering the age a wizard and witch could reach, even when afflicted by a curse such as Remus was, the difference in age between them was of no real consequences. Convincing him of that, with his low self-esteem and his realistic outlook on the prejudices in their society, would be the hard part. But Dora hadn't been a Hufflepuff for nothing. She knew what hard work meant and how to motivate herself when a task seemed too hard ever to get it done. Maybe if she borrowed a little of her mother's slithering cunning, she would be able to manage to get Remus to see past all the obstacles he had put between them in his mind. Getting him to know her better was just the first step. Maybe Cousin Sirius would be willing to help her by offering up some information on his friend, like favorite music and books. It was worth asking, at least. Uwu pacing up and down the hall under the disapproving eyes of several of his ancestors, Draco tried to stay at least outwardly calm. He knew he was failing miserably, but was pretty sure he would get points for trying anyway. It was taxing for his nerves to be outside of the room, not knowing what was happening within. But being outside probably was preferable to being inside. Because did he really want to witness his little sibling being born? His father hadn't really looked all that happy when he had followed the healer inside. In fact, he had looked rather more pale than usual. First, Draco had tried to distract himself with homework, fully expecting not to find the time later in the holidays. It hadn't worked. Then he had taken out his broom for a flight, only to find himself drifting towards the side of the manor where his mother's rooms were, hovering near her windows. Once he noticed that, Draco had turned away with a huff, landing and placing the broom back in the broom shed. He was too restless to concentrate on anything and unable to sit down for even a few minutes. A totally unreasonable state of being. The healer caring for his mother was the best in her field. His father was there as moral support for Mother, and there was nothing he was expected to do to help. In fact, he had been told not to cause any trouble and to occupy himself quietly. Walking the hall was reasonably quiet. Draco reasoned for his own benefit, and he was out of the way. The whole thing was simply infuriating. They had magic. Why should the process of giving birth take so long? He supposed that the healer would have been glad to explain, but Draco wasn't all that keen to learn more about anatomy than he needed right now, especially when it was his mother's anatomy. With a huff, Draco turned once again at the southern end of the hall, rubbing a hand across his face. He really didn't want to think about what was going on behind the silencing wards. Not now, anyway. He knew and hoped that it would be him by his wife's side sometime in the future, and that he would need to know and face his reluctance then. But at the moment, he just was the older brother-to-be, nothing more. Casting around for another topic to think about, Draco started to walk in the other direction, ignoring the shuffling sounds from the Malfoy ancestors staring down at him from their frames. Theo had spoken of his adopted brother, Aidan, often since the beginning of this year. There had been letters more than once a week. Well, letters might be too generous a term, as they more often than not were pictures of animals, or plants, or some things that weren't so easily identified. Harry had spoken about Marcus a lot, ever since the Dark Lord and his heir had noticed the boy was a Parselmouth, as well during the winter festival at Lord Lestrange's school. Reaching the other end of the hall, Draco furrowed his brow in thought. There had been an increase in people talking about additions to their families, either because their mother, an aunt, an older sister or cousin had fallen pregnant, or because the family was thinking about adoption. Even talk among the potions enthusiasts about the Two Fathers potion Professor Snape was developing went along the same lines. It looked like some tension had left their world, which had kept many people back from having bigger families. So much had changed since the end of that blasted tournament and its stupid tasks, and so much more was about to happen. Draco once more passed the door of his mother's room. At that very moment, he was about to change status as the sole heir and child of the Malfoy family. The pressure to continue their family line would no longer lie on his shoulders alone, and he would get to be an older brother. Both Theo and Harry had made plans on what they wanted to do together with their little brothers once they were home for the holidays. Draco knew that it would take some time before his little sibling would do more than sleep, drool, cry, and eat. But once the baby could walk, his little sibling would get so much more interesting. Pacing up and down, turning at the end of the hall with a huff each time, Draco watched as the sun went down and the moon rose. Some time later, one of the elves popped into the hall, wringing its spindly hands. "Young master needs to eat. Young master wishes to eat here, or down in kitchen." Elves made all young master's favorites, we dids. Not really having noticed his growing hunger, Draco stopped for a moment in his pacing, looking directly at the elf in the customary tea towel. He hadn't eaten in hours, and now that he was paying attention, he actually felt that he was hungry, and his feet were sore from walking the whole time. This hall had a floor of intricate wooden patterns with a woolen rug in the middle, but walking for hours still was walking for hours. Looking back toward the still-closed door, Draco came to a decision and turned back to the expectantly waiting elf. "I'll eat down in the kitchen. Give me a few moments and I'll be down." Now that he was paying attention to his body, Draco had a few other things to take care of before he could sit down more or less comfortably for an evening meal. Nodding several times, the elf popped out again, and Draco walked to the nearest bathroom for a short break. Uwu carrying in a basket filled with the ingredients needed for the ink, he quickly looked around to see if he had everything needed. It was fortunate that his wife had concentrated on her garden this past summer, her way to deal with everything that had happened. In consequence, there was no need to buy the ingredients in bulk from an apothecary. Someone surely would have started to ask inconvenient questions. The basket was deposited on the workbench. A really big cauldron moved over to a fire pit and filled with several buckets of clear spring water. He had been good at potions in school, not mastery good, but good enough to confidently brew the ink needed to create howlers, and the potion to prepare the parchment, of course. Everyone could buy sets. They weren't even all that expensive. But in the quantities he needed them, the purchase, even if he was to buy from more than one source, would create too much of a trail. Not a risk worth taking. A fire was started in the fire pit to bring the water in the cauldron to a boil, while he sat to prepare the ingredients in the quantities that he needed. Later, he would soak large bunches of parchment, old and new, in the one potion and charm a couple of quills so they would each use an inkwell filled with the other. Writing one letter would prepare several in parallel, as the charmed quills would follow the lead of the one he was using. It was a tedious process, but it also gave him the opportunity to aim all this rage at someone, and not just anyone. There had been no mention about the avalanche of howlers he had sent to the prophet, but they had not once placed something as inane as the results of a bakery competition on the front page. In fact, they had included articles about foreign policies and happenings over news about the Falcons. Not exactly what he had been aiming for, but a good development nonetheless. Maybe he would manage to attack his real target next. But first, he had to test to see if the charm he had found to disguise his voice was working as he expected it to do. With a small, sinister grin, he set to work, writing with jerking motions, the quill making scratching noises on the parchment. Chapter 92. Spring Holidays Begin. Chapter text Monday, 8th of April 1996. Do you two have everything? Marvolo asked, not for the first time. The last two times Marcus and Harry had both had something else to pick up. But now both boys shook their heads, Harry grinning, and Marcus almost jumping up and down, where he stood with his cuddly snake toy clutched under one arm. Then come over here and get a hold on my arm. The two obeyed eagerly, and soon Marvolo readied himself to apparate the three of them and the small satchels of his boys over to France. They landed with relative ease, but while Harry only staggered on the gravel path, Marcus was visibly green. Marvolo carefully lowered the small boy to the ground and crouched down beside him. Deep, even breaths, Marcus. The dizziness will pass. Quick steps on the gravel alerted them all to another person coming near, and they looked up to see a lovely little cottage sitting in a newly planted garden, and one tall wizard walking towards them, grinning. Harry, you're here early. I didn't expect you all to show up on time. Black called out, and more or less manhandled Harry into a hug. Serious. Tone it down a little, you're squashing me, Harry exclaimed, laughing. Marcus climbed to his feet next to Marvolo, prompting him to get up from the ground as well. A little shy all of a sudden, Marcus pressed closer to Marvolo, almost hiding in the folds of his traveling cloak. Smiling down at his younger son, Marvolo placed one hand on the little shoulder. It probably wouldn't last long. Marvolo had witnessed more than once how Marcus changed from hiding, shy, to enthusiastically taking part in something. It had been the same at the birthday party, and at a few play date things. He still had trouble processing that he really had gone socializing with other parents while Marcus played. They had gone to. Marvolo watched as Black released Harry from his clutches and turned to walk towards where he still was waiting with Marcus plastered to his side. Is that a swing, Sirius? Harry suddenly asked, looking out over the garden behind and around the cottage. Black turned around, halting his advance for a moment, and Marvolo felt Marcus shift at his side, peering out of the cloak folds. It is. When I had a look at the catalogue with everything in it the firm I hired offered for garden improvements, I spotted some playground equipment and thought that might actually be a fun addition. Don't you agree? Harry nodded. It looks much better than the one on the playground in Little Winging. What do you think, Marcus? Do we want to test them? Didn't need more encouragement for Marcus to shout an enthusiastic, yeah, and run off to take Harry's outstretched hand, pulling his older brother along into the garden and over to the swings just visible from where Marvolo was standing. No need to worry about that munchkin getting into anything dangerous. I made sure all poisonous or dangerous plants were removed before inviting anyone here, Black explained as he walked over until he came to stop at a respectful conversational distance. I know, Marvolo answered, drawing his eyes away from where he could see Marcus swinging. Harry was old enough to have everything under control, to look at Black, and then grin at the other's dumbfounded expression. Watching Black trying to cope with that statement, Marvolo didn't even contemplate explaining anything without being asked to do so. It just was too much fun watching the other wizard flounder in confusion, obviously coming up with some pretty outlandish explanations on his own. But I thought, how? Weren't you here sometime in the past? Black finally asked, one hand conspicuously close to where the man's wand probably was hidden in a secret pocket in the seam of his trousers. That question was oh so tempting an opportunity to mock Black some more. Of course I've been here in the past. Time travel, really, is something better avoided. The stories Marvolo had read in the past had made him treat that branch of magic with much more caution than any other. But I guess you assume that I must have been here last before losing my body. Am I correct? Black nodded, eyes narrowed in suspicion or thought, not easy to tell on the man's face. Maybe it was a little of both. But as I have been helping Bill with cleaning this house up, and a truly delightful endeavor that was, my last visit wasn't that far back. Marvolo didn't bother to keep the amusement out of his voice. It simply was too much fun to tease one of the great pranksters who had tormented poor Severus all through their school years. "You've been helping Bill." Black almost stuttered that question, quite clearly struggling with the concept of Bill and Marvolo working together. "I have. It might be a surprise for you, but Bill and I share a fascination with the ways places have been protected with the aid of magic in the past, and how enchantments, curses, and wards deteriorate over time. We've had a lot of stimulating discussions. I have asked him for his opinion a few times, as his work with the goblins has given him a different point of view on some things, and he asked me some things. Cleaning out the garden was an unexpected challenge, and it had been that. There had been some mutant plant hidden in that garden that they had had to burn with a controlled bit of fiendfire to get rid of it for good. Marvolo suspected that one of the blacks had been into experimental breeding of plants, another branch of magic where Marvolo agreed with the ministry on the need for regulation. Black gave a few slow blinks before shaking himself like a dog getting rid of water in its pelt. "Right. I don't really want to know what you would find to be a challenge, would I? Don't bother." Black held a hand up just as Marvolo opened his mouth to launch into a detailed description of the plant that kept growing back, faster and faster, when he had tried to get it to a more manageable size by utilizing cutting charms. Riling up people was fun he hadn't engaged for too long. "But as you see, I'm aware that both my sons will be safe here. Harry has a mirror he can use to contact me, and I know for a fact that you should be able to send a message via Patronus should the need arise. I'll be using tomorrow to get a few things done, but on all other days I'll react quickly should you need me to come here for whatever reason. Any more questions, Lord Black?" "No, I think Remus and I will be able to handle the two. Harry always has been easy to have around." Marvolo barely restrained himself from rolling his eyes, as if Black had had a lot of time to spend with Harry. No reason to suspect that Marcus will be a problem. That Marvolo couldn't help but snort, causing Black to look puzzled again. Shaking his head lightly, Marvolo waved the other off. "I guess you'll get an education over the next days then, Black. You might not trust me in general, but trust me in this. A small child like Marcus is a totally different kind of challenge." Black looked smug now, seemingly sure of himself, and his ability to keep a child just old enough for school entertained and happy, but frowned when Marvolo got his wand out. "Harry knows how to cast Marcus, favorite nightlight, but I think it would be good if you knew as well. So please pay attention." It didn't take long to teach Black how to cast the sleeping snake curled up that Marcus asked for every evening before going to sleep. But it had Marvolo grinning, remembering how the auras had looked once they had learned that the dark mark, which had inspired so much terror floating over the scenes of Death Eater slaughter in the past war, was nothing more than a customized nightlight spell. They both walked over to the garden, where Harry and Marcus both were using the swings, trying to get higher than the other in their attempts, monitored by an amused-looking Remus Lupin. "Dad!" Marcus shouted the moment he spotted Marvolo walking over and let go of the swing at the apex of the movement, floating gracefully through the sky, landing with a soft sound on the grass, seamlessly breaking into a run, ending with enveloping the stunned Marvolo in a hug. Knowing how important it was to encourage displays of magic at this age, he wrestled his shock and fear into submission and carefully carded one hand through his son's hair. "Are you having fun, Marcus?" "A lot," was the answer from the smiling boy, looking up to Marvolo, tilting his head back as far as it would go to do so. "That's great. I'm sure you, Harry, and Mr. Lupin and Lord Black will have even more fun in the next few days during your holiday, while I will have to work and do all the boring stuff." Marvolo registered the shark wearing off from the other wizards, and that Remus Lupin had his wand in hand, fast reflexes doing him some good in reacting to unforeseen events. "Why don't you stay then?" Marcus wanted to know, tiny arms tightening around Marvolo's knees. "Because I'll have to do the work. Just as you can't skip your homework, I can't skip mine." That got a knowing nod from Marcus, which was so adorable and funny that Marvolo felt himself smiling again. "But that I have lots of work to do doesn't mean you have to stay at home. So enjoy your stay with Harry's godfather, and I'll call you over the mirror in the evening. All right." The hug Harry silently demanded was shorter than the 10 Marcus collected before Marvolo managed to depart together, but it confused Black a lot more. With a last look at his sons vanishing inside the cottage to take a look at the room they would be staying in, Marvolo concentrated on the entrance hall of Griffin House and his determination to be there before spinning on the spot. Ooh, after the boys had seen their room and put down a few of their things, like that creepy cuddly snake, the four of them trooped down to the garden again. Do you want to have some ice cream? Or do you want to play some more? I have a life-sized chess set over there. Sirius pointed to where a board was laid down with intricate mosaic patterns and a wooden shed held the animated pieces. We could also use it to play drafts. We also have cricket and a few balls, brooms. Remus placed a hand on Sirius' shoulder, effectively stopping him mid-rambling. How about we all get a bowl of ice cream, and while we eat we discuss what we might want to play after that, he suggested calmly. Sirius took a good look at his guests, seeing the small boy Marcus looking a little overwhelmed and Harry giving Sirius concerned looks. Maybe he had lost control there for a little while. I like that plan, Harry decided with a little forced cheer, holding out a hand towards Marcus. What do you think? Hungry enough for a bowl of ice cream? There's always room for ice cream, Marcus exclaimed in such an indignant tone over being asked, as if there was even a question, that Sirius felt himself chuckle. Do you have chocolate peppermint swirl with cherries? Why don't you and Harry go into the kitchen and ask the elf which flavors we have? It won't be as big a selection as you get in Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, but I'm sure you'll find something you'll like, Remus answered the eager question, smiling when both boys ran off, Harry only casting a short worried glance back at Sirius before he followed Marcus into the house. He's a great older brother, Sirius said, feeling incredibly sad and angry that Harry only got to be an older brother now because Ruddy Slytherin had adopted another kid. That he is, Padfoot, Remus agreed, once again placing a hand on Sirius' shoulder. And we can't know how things might have developed differently if that night hadn't happened the way it did, and there is no point in dwelling on it now. Try to stay in the moment, Sirius. Have fun with Harry and his little brother here and now. And starting tomorrow, get to know Enora and Noel. Concentrate on the future you want to build, not the past we never had. Right, Sirius said, once again shaking himself and taking a few deep breaths. Concentrate on the present and the future he wanted to have. He could do that. Do you know if we have chocolate peppermint swirl with cherries? Now that the kid mentioned it, I kind of would like to have some. Remus laughed and they started to walk towards the kitchen. Sometimes I think you might actually be hopeless. Ooh, and then Remus and Sirius made the chessmen battle. Marcus almost knocked Harry's glasses of his nose. He was waving his hands around so animatedly in his description. Just in time, Harry dodged another small hand, grinning from ear to ear and trying to hold the mirror somewhat steady so they could see Marvolo and he could see them. They had both already had changed into their pajamas, brushed their teeth, and basically were ready to go to bed and sleep. We got to eat ice cream. And Sirius said we can fly on a broom around the garden tomorrow if it doesn't rain. Marcus was almost bouncing up and down, sitting with outstretched legs on the bed that Harry was going to use. Then I'll hope for you that the weather stays nice, Marcus, Marvolo said with a smile, his red eyes sparkling with amusement, which had Harry grinning even more. His little brother's enthusiasm really was inescapable. And I see you're both ready to go to bed. I know it's almost bedtime for Marcus, but are you really tired already, Harry? Marvolo asked with a raised brow. Harry gave him an unimpressed look. Do you really think this little bundle of energy will let me sleep in tomorrow, father? Marcus giggled, poking Harry with one little, pointy finger into the ribs, which provoked Harry to let the mirror drop to the bed, turning on Marcus to tickle him mercilessly. Marcus squirmed on the bed, laughing almost breathlessly after a few moments, under Harry's relentless fingers until he decided that it was enough. If he didn't stop, Marcus would be too hyped up to sleep before he got too tired to sleep easily. While Marcus calmed down, regaining his breath, Harry gathered the mirror back up and sat straighter. A big grin and happy red eyes looked out of the mirror. I see that the two of you are having fun. Remember that I'll be busy the whole day tomorrow, and that I will call you the day after tomorrow during breakfast to hear about your day. Don't do anything stupid and have fun. For a moment, Harry was tempted to ask how one could do both at the same time, but decided against it. He really didn't want to plant dangerous ideas into Marcus' head. We'll do that. Good night, Dad. Cuddle with Nagini for me. Marcus said into the mirror, leaning so close his nose almost touched the reflective surface. Good night, Father, Harry chimed in, actually looking forward to sleeping after a long day playing with Marcus, as being the only focus for his little brother had been exhausting. Sleep well, you two, and I'll cuddle with Nagini. With you two gone for now, she probably will insist on sleeping in my bed anyway because it's warmer. They all laughed at that. It just was too true, and ended the mirror call in a good mood. Ready to sleep? A voice asked from the doorway where Remus and Sirius were standing, smiling at them. Yes, Marcus answered, bounding over to his own bed, where his cuddly snake was already waiting for him, her head on the pillow and her body under the duvet, and clambering up the side. I certainly am, Harry agreed, carefully placing the mirror on the bedside table, shiny side down, before slipping under his own duvet, getting comfortable. Sirius got his wand out. I was told that you like a little sleeping snake as a nightlight by the door. His eyes were on Marcus, who nodded eagerly. Then I'll cast the spell before turning off the lights. A little murmured incantation, a flick of his wand, and there was a little snake curled up right next to the door on a little shelf. Remus turned the light off, and with murmured good nights, the two adult wizards were gone. Harry was already half asleep, and he felt Marcus climb into his bed, snuggling under his duvet and close to Harry himself. Without hesitation, one of Harry's arms curled around Marcus, and the two of them slept peacefully until the morning. Ooh, Tuesday, 9th of April 1996, Noel was kicking small stones from where they were sitting on a bench near Gare de Lyon, waiting for their mother to pick them up. Next to them, their professor for magical theory was waiting, watching the people going by and obviously entranced by the differences from what they all were used to seeing at Beauxbatons. Even just comparing tourists to people commuting to and from work would provide hours of entertainment. Think all will go smoothly? She asked her sister, doubt evident in her voice. She really wasn't sure if their mother would make this harder than it needed to be. I hope it will, and don't know why it shouldn't. Mammon wants the best for us. I think she and Lord Black will manage to be sensible adults during this week, Enora answered, once more her sensible self. Shaking her head with clicking beads, Noel gave voice to her skepticism. She's still writing all her letters to him in French. She threw her hands up in the air. And she knows he can't read that. Why would she do something like that and be reasonable with something of more consequence? Rubbing the bridge of her nose, Enora nodded. We'll have to talk with her. I don't really know what has caused her to be this hostile. Noel only shrugged. She didn't really know either. Sirius Black seemed decent enough, judging by his letters, and the fact that he hadn't missed even one that he had promised to send. Before they could go into more detail on what exactly they wanted to tell their mother or agree on a strategy, a car stopped next to where they were sitting close to the curb, honking insistently. Looks as if your mother is here, Mademoiselle Moreau, Professor Taudwa said, waving a hand in the direction of the car. Move now, quick. The two of them did as instructed, deftly dodging other pedestrians on their way over to where they could see their mother behind the car's wheel. Mammon, you're here, Noel exclaimed, despite all her worries happy to see her mother after so long. She would have loved to give her a crushing hug in greeting, but was reduced to quickly opening the door and slipping into the back seat, moving over to the other side to make the way free for her sister, slipping in right behind her. The professor passed them their luggage through the door, shrunken down, of course, before they closed it, and the professor stepped back, waving. Of course I'm here. Olivian laughed. Where else should I be, if not here to spend the holidays with my two precious girls? He waved to the professor, still standing outside, before concentrating on the traffic around them, preparing to slip right back into the street. Tell me how school's going. There's a lot of time until we'll reach the address I was sent, and you'll have to keep me entertained, or I'll fall asleep. I'm still struggling with jet lag. School is going well. We have almost all our homework finished already. Noel started to talk excitedly. Maybe they would get to show their mammon some magic during these holidays. With other adult magicals around, the risk of getting something wrong would finally be low enough that she just couldn't forbid them to show her any longer. Ooh-oh, deep breaths, serious. You can do this, Remus murmured into his friend's ear as they all moved from the garden, where they had once again fought a vicious game of chess to the amusement of Marcus, to the front of the house where a car had just stopped. Harry was walking next to his godfather and Marcus, the little bundle of energy that he was, was running at full speed to see who had just arrived. "Don't run onto the street," Sirius called after the small boy, fingering his wand. Remus also had his wand in hand ready to cast a spell to drag the boy back should it become necessary. The car was a relatively simple one, painted in the colors of a company renting cars to people, and 3 women were getting out of it. Marcus turned tail and ran back to hide behind Harry, peering around his big brother in curiosity. The 2 girls grinned and exclaimed something in French that had them both giggling afterwards. The other woman obviously was their mother, for once smiling, something Remus knew hadn't happened often when she and Sirius had met, as she was watching the young boy run with flying robes. Remus stopped next to Sirius, who took a deep breath before taking one step forward. "Olivian, Noel, Enora, welcome. I hope you had a good drive here. I'm certain you will want to freshen up, maybe eat and drink something. Come in." Sirius had a healthy blush on his cheeks, and he trembled slightly. For someone who knew him as well as Remus did, it was obvious how nervous he was. The teenage witches who just had arrived were nervous as well, their eyes flicking from one person to the next, taking in them and their surroundings. They seemed intelligent and curious, a good combination. Remus had trouble reading the girl's mother, though. With a nudge of his elbow, Remus reminded Sirius that introductions were in order. "Right, where are my manners?" Sirius took the cue. They had arranged a number of signals beforehand, making sure that Remus would be able to support his friend in a way that wasn't too obvious. "Let me introduce my other guests." First, he laid a hand on Remus' shoulder. "This is my good friend since we went to Hogwarts together, Remus Lupin. He has worked as a professor for defense at Hogwarts in the past, and now primarily is working as a history tutor." Remus gave a slight bow and got curt nods in return. It might have been unusual not to introduce by rank, but Sirius was adamant to go by age. "Over there is my godson, Harry, who was adopted last summer and now is heir Potter and Slytherin. Currently, he's preparing for his owls at Hogwarts." Harry rolled his eyes, smiled, and bowed. "You weren't part of the Beauxbatons delegation during the tournament our last school year. I'm sure I would have remembered either of you if you had been." "We were too young," one of the girls answered, smiling back, obviously not unhappy with Harry's easygoing attitude. "The boy hiding behind Harry is his little brother, Marcus. The both of them are here for a little holiday, as their adoptive father has important duties to see to, and I was only too happy to offer them a little vacation away from home." Neither of them has ever been to France before. Madame Moreau nodded and took a few steps until she was standing right behind her daughters. "As you may have already guessed, these are my daughters, Enora and Noel. Both are students at Beauxbatons, and 2 of the best students there." Her accent was quite thick, and she put some emphasis on the name of the school. Remus wasn't really sure, but he thought there was a hint of a challenge in her voice. Sometimes he really wished the stories about the heightened senses of a werewolf were true. It would come in rather handy from time to time. "Why don't I show you all your rooms, so you can store your luggage, before we get some refreshments from the kitchen?" Remus tried to get them all moving after a lengthy moment of them all only standing there, almost frozen to their spots on the lawn. "Yes." One of the girls agreed, seemingly happy to get out of the awkward situation, starting to walk in direction of the cottage. "Our professor shrunk our luggage." Remus picked up the hint of a question and smiled reassuringly. "I'll be able to unshrink them once we're in the room your sister and you will be using. Just follow me." Marcus followed Harry like a shadow as they all finally moved into the house and up the stairs to the bedrooms. The whole process was painfully awkward in a way Remus hoped would quickly vanish. Maybe he should make it possible for Sirius and Olivian to talk in private in the hope of clearing the air. "That is a nice room," Enora said, flopping down on one of the beds, only to sit upright again the moment Marcus jumped to land next to her. "What ice cream do you like best?" he wanted to know, tilting his head to the side as Remus noticed him doing quite often. "Mango. And which is yours?" "I haven't tried them all yet," Marcus declared, and then started to explain his grand plan of eating all possible flavors of ice cream at least once so he could decide which one his true favorite was. It was a rocky start, but Marcus' earnest interest to get to eat more ice cream helped them move into the kitchen and get a tentative conversation flowing. Remus was confident that the rest would come with time. Bill had gathered a few general emergency materials from various corners of his flat, trying not to think too much about the mix of excitement, anxiety, and curiosity coursing through him. When he had everything he thought he might need, but fervently hoped to have brought in vain in the end, Bill grabbed his favorite work robes and then walked over into his tiny kitchen. Slipping his right arm into the sleeve, Bill eyed the small bronze disc of a portkey he had put on his small kitchen table late yesterday evening after an inconspicuous owl had brought it, without a note or any other information. He had felt as if he were in some ridiculous children's book about a spy, a portkey without instructions. In fact, he knew exactly how to activate the portkey and where it would take him, as he and Marvolo had talked about it after Bill had agreed to help with the ritual. But understandably, Marvolo didn't want to risk anyone learning about what he was doing. For a moment, Bill just stood there in his tiny kitchen, dirty dishes from the day before stacked next to the sink, a few old and wrinkly apples almost falling from the edge of the small cooling cabinet, window in dire need of being washed, and contemplated what he was about to do. The kind of ritual going to take place today was highly experimental, and because it was linked to such dark magic, even though it was created to undo what had been done, it was doubly likely to land on the list of forbidden magics should the ministry ever learn of it. But his father's words that it was always good to help those who asked for help, and his own conviction that it was a good thing that Marvolo Slytherin was working towards, undoing the damage he had done to himself by creating so many Horcruxes, still was at the forefront of his mind. That the plan was to create a ritual safe for Harry so that they would be able to remove that errant piece of soul from him without causing him harm, only added to the feeling that this was the right decision. With a sigh and a decisive nod, Bill picked up the portkey and spoke the activation phrase, Malfoy Manor. Ooh-oh, for a moment Malcolm Greengrass stood there eyeing the red-headed wizard who had landed right next to him in a lush and luxurious receiving room before he decided to attempt some polite interaction. After all, they were here for a common goal. Mr. Weasley. He gave a polite nod and felt like kicking himself. Way to go to be polite. The other wizard chuckled, shaking his head a little. The situation is a little bit surreal, isn't it? Hello, Healer Greengrass. The curse breaker, whom Malcolm knew would be there as his lord had informed him, eyed the healer's bag Malcolm had brought, and then met the healer's eyes. I see you came well prepared as well. As if to explain this question, Weasley held up a satchel presumably filled with whatever he had thought to bring. It wasn't Malcolm's place to question his lord's decisions, but today he felt different. He knew what his lord was going to do, had taken a vow to keep what happened in the past, to make this ritual necessary a secret, was trained to react to problems that might arise, and even though he wasn't as accomplished as his lord in the art of rituals, he had gone out of Britain for his healer training for the sole purpose of learning about the older ritualistic healing methods. How was it that a Weasley could be here? The wizard turned on his heel slowly, taking in the room, seeming totally unconcerned. When he spoke up, Malcolm felt himself tense. Please try to keep your death glares down. Marvolo might get distracted, and even if you have trouble believing me, I'm here to help. In the end, this is a test run to check if the ritual created will work on Harry without harming him. If you can't believe in me helping for any other reason, please believe that I wouldn't want him to be harmed. Malcolm huffed, not answering that plea, but remembering his lord's instructions. He was to work together with William Weasley, or else. Before the uncomfortable situation between them could get any worse, Malcolm felt that the tension should be able to block a stunner. An elf made an appearance. Please follow, Wizardsies. Master Lord want you to come to Ritual Room. Picking up their supplies, the two wizards followed the elf out of the room and down a hall filled with different paintings. Malcolm had been here before, but it was obvious that Weasley had not. He was looking around like a small child in a toy store, or a wizard just turned 11 in Ollivander's shop getting his first wand. Malcolm felt like rolling his eyes, but restrained himself. It would have been as uncouth as the other's behavior to do so, but it was tempting. They walked through a music room and soon reached a plain wooden door with a glass doorknob. The elf didn't turn the handle to open the door. It was too short to reach it anyway, but waved a spindly hand, which caused the door to open by magic. Weasley left Malcolm to walk through first, and he gladly accepted, stepping through the doorway. It was a spacious ritual room, made entirely with slate-grey stone, No windows or seams disturbing the smooth surface. Couldn't walk in far, as there already was a complicated circle drawn on the floor, and the Dark Lord was still working on it, so he took a few steps to the side, careful not to disturb anything. Weasley was just as careful as he stepped in, making Malcolm rethink his assessment as the redhead started to analyze the circle laid down with eager eyes. The Dark Lord sat back, hair falling in loose waves around his face, piece of chalk soaked in something in hand, and looked up to where they were standing. Malcolm, Bill, you're in time. Malcolm still felt strange seeing his lord in so little clothing. Even though he was the man's healer, normally he didn't get to see him in anything but robes. The Dark Lord simply didn't get ill. Malcolm, you can set up over there. A hand was waved to one corner of the room, where a simple stool was set up. With a small bow, he would not kneel in front of a Weasley. Malcolm walked over and set his bag down to place potions into an order he was accustomed to in emergency situations. While he was working on that, he did watch and listen to what Weasley and the Dark Lord were doing. "Shall I start checking everything?" the Cursebreaker asked, as if he had any right to question the Dark Lord's competence with runes. "Yes, please. I just have to finish this part before I'll start checking it again," was the Dark Lord's answer, and Malcolm almost let go of one of the blood-replenishing potions in shock. Setting down the last phial of a strong pain relief potion, he was pretty convinced that he would need those. Malcolm finally sat down, leaning back against the wall, and watched his lord and the eldest Weasley son work on the circle in a way that was eerie. It looked like they had worked together often. But how could that be? "Can I have one piece of that chalk?" Weasley asked at one point without looking up or adding any address of respect, when the Dark Lord simply picked one up, calling out, "Catch," and threw it across the room. Malcolm felt his jaw drop. Those two must have worked together for quite a while to get to this level of camaraderie. There was no other way to name this ease of interaction. "Isn't really a gap in the lines, but the floor is a little rough here, so better safe than sorry," Weasley said, setting the chalk down on the floor to redraw a set of runes with a careful touch. Malcolm knew he hadn't all the information he would need to understand the Dark Lord's reasons to have a Weasley here, of all people, but watching the two of them work convinced the healer that it probably had been a good choice on his lord's part to include the other wizard. Thankfully, the room was heated to a degree that he didn't feel cold when he started out, and the effort of crawling around on the floor, drawing intricate patterns, interlocking circles, and elaborate rune arrays without smudging them, helped create the warmth that he needed not to feel exposed, only wearing a thin, undyed linen shirt just long enough to fall to below his knees. At first he had tried drawing with a robe over the shirt, but it had managed to smudge the first few lines, so Marvolo had removed them and started fresh without the additional cover of a robe. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. No use in trying to make it work when it wasn't going to. All in all, the preparations he had made for this ritual had been more involved than those for the last attempt. It had been a suggestion from Bill, who currently was on the other side of the circle, checking the part where the cup was going to sit, who had reasoned that Marvolo should involve his own state of mind in the ritual that had added so much to the preparations. The remorseless murder of an innocent was a big part in the creation of a Horcrux. The true remorse felt for that act was the only known and documented way of returning a soul piece to its original body. Why should they assume the state of mind of the caster of the ritual they had been working on would be of no consequence? So Marvolo had tried to get into a frame of mind somewhat resembling remorse. He had to admit he hadn't been all that successful. He wasn't sorry to have killed that old witch hoarding money and objects, keeping them away from her own family, boosting her self-image by basking in their reflected glory. The fact that she had shamelessly flirted with a much younger man really wouldn't have counted against her that much, if not for the fact she had had a tendency to touch without asking. Marvolo remembered putting up with it, even flirting with her on Burke's orders, and his own insight into human nature, to get her to pay more or even part with one of her treasures. But it did nothing to make her death a loss in his eyes. He felt sorry that he had used her elf. He didn't even remember the poor thing's name, to stage an accident to explain Mrs. Smith's death. That had been unnecessary. He was easily intelligent enough to find a way to accomplish a cover without involving others as he had done then. Did he think it would help that he felt kind of bad about taking the easy way out with covering up his crime? Probably not. But that had been the best he had been able to manage since Bill had brought up that idea. It probably would be easier to bring himself to feel somewhat remorseful when preparing to remove the Horcrux from Harry. It would have been easy to stun Lily Potter instead of killing her. That probably would have changed everything in ways he could not fathom, but it would have been easier in that moment. Not willing to linger too long on the fact that his irritation had spelled his own downfall that night, Marvolo carefully stood to get a better view of the whole ritual circle. He slowly turned a full circle, barely moving his bare feet, and took in his work. The raw clay bowls with various herbs placed at the convection points around the circle, the lines connecting everything, small patches of salt lines, only the cup and himself still missing from the picture. "What do you think, Bill?" Marvolo asked, ignoring the pale and startled-looking healer in his corner. He shouldn't let himself be distracted by the man's inability to comprehend changes as simple as getting to know a wizard and accepting the expert knowledge gained through hard work. "I think this looks good. Not a line or grain out of place. I see no reason to delay any longer," Bill said, gathering the few pieces of chalk in his easy reach and carefully standing up and stepping back. Marvolo nodded and carefully stepped out of the design drawn on the floor, walking over to the place next to the niche where he had placed the cup hidden under his robe, next to his folded clothes, already stored on the shelf, to be out of the way once he was ready to begin. While he picked up one of his 3 remaining Horcruxes, counting Harry, Bill collected the last pieces of random chalk around the circle before retreating to another stool placed in a corner of the room. Out of the way, just like Malcolm. Setting down the cup precisely in the middle of the circle drawn for the soul container, Marvolo started to breathe in the even pattern he was so used to by now. Time to put aside everything unrelated, the incredulous disbelief Malcolm displayed, Bill's obvious amusement with the situation, his own worry over Harry and Marcus in the care of Black, and concentrate on the ritual, and why it had been a bad idea to murder that old creepy witch. A few careful steps brought Marvolo into the circle drawn for him to sit in, where he carefully sat down, making sure not to flash his 2 onlookers, and settled into the best position to sit in for a prolonged time on the hard floor. Then he started the chant to extract the soul piece from the cup, the container he had stored the broken piece in quite some time ago. This part hadn't been adapted to the changes made to the ritual. Those had been made mostly to the process after the soul shard was free of the Horcrux container. Slowly everything that had been on his mind vanished, his gaze concentrated on the golden cup with the badger and those 2 handles, while Marvolo slowly noticed a red glow around the cup. In the next minutes, or however long it actually did take, the glow grew, if not by much. Then it floated upwards, just as if it was steam rising from a cauldron. The moment the floating cloud of red glowing soul shard detached from the cup, Marvolo changed his chant, trying very hard not to think about the pain he was expecting. That could seriously mess up his concentration if he allowed it to happen. This was the new part of the ritual. Instead of trying to move the shard into a different object, the lines on the ground and the burning herbs, as well as the words he was speaking, urged the glowing shard to move directly to his own body. And move it did, quickly. Much quicker than the last time he had tried something similar, probably because there were no competing forces at work this very moment. The moment the glowing cloud made contact with Marvolo's chest, right over his heart, a wave of pain shot through him, and as much as he tried, he didn't really manage to say the words for the chant to help reconnect the severed piece of his soul. Then the pain ebbed a little, a voice picking up the chant that wasn't his own. The world turned black, and Marvolo felt his body tilting sideways, but he also heard the chant coming to an end. Just before he lost consciousness, Marvolo came to the conclusion that this still needed some work. Uo Lucius was standing next to the door to the ritual room, barely refraining from pacing. He knew that barging in, interrupting the ritual his lord was conducting in there, would be a tremendously stupid idea, but he felt tempted to go in anyway. He had been playing a game of chess with Draco in the family parlor when he had felt the first howler being destroyed by the wards. And after that, there had been a lot more than one. Lucius knew that there should be no way that those howlers could have an impact on the happenings in the ritual room, as that room was warded specifically to keep out outside interference. But the sheer number of howlers that had collided with the wards around Malfoy Manor had him worrying anyway. After quickly checking in with Narcissa and their lovely newborn daughter Cassiopeia, named after one of the many blacks Narcissa was related to, Lucius had come down to the ritual room, seeing the door still closed and the ritual underway seemingly undisturbed. He was just about to give in to his urge to pace when the door to the ritual room opened. The greeting he was about to utter died in Lucius' throat as he spotted the form of his lord being carried by the curse-breaker he had only admitted into his house under his lord's orders. "He's fine," the wizard suddenly said. In a reassuring tone, Lucius felt resentful against almost immediately. "Just passed out," Healer Greengrass said. Lucius stepped aside unconsciously the moment Weasley moved forward away from the door, making room for Malcolm Greengrass. "He's right," the healer said, his wand in hand and a bag slung over his shoulder, potion phials clinking against each other as he moved. "Our Lord will need to rest, but other than exhaustion after the ritual, he is fine. I'll show you to one of the guest rooms," Lucius said, his mind racing with possibilities. Just like the last time his lord had borrowed the ritual room, he didn't really know what the ritual had been. Should he inform the healer about the howlers? It probably was a factor the healer needed to know about. The three of them hurried along the halls of Malfoy Manor, and Lucius tried to concentrate on the important next steps. But it wasn't all that easy to banish the question of why Weasley was carrying his lord from his mind. Luckily, he was in front, leading the group to the room always ready for their lord since his return, so that there was no way for him to see Weasley carrying their lord bridal style, or for him to be caught throwing glances at the odd sight. Then they reached the suite of rooms, and Lucius opened the door. Once inside, he stepped to the side, out of the way, and watched the other two act. Weasley quickly walked over to the bed, where Malcolm Greengrass already had turned down the blanket, poised to cast diagnostics the moment their lord was placed down. Lucius felt his eyebrow wing up, watching how Weasley carefully tucked the Dark Lord in under the blankets before standing back, turning and walking over to where Lucius was waiting. "Why were you waiting at the door, Lord Malfoy?" the red-headed wizard asked, his attention focused on the healer assessing the health of the unconscious Dark Lord. The outer wards had been disturbed by an undetermined number of howlers. I wanted to make sure they didn't influence the ritual in a negative way. At the last moment, Lucius caught himself calling the Dark Lord his lord, only to realize that both he and Greengrass had done so more than once already, with the Weasley clearly within earshot. But Weasley didn't seem to notice, as he furrowed his brow in thought. "I don't think it did impact the ritual. How many are we talking here?" "As many as trashed the mail room at the Prophet," Lucius nodded, watching Greengrass flutter around their lord. "The impacts were so close to each other that I can't even tell you how many there were. But I guess, considering the ritual, I can hardly call the auras in, can I?" He had heard from within the ministry that Narcissa's niece had been assigned to that investigation, and probably would be the one sent if he got word to the aura department about the attack of today. "And even after I'm done with clean-up, they would ask why he's here, knocked out in one of the guest rooms. But not reporting it might seem suspicious once they find the one responsible." Weasley mused before standing up straight. "I'll go down, clean up, and see if there's anything of note Marvolo might want to analyze later. Once I'm done, I'll let you know. I will send an elf to lead the way." "You can send it back to inform me when you're done, Mr. Weasley," Lucius decided, working hard to make sure his surprise over Weasley calling the Dark Lord by his chosen name didn't show. "Sounds good to me," Weasley agreed, and quickly followed the elf Lucius did call out of the room and back down to the ritual room. Once Greengrass declared that there wasn't really much that Lucius could do, the blonde went back to his wife, son, and daughter to explain the situation and to puzzle over the odd familiarity Weasley had shown to the Dark Lord. Ooh, as always, the amount of paperwork that needed to be filled in, the number of letters to be read, and the crowd of visitors waiting to be let in had been staggering. But now, with all of that finally done and finished, Cornelius had earned a nice evening at home with his wife. Maybe the two of them could enjoy a good glass of wine and some nice music on the wireless. Wasn't there a broadcast of Celestina Warbeck planned? Cornelius stood from behind his desk and stretched until his back popped, and he felt some of the tension from sitting too long leave his body. That last bit of work had taken longer than he had planned for. Just as he was picking up his cloak from the stand in the corner, there was a commotion outside of his office. What were his secretary and assistant getting up to now? With no little bit of frustration, this certainly would take quite some time over nothing. Cornelius walked over, opened the door, and found himself buried under the body of one of his aura guards, a shield flaring to life around them. There were explosions, the smell of burned parchment and paper yells, and the sound of something heavy being thrown onto the floor. Then suddenly silence, or nearly. Only the sounds of burning paper, an almost whispery, crackly noise, and breathing were to be heard for a few moments. "Are you unharmed, Minister?" The aura who had shielded him suddenly asked, having stood from his position on top of Cornelius, holding out a hand to help him up. "I think I am," Cornelius answered, still in a daze, looking around what once had been the anteroom to his office. The heavy desk had been thrown on its side, used as a shield most likely, and was badly scorched, as was the rest of the furniture, the carpet, the walls, the ceiling, all portraits. Basically, everything looked as if there had been a fire burning in here. What happened here? Cornelius heard himself ask, noting almost unconsciously that there were no bodies on the floor. Red flying memos came in, like a murder of crows, exploding and screaming, diving for the door to your office, Minister. As if someone managed to create flying memo. Howlers. The aura spoke slower and slower towards the end, his eyes widening in realization, before falling silent, raising his wand into a ready position. Exactly like that, a frazzled voice said from behind the second desk. Everyone turned to look at the speaker and saw a lanky red-headed wizard crawl out from under the desk, soot marring his face a little, a frozen paper plane in a dangerous red clutched in one hand. "How did you manage that, Weasley?" The second aura guard asked. Dawlish was the senior aura on protection detail today, helping the secretary to her feet. "Mom is rather fond of sending howlers. Not that I got many, but I don't like them screaming near me either. So I decided to learn a spell that's capable of freezing them. Wasn't sure it would work. Glad it did." The reinforcements automatically alerted when there was danger detected near the minister's office, made an appearance in that moment, bringing the healer on staff with them, who got to work immediately. Cornelius endured the diagnostic spells while thinking to himself that he had been right where Arthur's middle son was concerned. The lad could become great with the right support. He was methodical and discreet, and could keep his head under pressure, a valuable combination. That he had managed to prevent one of those flying memos from being destroyed might give the auras the clue they needed to get to the bottom of these dangerous attacks via mail. Cornelius came home later than he had planned, but he got the glass of wine he wanted to have and a nice back rub from his wife. The next day, hopefully, would bring forth serious advances in the aura investigation. Chapter 93, Paternity. Chapter text Wednesday, 10th of April 1996. The moment he woke, he knew he wasn't in his bed at home. For one, Nagini wasn't there, and the smell was somehow different. The sheets were silk. Not really bad, but he usually preferred cotton to silk, as it wasn't as slippery. After his senses had told him that he wasn't under any threat to his safety, Marvolo tried to sit up, but flopped back down almost instantly. That had hurt. He didn't manage to contain a painful hiss, which drew attention to the fact that he was awake. "My lord!" Steps hurried over the floor, some polished wood with a few carpets by the sound of it, and stopped right next to the bed. "How are you feeling, my lord? My spells indicate that you're mostly fine, but I would like to get a first-hand account from you." Inwardly, he rolled his eyes, as he really wanted to groan in pain and frustration, but couldn't risk losing face like that. Without opening his eyes or sitting up again, Marvolo gave his answer, sounding decidedly short-tempered. "I'm well enough. A little sore, but nothing a pain relief potion won't cure." "I'm glad to hear that," Malcolm answered, and Marvolo heard glass clinking together. A hand and arm were inserted behind Marvolo's shoulders, helping him to sit up so he could drink the potion in the phial pressed against his lips a few seconds later. The relief of pain started almost the moment the potion reached Marvolo's stomach. One of Severus' creations, Marvolo was sure. The man had managed to improve on quite a few of the standard recipe. His potions kept longer and worked faster. Once the pain was all but gone, Marvolo carefully opened his eyes and sat up, the covers falling down from his chest to pool in his lap. He was in one of the guest bedrooms, or rather, suites, at Malfoy Manor, which he had expected. Where else should he be after he had conducted that ritual the day had it been yesterday? How long have I been asleep? Several hours, my lord. It is the day after the ritual, morning to be precise, Malcolm informed Marvolo, giving him a bow now that he no longer was lying flat on his back. Thank you for your care, Malcolm. I think I'm well enough to get up, take a shower and dress. Or do you disagree? He really wanted to take a long and hot shower, and now that the pain was gone, he felt keenly that he had missed more than one meal. Breakfast would be quite nice as well. I have no objections, my lord, Malcolm agreed with another bow. William Weasley placed something for you on the desk by the window over there, my lord. I'll go inform Lord Malfoy of your good health. Waving him off, Marvolo carefully worked his way over to the edge of the much-too-big bed. Go do that. After Malcolm was gone, Marvolo didn't keep the winces from his face any longer. Even with the pain dulled, he was pretty stiff and clumsy in his movements. A hot shower would take care of that. Almost an hour later, Marvolo stepped out of the ensuite bathroom, closing the last button on his shirt, hair still slightly damp, but most of the tension gone. Before he would go down to speak with Lucius, his wife probably was still resting. He still had a report to read. He sauntered over to the desk, where Malcolm had indicated that Bill had left something for Marvolo, and there was indeed a neatly rolled and sealed scroll resting right next to a pouch made from dark green velvet on that desk. Pretty sure that he knew what was contained in the pouch, Marvolo picked up the scroll first and broke the seal. Bill's description of the ritual, from his perspective, matched well with what Marvolo remembered. The Cursebreaker also had included the suggestion to change the ritual another time, to include a second participant to speak the chants, so that the whole process would hopefully run smoother. He couldn't quite disagree that it probably would become necessary to create a stable process. He sighed and let the scroll roll back on itself before picking up the pouch which held, as Bill had written, the cup as shiny and pristine as the day he had liberated it from the showcase in Hepzibah Smith's living room. The ritual had worked. With a light cold shiver running down his back, Marvolo briefly thought what changes he was going to go through because another part of his mangled soul had returned home. It only had been a rather small part, the cup being one of the later Horcruxes, so hopefully the changes wouldn't end up being all that drastic. Parchment and pouch vanished inside a pocket of the robes Marvolo put on, and he walked out of the room and into the hall. Now the only thing left to do here was to deliver his best wishes to Lucius. It was a bit archaic that only the father was offered congratulations, but he guessed that a woman who just had given birth would be happy to skip social niceties in favor of rest. As usual, the halls of Malfoy Manor were spotlessly clean, and before he had even passed 2 doors, an elf popped into the hall right next to him, bowing deep. "Where is Lord's master going, master?" Sometimes their grammar was almost painful. But he had to remember they were powerful in their own right and a force to reckon with if loyal to their family or an individual. "I'm in search of Lucius and Healer Greengrass. Where might I find them?" "These are in the main parlor, Lord's master," the elf answered, bobbing its head, obviously happy to be of help. "Thanks," Marvolo said with a nod, already adjusting his planned path to take one of the less opulent staircases so that he would reach the main parlor more quickly than by taking the big staircase that had been built to impress. Behind him, a rather loud popping sound told him about the elf's departure, but he didn't really pay it much mind. The walk to the main parlor was a short one, and he could hear voices before he had reached the door. "You shouldn't give up hope so fast. There is a witch out there." Lucius was speaking in a consoling tone, which probably was intended to be helpful. "It's not that easy, truly it is not. I've been searching ever since our Lord gave out his order, but there aren't many unmarried witches near my age around." Malcolm sounded unhappy, as if he was about to give up. Marvolo wondered if his healer was narrowing his options too much. He took the last few steps to the door and moved into the room, instantly gaining the attention of his 2 followers. They both stood from where they had been sitting, giving him bows from the waist, before standing straight again. "Where have you searched so far, Malcolm?" If Bill had been here, Marvolo would have been tempted to bet on his guess that the younger Greengrass brother only had tried to find a witch from an old family, one of the respectable families. The young healer looked a little sheepish and blushed, but conditioning was enough to make him answer anyway. All over Europe, my lord. But most witches my age are already married, engaged, or betrothed. I'm trying to follow your order, my lord. With a sigh, he would have won that bet. Marvolo walked over to the best of the armchairs and sat down, waving at the love seat on the other side of the low table for the others to sit down as well. They hurried to comply with his order, and for the moment, ignoring his original plan to just speak with Lucius and go home, Marvolo fixed his gaze on Malcolm. And why limit yourself so? Severus has found a lovely wife, even if a squib might not be a good fit to ensure that your children have strong magic. But look at my son Henry. His mother was a descendant of the Slytherin family, married to a member of the Potter family. Or the daughter of Andromeda Black, now Tonks. She's a metamorph magus. Don't you think it could be a good idea to no longer limit yourself in such a way? Malcolm didn't answer, but Marvolo was pretty sure he had given the other some food for thought. With any luck, this advice would make its rounds to all the others facing the same problem from narrow-mindedness as Malcolm had. It was a little disappointing that he needed to spell it out this clearly. All the hints were there for all to see. Why they all decided not to see them, to ignore them, was a conundrum he wasn't sure he could solve. So Marvolo turned to look at Lucius. I want to congratulate you and your wife on your new daughter. May she find only happiness in her life. Thank you, my lord. Lucius replied, and for a moment Marvolo could see true happiness in the grey eyes before the polite mask of a politician covered that emotion once again. I'll make sure to let Narcissa know of your well wishes. Aware that he had promised his sons, and especially Marcus, to call on the mirror this morning, Marvolo pushed himself to his feet. Thank you for your hospitality, Lucius. I have to leave now. Have a good day, you two. He left the parlor and walked out onto the lawn, apparating from there directly to his own home. It was a nice spring day, and he really was curious as to what Marcus and Harry had gotten up to in the meantime. Maybe Black would beg for him to come pick the boys up. Only one way to find out. Ooh, with a small sigh, Harry let himself fall into one of the wicker chairs, standing out on the patio with a good look over the garden. As he had predicted the first evening here at the cottage, Marcus hadn't let him sleep in even one morning, and today had been no different. After Marcus had managed to wake the whole house, they had had an early breakfast, and now they were all out in the garden, enjoying a sunny if slightly chill morning. Sirius, Remus, and Enora, as well as a reluctant Miss Morrow, were entertaining Marcus with another game of chess. Marcus really liked watching the big pieces battle against each other, and Noel was sitting in one of the other chairs out on the deck, writing in some kind of small notebook. Harry guessed it probably was a diary of some sort. He had brought some revision cards as a voice in his mind, sounding suspiciously like Hermione, kept nagging at him to do at least a little bit of revising during the holidays. Once he had cycled completely through the stack of cards of the plants and potion ingredients he had the most trouble with, Harry looked over to where the girl, who possibly was Sirius' daughter, was still scribbling almost furiously in her book. He noticed with a little surprise that she was using something like a biro. He was so used to seeing people using quills by now that it really took him a moment to realize what it was. You're not writing like a really long diary entry, are you? Harry asked, and promptly blushed when he realized that that might have been an insensitive thing to ask. No, I'm not, she answered, not even looking up from her work, sounding distracted. Considering the possibility that she was doing homework for school just as he had done only a moment ago, Harry stayed silent and shuffled his cards into a new, random order. What are you doing? Harry turned to look at Noel sitting there with her book closed in her lap. He smiled and neatened the pile of cards. Repeating and revising for my owl exams later on in the year. Mostly different plants, herbology and potions-related information, and other potion ingredients, such as insects, stones, and the like. Mostly stuff you need to simply learn by heart. He held the cards up, one side annotated with the image of the plant or ingredient in question, the other filled with all the information, and sometimes more sketches. Where did you get the cards? She asked, holding out her hand with the silent question if she might have a look. Harry handed the cards over. I made them myself. And I like to think the act of making them helped me to learn at least parts of it, gathering all the information and deciding what's important enough to include. Well, the drawing part was fun. That the rest had been tedious because his notes from years past had been in terrible condition better went unsaid. Neat, was the comment Noel gave when she handed the cards back, after checking a few of them out. Then she continued to talk, answering Harry's question from the start. I'm writing a story based on one of the books I like. Back at school, such stories are passed around in the dorms. There simply are not enough fiction books available, and those that are have been read so often. What books do you like, Harry? She was writing her own story. Me, I don't really read much besides school books. Don't really have the time, and I'm not even sure if the library has books that would count as fiction. I have borrowed a few books from friends. Not sure if I like any of those better than others. Harry shrugged. He really didn't have much fun reading. A friend of mine, Hermione, would probably know if there are fiction books in the Hogwarts library, but she always seems to be having fun reading our school books, and others that are definitely not fiction. They both looked up when Marcus let out an unusually high-pitched squeal, clapping his hands as one pawn was smashed to rubble by a tower in the middle of the board. As far as Harry had noticed, Marcus was happy whenever a piece was destroyed, unrelated to what color it was. When we learned that we had magic, Mammon made sure to get us some children's books. There was one that is pretty popular. It is about a girl learning she is a witch and how that changes all her plans. You see, she wants to be a detective once she is an adult. There always is a mystery for her to solve. I liked it, but there is no story about twins. Yet. She fell silent, watching her sister direct one of the black pieces to catch a white pawn. So you changed the story to have twins instead? Harry asked, thinking it an obvious change to make. He vaguely remembered dreaming himself away into stories the teachers had told them back when Dudley and he had started school. Did others do the same? Yes, and I like inventing stories. It is something we both have done all the time when we were small. Writing is fun. At the end, she had a big grin on her face. Without any more word exchanged, the two of them returned to their work, pages turning and cards being shuffled around the only sounds from their spot on the patio, drowned out by loud cheering and laughing from the chess-playing group. Ooh-oh, the moment Marvolo arrived at home, he placed the cup in a cupboard behind a closed door, uncertain what he wanted to do with it now that it no longer held a part of his soul. But at the moment, he had a call to make. The notes from Bill went into a warded drawer of his desk, later to be moved over to headquarters, where all his notes were being kept. Then Marvolo picked up the mirror from the corner of his desk, where he had left it the previous day, and sat down in his chair, resting back comfortably for a call he expected to last quite some time. Harry. Marvolo spoke to his mirror, hoping that Marcus wasn't harassing people because he was impatient. It didn't take long before the reflective surface changed, and Harry looked out of the mirror sporting a big grin. "Father, how are you?" Harry flinched, and Marvolo could hear the sound of rubble falling in the background. "I'm fine, Harry. Are you demolishing that cottage? I did work on making it habitable, you know, so please don't tear it down." There were shouts somewhere in the distance too, and something reminding him of a laugh somewhere nearer. Harry's grin only got wider. "Don't worry. Marcus and most of the others are simply playing a game of chess." One of Marvolo's brows winged up. A game of chess. With that much noise, the blasted enormous chess game Minerva McGonagall had contributed to Dumbledore's gauntlet of protections came to mind. Hopefully even Black wouldn't be that idiotic to let a child play such a set. How big is it? There was no harm in asking his son. Relatively big. The pawns are shorter than Marcus, but the king and queen are bigger. He mostly stands by the side of the board, shouting directions. The glint in Harry's eyes made Marvolo think that his son might be thinking of the same set. "Well," Marvolo conceded, "that sounds reasonable enough." "I'll go get him," Harry said, seemingly standing if the hanging plants, something with a lot of green leaves, coming into view were any indication. He was nagging all through breakfast that we call you. It was good to know that Marcus had wanted to see him, and that Harry and the adults at the cottage had managed to rein him in enough to get Marcus to play chess rather than moping around somewhere. "Marcus, Dad is on the mirror," Harry called, and Marvolo felt something odd happening with his heart at hearing Marcus' favorite way to address him come from Harry. It had been a big step when the boy had started calling him father even when the two of them were alone, but this was even more. "Come over." You wanted to talk with him. There was some kind of answer that Marvolo didn't understand, and then running feet as he had become accustomed to hearing almost every day since Marcus had moved in. There followed a dizzying display of moving colors and shapes as the mirror was handed from Harry to Marcus, before the smiling face of Marcus came into focus. Dad, can we have a big chess set? It's lots of fun. And I got to eat ice cream. And I share a room with Harry. That's great. Can't you come stay with us for a while? As usual, the little boy was full of energy, and Marvolo felt himself agreeing with Nagini's choice of nicknaming him Bubbly Hatchling. I have to work, Marcus. But as Lord Black offered to take you and your brother on this little holiday, I thought it was a good opportunity for you two, even without me. We'll be back together soon enough. Marcus was looking somewhere behind the mirror, obviously distracted by another chess piece being smashed to pieces, as the sound of falling rubble once again was clearly to be heard. Go back to your chess pieces, Marcus. I can see that's what you really want to do. Off with you. Marvolo felt himself grin as suddenly blue was all he could see in the mirror, and a startled yelp, sounding like Harry, indicated that Marcus simply had let the mirror go. Sorry, father, Harry said once the mirror had been turned upright again. Marcus really likes that chess set. Marvolo laughed. I understand. Really, it's nice to see that he's secure enough to have fun in this manner. How have you been? Harry rolled his eyes. Marcus doesn't let any of us sleep in. I've managed to get some revising in. Sirius clearly likes having me here, and I'm looking forward to the paternity test that will be done this afternoon. I hope Sirius will be more at ease once that's cleared up. Harry looked to someone or something before switching to Parseltongue. But please tell me how the ritual went. You look well enough, so I assume nothing major went wrong. But I would like to hear it from you. Assuming that Harry had switched to a language so few spoke, because there was someone in earshot, Marvolo answered in the same language. It went better than the last attempt. The container remained unharmed. Bill made some suggestions on how to further adjust the process, happy to indulge Harry's interest and curiosity, and always aware how Albus' tendency to keep the boy in the dark had made his own job so much easier. Marvolo went deeper into the proposed changes, and when he hoped to do another test. Not for the first time, Noel tried to decide how it would have been to live surrounded by Dementors while being innocent of the crimes accused of. Sirius Black, the man she dearly hoped actually was their father, was playing over at the chess set, her mother only looking on with a frown. It really was a puzzle why she was so harsh. Hopefully Harry Potter Slytherin, or was it Slytherin Potter, was right that the test planned for this afternoon would lay all doubts to rest. He now was speaking in hissing noises with his adoptive father through an enchanted mirror, making her wonder why he stayed here if he wished for privacy for this conversation. Then her eyes wandered over to where two wand-waving wizards set the chess board back to rights, a small boy dancing up and down right next to it. She could understand a sibling's urge to protect the younger one. She had felt it often enough when someone had attacked Enora, and had seen it at school when siblings stood up for each other, even when they were squabbling most of the time. She supposed she could overlook the rudeness of speaking in a different language while sitting at the same table under these circumstances. Twirling her barrow around her fingers, Noel looked back down at her story and tried to pay no mind to the hissing happening only a short distance away. She didn't want to ponder possible developments after this afternoon. Harry and Marcus were a good example how gaining a father later in life could play out. She really hoped Enora, and she would be as lucky. Two potions in similar small cauldrons bubbled over their flames, waiting for the last ingredients to be added. They stood far enough from each other that the twins had had enough space to work, as this was a rather quick brew, as Harry remembered only too well. Noel tended to the potion on the left. Enora was brewing on the right. Their mother was watching the whole procedure like a hawk, or maybe like Hedwig watched Pigwidgeon when forced to stay in the little owl's presence, wary of what might happen. The table was littered with containers of ingredients, two cutting boards, pestle and mortar, a set of scales and weights, peelings, and the two copies of the recipe. Come, Harry, get my hair, Sirius said, sitting down on a simple stool so that Harry would have an easier time plucking two hairs from his godfather's head. Harry carefully picked up one hair at a time. He remembered none too fondly how Piers once had gotten a good hold of his hair, intent to cause the least amount of pain he could manage. Harry was pretty sure that the eyes of everyone in the room were on him when he walked over to where Enora and Noel were waiting by their cauldrons. He dropped one hair into the dark rolling mass inside the first cauldron and walked over to the other while Enora started stirring in even motions. Once he had dropped the second hair, he turned and watched as the dark potion became clear, ready for the hair from the two girls to be added. Those hairs the girls plucked from their heads themselves, letting them fall into the potions almost at the same time, holding each other's gaze. Harry felt as if the tension in the room was high enough to use as a bowstring. He shook his head to get rid of the image of Robin Hood. Marcus was fascinated by that story at the moment, concentrating instead on the color of the potion in Noel's cauldron. The cauldron was bigger than the one he had used last year when he had performed this test for Dean and Sirius, so it was barely visible from where Harry was standing. Slowly, the color was changing, with each turn of the ladle a little bit more, and soon Harry was certain that the color was a deep red, and not the milky white it had turned when Dean had been tested to see if Sirius was his father. A gust of air left Sirius, who had stood up the moment Harry had moved over to the first cauldron, and he slumped for a moment before breaking out in a grin. Seems as if Harry didn't bungle the repair of the family tapestry. Welcome, both of you, to the Black family, Enora Noel. Let's clean up and then go get lunch. Harry was happy that the tapestry had been proven true, but he wasn't as caught up in that revelation as Sirius was. He could still feel the tension in the air, saw the stiffening in Mrs. Morrow's posture, the looks of mixed feelings on the girls' faces. Even with the claim validated, there still was something to sort out. If Harry only knew what the problem was. Deciding to tip Remus off about what he had seen, Harry walked over to the table, starting to gather the ingredients into the basket they had used to carry them here. Ooh, Thursday, 11th of April 1996. Let's go play chess. Marcus called out, jumped up from his place at the table, raced over to one of the twins, grabbed her by the arm, and started dragging her towards the door to the garden. The little boy had been obsessed with the chess pieces almost as tall as he since he had seen them the first time. And now he insisted they play with them when he didn't want to fly on a broom together with Harry. Harry and the other twin, Sirius, had to work on his ability to tell them apart, stood from the breakfast table with a little more dignity before following the other two out, waving back at the adults. The tension still wasn't gone. Sirius picked up his cup of coffee and took a sip, only to make a grimace when he noticed that it had gotten cold. He cast a quick warming spell and then emptied the cup quickly. Me and Harry against you and your sister. Marcus gleefully yelled, only to be corrected a moment later by one of the girls. Harry and I, Remus gave Sirius a significant look before he stood, picking up the local newspaper. If you'll excuse me, I really want to fill in that crossword puzzle. And with that, Sirius was alone with Olivian. The evening before, everyone had retreated back to their rooms pretty quickly, and Remus had come to talk with Sirius. His friend had a way of seeing a situation from so many perspectives that it made Sirius dizzy just thinking about it. But one thing had become abundantly clear. He needed to talk with the mother of his daughters, find out what made her fear this, and make sure she could lay those fears to rest. Nothing had ever been easier. Taking a deep breath, because starting to cackle hysterically wouldn't help, Sirius sat up straighter. He would need all his Gryffindor bravery for this. I'm not sure what I can do to make you less tense, Olivian, but know that I wish things had gone differently. I should have drunk less that night. I really wish I could remember, and I don't even know if that's the case because of my long Dementor exposure or the amounts of alcohol I consumed at that time. I wish that you could have had the option of including me in our daughters' lives. I wish I had been involved in their lives. Took another deep breath and looked at Olivian, who sat at the other end of the table, a croissant broken in two held in her hands. I know that I can't undo what happened, but I would hope to offer both Enora and Noel all the opportunities they could wish for. Had she let him jump through hoops? Probably. He was almost sure she had. Was it possible she would demand and keep on demanding more and more? Not impossible, but also not likely. She was proud to have reached the place she was in now her own. Did it matter? No. As long as he got to be a part of his daughters' lives, and they could choose on their own whether they wanted to take up the mantle of Lady Black, he would be happy. As I said before, there will be no pressure from me. You can ask anybody. I never wanted to be Lord Black. Why would I force my own children to be what I didn't want to become? But how could I keep that possibility from them? Still, she was not saying anything, only shredding the poor croissant into smaller and smaller pieces. So I want to keep writing letters, meet during holidays, teach them what they need to know if one of them wants to take over as lady one day. I'll handle the paperwork with the ministry so they are eligible to inherit. And I'll set up trust funds as a nest egg for when they have finished school. Sirius trailed off. He had expected some dialogue here, maybe even that he wouldn't get a word in edgewise. Not this silence. The room stayed silent for a while, only the sound of stone smashing against stone and happy calls from the four children reaching their ears. But Sirius couldn't stand silence for long, so he caved pretty soon and asked, "Won't you say something? I'll lose them, won't I?" She sounded broken, so different from what she had shown so far. Now that they have actual family in that world of magic, I'll lose them even sooner. Sirius blinked, rearranging what he had thought was the problem. Well, he could make sure the girls had all they needed to stay in contact with their mother. It's always possible that children sever the contact with their family. He should know, as he had done exactly that. But cost won't be an issue any longer. International portkeys may be expensive, but they're easily in the budget I have. The girls can go home to you for all their holidays if you can't come here. He shrugged. If you'll let me, I'll be there too, bringing what's needed so I can teach politics and stuff to them. I could pay for plane tickets so you can come to London. Maybe he shouldn't concentrate only on money. From what I have seen and what the two have written, they love you very much. Having a stronger bond to the magical world won't change that, Olivian. I'm sure of that. We can sort this out. She nodded slowly. Maybe you are right. And started to dunk her croissant shreds into a pot of strawberry jam one after the other, eating them directly from her hand. Sirius decided then, and then not to bring up Remus' idea to write everything down in a contract just now, or maybe not at all that day. It seemed they all probably needed some more time to adjust to what they all had somehow known now being confirmed, without a doubt. Ooh, the waiter brought them their waffles, as well as cups of delicious-smelling tea and coffee. Sonia carefully picked up the small sugar dispenser, one of those you needed to turn on its head to get what amounted to a teaspoonful of sugar, and added 4 measures of sugar to her cup. She had been craving sweets lately. Severus had asked for honey for his coffee and had earned a horrified look, but got his honey to stir into his coffee. Their host for the last few days, Yorick van Leeuwen, was sitting on the other side of the square table, grinning from ear to ear. I have to say that I haven't had such a good time working on a project for a long time. He raised his cup of coffee as if he was toasting them. Thank you both for asking me, of all people, to help with the bigger testing. We have to thank you, Severus insisted, setting his spoon down with a tinkling sound before getting out his wand to cast a privacy spell around their table. Without your expertise in tests on the scale required for our family connection potion, we would have been looking at a much longer time before we had any publishable results. But it takes innovative thinking to even get this far. Ever since the goblins forced that treaty, people actually risking research in this direction are more than rare, Severus. This potion certainly will not replace the one the goblins offer, but one might actually save money if doing this test first proves that there is no close connection. He turned his plate so that the sea of cherry sauce was closer to his hand, giving them both another blinding smile. And with the way prices have gone up, rumor has it that the demand in Britain has skyrocketed. Sonia took a sip from her tea to hide her smile at that blatant attempt at fishing for information. Even the first-year Slytherins were more subtle than that. Severus swallowed his bite of waffle and smiled his little secretive smile. I assume you have heard of Lord Slytherin returning to society? Severus asked, and Sonia quickly looked down to her own plate at that gigantic understatement. It sounded so harmless in comparison what really had happened. But Yorick smiled and nodded, so Severus continued with his explanation. He discovered that a student of Hogwarts is a descendant of the Slytherin family through his mother, who was considered a muggle-born witch. Understandably, that caused some curiosity among the witches and wizards in our community. Really? A muggle-born witch? Are you sure? There have been other cases of so-called muggle-born children who really were the result of affairs with a wizard. The willowy, balding wizard had a secretive air about him, as if he was sharing a big scandal with them. I'm sure, as I knew her in school, and she looked too much like both her non-magical parents to be anything other than their daughter. Sanya heard the well-hidden hurt in her husband's voice and let one of her hands slide under the table to rest on his knee. On some days, the loss of his one-time best friend hurt more than on others. That would be an incredible discovery. Do you know of other such cases? There was a light shining in his eyes that Sanya couldn't quite identify. I know of two more, but as you said, the demand increased significantly, and the wealthy families have an easier time affording the increased fees. Severus gave a shrug and another smile, diverting the conversation back to their family connection potion and the timetable for the planned test series. They would return to Scotland the day after tomorrow. Sanya had enjoyed almost every minute of this trip, but she also looked forward to sleeping in her own bed once again. Ooh, with a bracing breath, Dora walked up the way from the gates to the imposing building among high hedges, just now starting to sprout small blossoms, going through the questions she was going to ask. The paper-plane howler Percy had managed to freeze had proven that someone from inside the ministry had created that explosive missile, feeding them in at one of the bigger offices in the administrative departments. The makeup of the thing also had confirmed that the howler hadn't been bought anywhere, but had been home-crafted in its entirety. That did explain why Dora hadn't found any hints by checking in with the usual suppliers. The report the Unspeakables had done spoke about impurities diverging from the usual recipe used for howlers, indicating that these had been crafted by someone other than the known suppliers. Maybe that could be a new trail to follow. But now she was here to inquire after the howler attack with howlers that had taken place the day before yesterday at Malfoy Manor. Taking one last breath, straightening her posture and her aura robes, Tonks reminded herself that she was here with the ministry's authority backing her, and that she had been assigned to this case because she was capable. The door opened, and an elf stood there looking up to Dora, the toga made from a tea towel blindingly white. Miss Aura. What shall Mipsy tell Master why Miss Aura is here? I'm here in an official capacity to investigate the incident with a number of howlers this past Tuesday, Dora answered, trying to infuse her voice with a tone of authority. It was still disconcerting when an elf opened the door. Come in, Miss Aura, the elf said in its high-pitched, slightly squeaky voice, and Dora did as she is told, coming to stand in a much too grand entry hall. What was it with those pretentious buildings? What other value did those materials and vast spaces have, other than bragging and intimidating visitors? Well, she could at least attest that the intimidating part was working, which made her feel slightly angry, not a good state to be in when one was working. The marble floors had another effect. She heard steps, hurried steps, come closer before she could see the person walking towards her. Aura Tonks. She was greeted by the head of the house coming down one hallway, his casual robes billowing around him. Thank you for coming. Dora was surprised at being thanked for coming. She knew all too well that usually Lucius Malfoy faced Aura visits with only barely hidden contempt. Maybe the difference was that this time he had requested someone to come over and had not been checked based on Death Eater allegations or suspicions over illegal dark artifacts. It's our job to investigate incidents just like the one you reported, Lord Malfoy. And didn't calling him that leave a bad taste in her mouth? Congratulations on your new daughter. He accepted her words with a smile, which probably was actually genuine. I thank you for allowing an additional day of rest for my wife. Dora gave another nod back to that. It was custom not to disturb a home with a newborn in it with politics or business in the first few days. Her superiors never would have let her come here before the time was up. There wasn't anything to be lost by waiting a little bit longer, and there sure hadn't been a chance to get more information from coming earlier. But Dora knew if she wanted to make it into a leadership position, she would have to get over her aversion to handling politicians like Malfoy. Politics was very much a part of any leading position in the ministry. Please follow me to the parlor, Aura Tonks. I'll be answering your questions there. Malfoy made a sweeping motion with one arm, indicating the way to the parlor, falling into step with her once she had taken a few steps. They were silent on their way, Dora arranging her questions into the most efficient order to get out of here as fast as humanly possible. There was already tea waiting for them when they reached their destination and settled down. So you wrote in your letter to the minister that there was a great number of howlers impacting with your wards being destroyed on the 9th of April. Is that correct? She hoped she would get away without tacking Lord onto every second sentence. Malfoy might have been a Lord of the Wisengamot, but she really didn't like him much. Her mother's bias in the past might have contributed to that, but it was a hard feeling to get rid of now. That is correct, was the short but polite answer. Dora would have loved to roll her eyes, but she had to be professional here. Can you tell me who all was here at that time? She had started to compile lists of people present at the incidents in the hope of narrowing it down to a common target. The first attack on the Daily Prophet hadn't helped much. Too many people worked there, and there hadn't been any people in the minister's office or the antechamber who also worked at the paper. Maybe a third group of people would help in finding a pattern. Besides my family, Healer Malcolm Greengrass, Cursebreaker William Weasley, and Lord Slytherin were here. He offered no explanation for that interesting mix of people, and Dora used her time writing those names down in her notebook to get her bearings back, thinking about what to ask next. That wasn't totally obvious or rude anyway. She knew she had been silent too long when he set his cup of tea down and sat back, lacing the fingers of his hands over his knee. We have an old ritual room in the manor that we let friends of the family use from time to time. It really is a good place to meditate. It was totally legal to have ritual rooms, but Dora just knew that the one here would have been put to nefarious uses. Healer Greengrass studied abroad and knows a few unusual rituals for diagnostic purposes. Lord Slytherin said he wanted to get a check done that the curse of the past and the way he regained a body don't have undesirable long-term effects. It almost sounded as if it could be true. She certainly would feel the need to check to make sure that everything was fine if she had been brought back by such an incompetent wizard as Pettigrew had been described to her. Thank you for the information. Am I right to assume that all three of them stayed for longer than a few minutes before the Howlers arrived? That was the case, he nodded, still giving off an air of nonchalance. You also wrote that you would check for any Howlers which might have survived. Did you find one? The text of the Howler Percy had frozen, had been vague, angry, rambling, and threats addressed to the minister, not really helpful in pinning down a reason for those attacks. I did not. The wards around the manor simply are too well crafted, I fear. Sure, he would say that, but she had to accept this, as they would not get permission to search the premises without the owner's consent. But maybe, would you allow some experts to search the boundaries of your wards for any possible hints? There was no real harm in asking. I have no objections, but I think it would be a waste of your resources, he agreed far too easily. Then I will send you an owl to arrange a date, Lord Malfoy. There, she had been polite, and now it was time to leave. She had all she was going to get here for the moment. Next, she would go talk with Bill. Maybe he could tell her more. She really was curious how that particular event could have taken place.